Hello and welcome to Trial TV Live. I am the Squeegee of Justice. Thank you so much for joining us today as we are continuing our coverage of Utah versus Kouri Richins. We are into day 8 of the trial where Kouri is accused of poisoning her husband, Eric. And TV Live, let's get to it. All right, welcome in everybody. We are starting an hour later today because Judge Mrazek said they were going to start. That was their schedule. And then they're going to be off tomorrow. But fear not, we have content ready for you guys tomorrow when they are off. So do not worry. So who is with us today? We've got Crazy Mary Jo. Let's see, we've got Brat, Barry, Alice, good morning to you. Elaine, good to see you. Tammy, Iowa Backyard. Shirley and Missy, you can hang out for a little bit. Awesome. Sweet Vampy, good to see you. Richard, good morning to you. Teresa. Selena K, did you get the email? It's info@Trial TV Live. It's in our description, but if you need it, I'll post it again. Lisa Page, good morning to you. Sharon, good to see you. Brenda and Sherry. Oh, your son and family arrived from Washington. Oh, fantastic. And you met your grandson. Oh, that's wonderful. Red Snap, good morning to you. Have a good day, Sherry, if you're listening in. Anthony, Miss Business, good to see you. Terry, good morning, good morning. Gordon, welcome in. Sharon, dreading the clocks going ahead. Yeah, spring forward, right? I hate that. I wish they would just stick with it. Terry, you will love the time change. Yeah, daylight longer. I wish we just would stick with one time though. Sparkling Princess, good morning. Let's see, Allison, good to see you. Just cruising through here. Kimbers, good morning to you. Tammy, happy hump day to you. Elaine, I did say good morning, afternoon to you all, depending on which part of the world. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Right, isn't that what Baker always says? All right, Aaron corrected me. It is Friday they are off. Friday. I keep thinking today is Thursday. I don't know why. I just keep thinking today is Thursday. Angel, good morning to you. Today is Wednesday. They're off on Friday. Thank you, Aaron.
What producers do.
That's what she does. Jenny G, welcome on in. All right, I think I got everybody. Heidi, good morning to you. Jennifer Cottrell, you're actually on time. JMS, good to see you. Thank you for coming on in. Carol, good morning. Welcome in. Gretchen, Iowa Backyard, good to see you. Elsie, good morning. Nana, Aya9 saying good morning. Barry, press like on your way in. Hey, Sassy, good to see you. All right. Angelique, great to see you as well. Sherry, there you are. You have a bit of time. You're going to watch as much? Okay. Joanne Jedi Platypus, welcome in, welcome in. Green-eyed Cat coming in. All right. Itty Bitty, Scott, good to see you guys. Rita, awesome. All right. Sherry, oh, thank you. Right off the bat. Thank you for the 5 Trial TV Live gifted memberships. Horse Welfare, good morning to you. Sherry, thank you so much for that. Crazy Cat Lady. Paige, Joni, awesome. Welcome in, guys. Welcome in. All right. Shannon, hello, Jane. Good to see you. All right. So what I wanted to do, we're going to let me get over here. This is about 13 minutes, so we'll be just a little late with our start. A few minutes, but I want to show you this first. Check this out. So this is the house. This is the grand home. So this is from Rosewood Homes, and artist CAD rendering of a home's final product. So this is yeah, the comments in this video are pretty brutal. The comments are pretty brutal. Yikes. 2 years ago, this is something I would have designed in the 6th grade. Just a bunch of rec rooms, random hallways, and tons of bunk beds everywhere, so my whole class could sleep over. Brutal. No wonder the husband didn't want to have anything to do with this. She deleted her husband over this. It's a horrible layout. Ouch. This home deserves to be featured on McMansion Hell, the epitome of cheap and terrible design. What a waste of resources. Fake grand fireplace. Yikes. These was this rendering created in Minecraft? My gosh, these comments are brutal. What do you guys think of this? Man, poor feller died. Kids lost both parents over this. Is this a house built for a cult? Why so many bunk beds? Why 2 big beds in one room? And there's at least 2 rooms like this. Oh my gosh. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm way too distracted with what's playing on TV. So these are some of the comments from this video. Looks like something. I don't want to say that. 4K in property tax per month, along with HVAC bills of about $250, $2,500. Then the maintenance cost of $5K. This monster will eat somebody alive. Ouch. So anyway, this is somebody's rendition. Fathom Realty. I don't know. I like this part. I think that's nice and open and airy. Lots of windows, but the heating bill would be ridiculous, right? Because all that heat's going to rise up. I'll try and find the actual home if they actually did anything with it. I'll find the actual home. Hey, rock and roll. Good morning, Toby. Good to see you. Northwest, you were thinking polygamous family home, right? And Nerf war game. Hey, Ed. Good to see you. The mountains are weeping. Oh, there's the pool inside, right? There's the pool, the indoor pool. It's pretty spacious, that's for sure. So clearly like the rec room. It's like lockers? Those look like lockers. What are those? It looks like a locker room. Or like a gym. I guess a locker room. Hey, Aussie. A cult mansion, perfect for Utah, right? There's like a little mini bowling. Like if you had like 2 or 3 kids, 4 kids, 5 kids, this would be even too much for them. Why do you need that much table downstairs? I guess if you have family, or friends, family and friends over. I lost track how many bathrooms. Is that like 5 bathrooms now? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 bathrooms? It's like indoor volleyball and/or I guess badminton you could play there. Basketball court. Good Lord. Rock climbing. This is insane. But that doesn't make sense if you're playing volleyball or badminton to have an arched ceiling. That makes no sense at all. That makes no sense. Because the ceilings are lower at the poles. Hey, Jaded Wonder, welcome in. Mama C, good to see you. Hey, Margaret. Hello, welcome in. Yeah, there's a lot of hallways, right? So, yeah, what's that about? What is that about? Why do you have 4 bunk beds and then a bed that sleeps 5 people right there? I mean, this is not for a family. This is literally for like 20 people. Maybe that's what it is. Like you know, I've gone to those places before where my family and you get like 20 people in a house, but everybody has their own bedroom. So maybe this is for like skiing. Maybe you would go there with a bunch of friends and you'd go skiing. All right. Yeah, this is weird. It's like that's a weird, just all those tables and stuff. That's odd. Oh, and there's like a slide. I didn't even notice that red thing was a slide. All right, now what's upstairs? Because you have all these bedrooms downstairs. Now what's upstairs? I'm assuming this would be the master bedroom. Nope, more bunk beds. Why are there so many? Are those pods? What are those? Are you kidding me? That's ridiculous. But there's like 5, 6 bunk beds, 7 bunk beds, 8 bunk beds. This is crazy. Oh, that red was a staircase? I thought that was a slide. Aaron says it was a staircase. It looked like a slide to me. And then this is like just the upstairs where you can just randomly hang out and watch TV. This is like a hotel. This looks like a hotel to me. Hey, Janet. Cuda girl. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Northwest, you've seen, let's see. Excuse me, you've seen Utah House before that was designed for 3 wives. Each had a separate living area. Clean cult trying center, right? Yeah, I thought it was a slide as well, right? That's how Airbnbs fit more people.
0139.
All right, they're starting.
State versus Richins. Counsel for the state is present. Counsel for the defendant is present with defendant. Mr. Bloodworth, anything before we invite the jury in?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Ms. Lewis?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Let's invite the jury.
Oh, am I? Okay.
The notebook? I like notebook.
I know. You do so well. I won't do it well, but I'm going to do your stuff.
All rise, jury. Have a seat, thank you. All right, have a seat. Good morning. We will proceed with additional testimony in the state's case in chief. Mr. Burmester, the state's next witness, please.
Lashawnda Rogers.
Ms. Rogers, good morning. If you'd step in front of Brittany, we'll get you sworn in. Thank you.
You're welcome. Will you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury? Thank you. Please have a seat.
You're going to drag that. There you go. Mr. Burmester, please proceed.
Thank you. Ms. Rogers, could you please state your full name and then spell your full name for the court?
Yes, Lashawnda Rogers, L-A-S-H-A-W-N-D-A, and Rogers is R-O-D-G-E-R-S.
Thank you. Ma'am, are you employed?
Yes,
How are you employed?
for New York Life Insurance Company.
And what do you do for New York Life Insurance Company?
I'm a senior representative in a call center.
Can you briefly explain to the jury what you do as a Platinum Senior Advisor?
Yes, I take inbound phone calls from Platinum agents that service clients all over the United States. I answer questions in regards to beneficiary changes, ownership changes, make payments on policies, and just discuss anything overall insurance related that they have questions on.
Do you know or know of an agent from Utah named Brian Freckleton?
Yes, I do.
And did you receive a call from him, an inquiry, on June 2nd of 2022?
Yes, I did.
So on that day, did he explain to you a problem that he had observed and that he wanted some reconciliation or information?
Yes, he did.
Briefly, just tell us what the conversation was about, not for the purpose of proving any truth, just so we know what you were doing afterwards. So briefly explain.
Okay, so when Mr. Freckleton called, he wanted some information on some beneficiary changes that had happened on a policy. He wanted to know why they had been changed and finagled with several times. So I explained to him through research what happened.
Okay. And so were you able to get that information on that day of the phone call, June 2nd?
Not all of it. I had to reach out to another department to get additional information, and then I followed up with him a few days later.
I see. By email?
Correct.
Okay. Can we take a look at, first of all, let's take a brief look at State's Exhibit 7-20, please. Can you scroll through that, Scott?
They can zoom in for you if you'd like. It's not a touch screen.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
If you
My-
can't see it, they can zoom in for you.
My view is kind of fuzzy.
Yes, mine is as well.
Is there a reason it would be out of focus? It's never been out of focus before.
That tablet's a little bit out of focus.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you have trouble seeing
Mind
it?
if I lean over and just
No,
make sure you're seeing?
Your Honor, please.
She has as clear a view as I do. Scott, I think it'd be helpful for the witness if you could zoom in. The type is pretty small.
Thank you, Your Honor. I appreciate it.
You're
There we go. Thank you so much.
Okay, so does this look familiar to you?
Yes.
Okay, can you explain to the jury what this is? Or for the court, I guess, really.
Well, this page is what the agent had sent to the client. That's not something that I sent.
Okay, so let's scroll to the very beginning, or that would be the end of the document. The very last page, if you will. Okay, so does that look familiar to you?
Yes.
Okay. Is this the email exchange that you had with Mr. Freckleton?
That is correct.
Okay, so let's go, we can set that aside for now. Let's take a look at State's Exhibit 7-19, please. This is a multi-page document, actually 23 pages. As he's scrolling through that, does it look familiar to you?
Yes, it does.
Okay. I'd like to have you take a look at page 13 of this document. Perhaps we could focus in. There you go.
Thank you.
Does that look familiar?
Yes, it does.
Okay. What is this information depicting?
This information is providing the client's policy number, who the insured is, the address, the date of birth. It's showing beneficiary changes, address change, beneficiary change, beneficiary change. And it has the policy number, has the insured name there as well.
Okay. Is this a true and accurate copy of the policies, buy-sell policies that you recall seeing?
Yes.
The state would offer State's Exhibit 7-19?
All right, States 7-19 is admitted. Do you want me to publish to the jury?
Please, Your Honor.
Okay.
Could we scroll down just one more little block, I think? Okay, so this appears to be going in reverse chronological order, right? So the older things are at the bottom, and it gets newer as you go towards the top. Is that fair?
That is correct.
Okay. So on January 1st, at the very bottom of this document, is there a change from one to another on that date with one policy?
There is. It's not showing on this specific page, but yes, there is. It's not showing specifically like
Okay.
on this page.
So, do you see the highlighted portion where it says 1,
Yes.
2? So, what is the policy number here?
167-35141.
Okay. And in this particular case, who is the owner of that policy? Do you know? Does it show here?
It does not.
Okay. Does it show who the insured is and who, in other words, the person whose life is being insured?
Yes, it does.
And who is that?
Cody M. Wright.
Okay. And then does it show who the beneficiary is in this little block here?
It does not. No, I'm sorry, excuse me. Yes, it does. Eric Richardson, partner 100%. I apologize.
Okay. Then in the next block, up from that, is that the same policy?
Yes, it is.
Okay, the 141?
Yes.
Okay, and effective date of this entry is January 1st?
January 2nd. I'm sorry, effective date, excuse me. Yes, January 1st. Yes.
Okay. And again, this is the policy on the life of Cody, right?
Yes.
Okay. And has the beneficiary changed?
Yes.
Okay. Who is it changed to?
Kouri Richins, spouse 100%.
Okay. So where before it said partner, Eric Richins, partner 100%, now it says Kouri Richins, spouse 100%.
That is correct.
Okay. Can we scroll up just a little bit, please, Scott? Okay. We see another beneficiary change here in the center of the of this page. Again, it's entered on January 2nd, but the effective date is January 1st?
That is correct.
Okay. And again, we're talking about that same policy, 141?
Yes.
Cody Wright is the life that's being insured?
Yes.
And beneficiary?
Eric Richins, business partner 100%.
Okay, so it's changed back.
That is correct.
Okay. Is this the question that Freckleton was asking you about, this whole issue changing from one to the other?
Yes.
Okay. How does the owner of a policy, can they change their beneficiaries? For example, if I buy a policy on my life for my daughter, could I change the policy? Well, I think I want to give 50% to my daughter and 50% to my wife. Could I do that?
Yes, as the owner, you're able to make those changes. Okay,
and you would do it through some portal or something online, or?
Yes, that is an option, mynyl.com.
Okay. In this, I guess you could do it by calling up an agent or calling up one of your colleagues.
That is correct. You're able to do so over the phone as well as filling out a form.
I see. Okay. In this case, were you trying to find out how it was done and who did it?
Not the how and who, just I was trying to figure out exactly, let me rephrase that. So I know that it was done by someone at New York Life. I'm sorry, wait. I was trying to explain to the agent where the changes came from.
Okay. And you talked to your colleagues?
Yes. So I reached out to another department to get more clarification on IP addresses, etc., to confirm who exactly made the changes from the MyNYL portal.
Okay. So when you're making these changes through the MyNYL portal, can a beneficiary or someone unrelated to that policy get in there and change the beneficiary, for example?
No.
Okay. Who can get in there and change if they so desire?
The owner and anyone that has the owner's information.
Okay. All right. So, in other words, if I found the password and the credentials, I could log in, I suppose, and change somebody else's.
Yes.
All right. All right. So, when you did your research, can we go, first of all, I still need 719. I need to go to page 15, if you could, please. Is that page 15?
That's correct.
Okay. Does this tell you, I think we need to scroll up just one more so we have the policy ending in 141? Okay. Does this page tell you who the owner is?
Yes, it does.
Okay, policy 141 is owned by who?
Eric E. Richins.
Okay. Now I'm through with this one. Can we go to 720, please? I think we've laid the foundation, so I would offer States Exhibit 20. This is the email chain.
Oh, I'm sorry, Judge. No objection.
States 7-20 is admitted.
We would ask permission to publish.
It's up.
Okay. Can we go to the very last page of this? So is this your very first email to Brian Freckleton?
That is correct.
Okay. And in this you're saying, hey, this is in response to your question last week?
Yes.
Okay. Then can we scroll down to the next portion? On this, is this the information that you acquired from looking at talking to your colleagues and looking at the rest of the data?
That is correct.
Okay, so can you explain to the jury what it is that you found out?
So I found out that on January 1st, 2022, the beneficiary was changed from Kouri to Eric, back to Kouri, and then to Eric again.
Okay.
Within a few minutes of each other.
Okay. All on that same day?
All on that same day.
I see. And were you able to, at that moment, provide some of the details of how that transaction occurred?
Yes.
What was it?
So after speaking with the representatives in our IT department, they stated that all were from Eric Richins' login and all from the same IP address.
Okay. Then, did you continue working on this for a couple more days after this, and exchanging emails with Brian Freckleton?
I believe this may have been the last one.
Let's go to June 9th, please. So it should be near the top. A couple bullets. Okay. This is the email from you?
Yes, we are going backwards. I'm sorry.
Okay,
I see.
so June 9th?
Yes.
Okay. And you're reviewing further information. A general point, you give a general point about who can log on, just generally speaking. In order to get into somebody's account, you have to have what?
Their login credentials.
Okay. So that means a password, a registered email address?
That is correct, and a username.
Okay. And in this particular case, it appeared to be coming from whose email address?
Kouri Richins.
Now, did you also get further information that all interaction was coming from that same email address?
That is correct.
Okay. Okay, that's all I have for this witness. This moment.
Good morning, Ms. Rogers.
Good morning, Alex.
How are you?
I'm doing fine, sir. How are you?
I'm doing great. Good seeing you again.
Good to see you as well.
I wanted to make some clarifications. I'd like to talk to you about client IDs.
Okay.
Is that all right?
Yes.
Okay. From the documents that we've seen, what I'll do is I will pull up let's go with 720, I believe it was state 720. No, I'm sorry. 719. Thank you.
One moment.
Do you see that there?
No, nothing has
not
come
yet.
up. Okay. Yes.
Perfect. Now that client ID right there, can you...
Do you want me to show this to the jury?
Oh, sure, Judge.
Okay.
Thank you. I apologize.
Very good.
That client ID we see there that's highlighted, whose client ID is that?
Eric's.
That one's Eric's?
I believe just first glance at this is Eric's. Yes.
Okay. And then if we can, actually, you know what I'll do? If we could pull up, let's do this one. 1 second. Can you just publish this just to Ms. Rogers, please? And let me know if you recognize this.
Yes.
And what is this?
This is, and would you please make it a little bit bigger, zoom in?
And you know what I can
Thank
do?
you.
Is if this is helpful, this is just a hard copy of it. It may probably make it easier to... It's the same one, is that right? There you go.
Thank you.
If you want to just go through that and see if you recognize that, and if you could focus on the client ID, or try to find a client ID there.
So this page does not have a client ID listed. It does have the owner's name, Eric, and it has his address and email address here, but it's not specific to the client ID because
Perfect.
it's not listed.
So is this one similar to the one we just saw that was Cody's? On 7, if we can
No,
pull
they're
up
two different.
719 for her.
That's two different type of views for this, but that other view just showed the insured information.
Sure.
But this is showing just Eric's information.
So let's go ahead and maybe this will help.
So that client ID that's listed here is for Cody.
For Cody.
Correct. That's the one that's circled.
May we go to page 14?
Of what document?
This is for Eric's.
So are we talking 719 or are we talking 1046?
1046 right now.
Okay.
Yep. And so there on your screen is just a electronic copy of what I just showed you. And that client ID, that one is Mr. Wright. Is that correct? Or Eric's?
No, Eric's starts with a 9, not with this 153.
Okay. Let's do this. The one we previously showed you, you had indicated that that was Eric, so maybe there was a mix-up. So Eric starts with a 9?
Correct.
Okay. Is it 99? Well, look, before we complicate more things, we move to admit this document, Judge's Defense Exhibit 1047?
That's not the one on the screen right now.
This one is.
This is 1047?
Yeah, they look the same. 1046.
Let's go back to the beginning to make sure we're talking
Yeah,
about the same
could we go to the
thing.
first page then?
Okay.
So they
So
look.
this is defendants 1046.
Correct.
Mr. Burr, Mr. Any objection?
Well, I think we need foundation to establish exactly which one we're looking at. And is it different or the same as?
Mr. Ramos, just for clarity of the record, would you lay a little foundation for
Can we
this
put
witness?
1046 and State 719 side by side? I think that would be the clearest because they look identical.
Okay.
And then I'll ask Ms.
Thank
Rogers
you.
some questions.
All right.
That's perfect.
Is that better?
Yes.
Okay. So on the left-hand side, we have Defense Exhibit 1046. On the right-hand side, we have State 719. They appear to be the exact same format, correct?
Correct.
Except that one's for Eric and one is for Cody, correct?
Correct.
All right. And within these documents, this is where the client IDs are, correct?
There's no client.
Not on this first page, I apologize.
Correct.
Okay. But the remaining pages, if we could scroll through them, just so Ms. Rogers can see. And so that does that kind of tell you all of the different policies or client IDs related to Mr. Wright as well as Mr. Richins?
It does.
Okay. At this point, Judge, we would move to admit 1046. I believe that's in a foundation.
Mr. Burmester?
Yes.
Defendants 1046 is admitted.
Perfect. Okay. So with this information now, as you can see on the right-hand side, on the very top, and we could zoom it in if you'd like, it indicates Cody Wright. Could you go a little bit higher to show Cody Wright's name there? Okay. Now, with that information on the right-hand side, is that Mr. Wright's client ID or is that Mr. Richins' client
That's Cody Wright's client ID.
ID? Okay. Ending in 8252.
Correct.
Okay. And then on the left-hand side, if we could do the same, just showing Mr. Richins and then the client ID. And is that Mr. Richins?
No, that's Cody's.
That's Cody's.
Mm-hmm.
And if we go to on the if you could highlight on the right hand side, it is 1, 2, 3, 4 January 24th. There indicates a client ID there.
That is Eric's.
That is Eric's. Okay.
Yes.
So with that information, it appears that client ID 992141444 is
Eric's.
Eric's.
Mm-hmm.
And if we could go back to the very top, the client ID, if you could highlight or call that out on the right hand side, starts with 0. 015328252.
Correct.
That is Cody's.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now, with that information, that is how we could, or your office could, determine where the changes were made, correct?
No. How did we determine the changes were made?
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's not correct.
Correct. I apologize.
That's okay.
Those are the client IDs that were used to figure out when changes were made, who made the changes, correct?
It wasn't the client ID that was used. It was the actual owner's information, but
Okay.
not the client ID. That comes into play in a different way, but not in regards to logging in. Because there's different ways to log into my MYL. You can log in with your name, social security number, and then you have to have an email address. And then the other way is to use a client ID, but you still have to have an email address associated with it.
Correct. Let's go there. Maybe this will be helpful. If we could pull up the state's exhibit. $720, please. And if we could go to the last page. If we could call that out, just so it's a little bit clearer for Ms. Rogers.
Thank you.
Okay. So maybe what we're talking about here is different, so I'll get on the same page with you.
Okay.
This is the Eric Richins login,
Yes.
correct, is what you indicated. If we could publish this to the jury. Okay, so this one is saying that it was all from Eric Richins' login. And now what you just indicated, and maybe this is where I was mistaken, Eric Richins' login, it could be an email, you indicated?
It could be either his name and his date of birth and the last four of his social.
Okay.
And then on the next screen, it's going to ask for an email address to do verification.
Okay.
Or they can put in the client ID, and then on the next page, it's going to ask for clarification.
Okay.
I'm sorry, for an email for verification.
Understand. So that's kind of the login process
That is correct.
for my NYL.
Yes.
Okay. And then if we could go to page 2 of that same document at the bottom, that second bullet point there, if we could call that out for Ms. Rogers so it's clear.
Thank you.
Yes. And this is what you're referring to, that they cannot log in with any other credentials besides what we have on record, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And in this case, what did you have on record?
The credentials that we had on record were Eric's name, but a different email address. It wasn't an email address that, so two clients would never have the same email address associated with one policy. So in looking at Eric's policy and the email address versus another policy that had the same email address is where we came up with that information.
So then the login information, or the login email, when you're referring here to Kouri, it's
Correct.
the email that's associated with it.
Yes.
Okay, and that's where I wanted to get to. So on the second bullet point where it indicates it does appear that Kouri is the one that has been managing the online activity, it's based on the fact that her email is being used.
The email is being used, correct.
Okay, and her email, do you recall what that one was?
Kouri Richins, I'm not quite sure what it may have been at gmail.com or AOL, I'm not
Yeah.
sure. Thank you.
Do you recall that document?
Yes, at Hotmail, yes.
Okay. And what does that document show?
It says Kouri Garden at hotmail.com for both.
And what do you mean for both?
For Eric's profile and for Kouri's profile.
Okay, and then are they different client IDs?
Yes.
Okay. Which one's the one on the left, if you could describe whose it is?
It's Eric's
And what is his client ID?
153-28252.
8252. And then Ms. Richins?
989-455-105.
Perfect. Matt approach. Thank you. Okay. Now, you had indicated at, we could take that down. You had indicated there in that email with Mr. Freckleton that you had to reach back out to the, I believe your IT people,
That is correct.
and they produced a document that outlined exactly what had happened, correct?
Yes.
Okay. If we can, just for Ms. Rogers, pull up, yeah. Yes. Can you see that, Ms. Rogers?
Barely.
Okay, let's zoom in maybe at the top and just scroll down through her, or for her.
Thank you.
So let me know if you, as we're scrolling through, if you recognize this.
Yes.
Okay, and can you explain what it is?
This is the IT department, just basically showing who the IP, what happened with the 3 changes and the IP addresses. But this came from someone else.
Yes, it wasn't from you.
That is correct.
Correct. You had you.
This witness is not part of that email chain, at least that's what she's been shown.
That is correct.
Yeah, that's correct.
Is that an objection, or?
Well, if we're going to quote from it, yes, it's hearsay.
I think he's just asking a question about it. Any other
Sure.
objection,
Yeah.
Mr. Burmers?
No,
Okay.
you can ask questions about that.
Mr. Ramos, please proceed.
In everything that you were doing, Ms. Rogers, in terms of trying to assist Mr. Freckleton in answering his question. Did you happen to either come across this or do you recognize this during that?
I've never.
And if we could go to page 2 as well. And if we could kind of highlight the left column there.
This information, I don't recognize that it came from another department representative, but I did not send this to him directly.
No, and I'm not asking that. Just if you had reviewed it during.
No.
Okay.
No.
And would this have come, do you know, from the information you were talking about, the IT people?
That is correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Perfect. And, well, actually, if we could take that down. Okay. So.
Yeah. Can we just identify, just for the record, what that document is? It's 1047, I believe, right?
So she doesn't recognize it, that it wasn't sent to her, so I'm not
just
going to
for the record, it's okay. I just want to make sure the record is clear that.
Oh, yeah, what number was that? 1047. And Ms. Rogers identified that she knows what it is, but it is not something that was sent by her or to her.
That is correct.
And so we're not going to be asking questions.
We can
for
keep
her.
moving.
Okay. All right. Ms. Rogers, the question I have, that is, now that we have the client IDs all squared away,
Okay.
and as you indicated, that they are tied to email addresses, okay? If we could pull back up States Exhibit 720, please. Second page at the bottom, if we could go back to that. And if we could publish that to the jury. This statement from you, or this email from you to Mr. Freckleton, you indicated that it does appear that Kouri is the one that has been maintaining the online activity.
Correct.
So I'd like to clarify that. The reason you indicated Kouri is only because it's her email that was associated with the client ID, correct?
Correct.
In your investigation and you in New York Life, there is nothing at all that can tell you that it was actually Ms. Richins who was behind the screen when this happened, correct?
Well, the IP information will be the only other thing.
Correct. So did you do a search for the IP address?
No, I did not.
Okay,
That came
so
from another department.
right. So you didn't do investigation to the IP address, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So based on the IP address, which you haven't done anything on, the reason that you indicate in that statement that it was Kouri is because of her email address, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And as you indicate there, if someone else knows the password, and you indicate her information, and to be clear, the individual or the login information was tied to the client ID, right? When we saw the beneficiary change, or for the policy, I'm sorry?
Correct.
Okay. If we could go to the last page, please. And these changes all happened within 6-ish minutes?
Yes.
Okay. And at the end of the day, between 7:21 and 7:27, everything remained or went back to being the same, correct?
It did.
Okay. No further questions. Thank you, Ms. Rogers.
You're welcome, ma'am.
Sorry for all the back and forth on the client ID.
That's okay. No
All right.
worries.
Have a good day.
You do the same. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Burns,
I have no further questions.
may we release this witness?
That would be the state's request, Your Honor, that she be allowed to go because she's got a plane to catch.
You are free to go.
Okay.
You're released from the subpoena. Please
Okay.
travel safely.
Thank you. I appreciate
Please
it.
watch your step.
Next, the state will call Brian Freckleton.
Okay. Mr. Freckleton, would you step in front of Brittany? We'll get you sworn in, sir.
You please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury? Thank you. Please have a seat.
Thank you. Mr. Freckleton, could you please state your full name and then spell your last name for the record?
It's Brian, B-R-I-A-N, Freckleton, F-R-E-C-K-L-E-T-O-N.
Sir, are you employed?
I am.
How?
I own a little firm called Freckleton Financial Group, and we are involved in insurance and investments.
Mr. Freckleton, I'm sorry to hassle you. Will you pull that microphone a little closer to you?
Sure.
Thank you, sir.
It's the first time somebody's told me I was talking too low.
You do have a low voice, so we got to project out to the very reaches of this room.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. Do you know a person by the name of Eric Richins
I do.
and Kouri Wright?
I do.
How do you know them?
They were introduced to me through Linda and Jean Richins. They were very early clients of mine in the early years, and then Eric reached out to me. I think it was 2007. He had just recently got married and asked me if I could do some life insurance for him and his first wife.
Okay. Now you mentioned that situation. Did he buy some insurance from you at that time?
Yes.
On himself?
And his wife.
Okay. And that was in 2007?
Right.
Okay. Did you subsequently come to know Kouri Richins?
Yes.
Have you met her before?
Yes.
More than one occasion?
Yes.
Okay. Now, are you familiar with C&E Masonry?
I am.
And did you do work for C&E Masonry?
I did.
Okay. Are you familiar with the term buy-sell agreement?
I am.
Could you briefly explain to the jury what a buy-sell agreement is? We don't have to go into great detail, but we're dealing here with a partnership, is that right?
Yes.
C&E is a partnership, Eric and Cody?
Yes.
And so what is a buy-sell agreement?
A buy-sell agreement is an agreement that one or two or more partners will put together to protect from the partners dying, retiring, becoming disabled. It's a document that allows them to be bought out, usually of that partnership. In the case of this one, it was called a cross-purchase agreement, and the way it's set up is that we take.
So
Oh,
now you
go ahead. I'm sorry.
transitioned into, in this case, so did you help put together parts of a buy-sell agreement that involved Kouri, Wright, and Eric?
Yes.
Okay. So, in this situation, go ahead and explain what that buy-sell agreement did for
Okay.
Eric and Cody.
In context with the those two.
Yes.
Yeah. So the agreement is usually funded, and life insurance is usually the least expensive way to fund large amounts of money. In this case, it was $2 million. They felt the company was worth about $4 million at the time. And so we put $2 million of life insurance on each of them. Eric would own the policy on Cody, and Cody would own a policy on Eric. In the event of one of their deaths, the owner of the contract would also be the beneficiary, and that money would go to Cody in this case. So Cody receives $2 million. He receives it tax-free based on life insurance. And then he turns around. He's obligated, as is the estate, to buy that stock. And so he has to come in with that $2 million and buy the stock from the estate of Eric, or the trust of Eric in this case.
Okay.
And
All right. You said that there's $2 million on each man for the
Yes.
total value of the company being $4 million at the time this
That is
agreement
correct.
was entered?
Yes.
And so, was there more than one policy to come up with the $2 million?
Yes, we started out with $1 million of term insurance and $1 million of what they call traditional whole life insurance.
Okay. Initially, was there 2 terms, $1 million each on each guy, and then it one was converted to a whole life product?
Well, the initial policies were $1 million of the permanent insurance and then $1 million of term insurance. And
I
then
see.
later down the line, we converted the term insurance over to
I see.
permanent. yeah.
Okay. Could we have that one aid, the demonstrative exhibit? Okay. Does this? Can you see this
Again,
thing? Does that portray the various policies that we're talking about?
yeah, the first 4 policies there.
Would that be helpful in conveying your testimony to the jury?
Sure.
Would it ask permission to publish?
Mr. Ramos, any objection to this demonstrative? I don't know the number.
It's not labeled
Okay.
anything. I just
Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Burmester.
Okay, so the 4 on the left are $1 million policies for each man.
Yes, the starting from the left, going to the right. Yes.
Okay, and then the second policies are later converted into whole life
Yeah.
policies.
Those 2 in the middle were term insurance policies, and they were converted over to the last 2 to the right.
I see. And so these policy numbers, the first 2 digits, 1-4, represent one type of product, and then the 1-6 in the whole life represents that they were whole life products?
The policy numbers don't necessarily reflect the type of
I
life
see.
insurance policy, but the policy numbers that you have there are correct.
Okay. All right. So there's one policy I would like to focus in on. Just went away. Could we have that back again? I'm not sure what happened. Okay. On the lower right-hand corner, there's 16735-141.
Yes.
Okay. Do you have some sort of notice system or portal or something that New York Life contacts you as an agent?
We have a portal system, and in that portal system is what we call alerts. It allows us to see if what clients may have done or confirmations of things we've done for our clients that got done. If money comes in, it tells us that. If the beneficiaries have been changed, or check-o-matics, or banks, or stuff like that, it tells me that.
So on January 1st of 2022, did you receive an alert?
I did.
Okay. Can you tell us what the alert was to you?
Yes, it was an alert that the policies on Eric and Cody, the beneficiary had been attempted to be changed.
Okay. And so what did you do about that?
Well, I called both Cody and Eric, and both of them went to message like usual. They were very busy guys and hard to get a hold of. And so we got a notice that someone that they had changed tried to change the beneficiaries of the policies, and I called them. And
Do you remember today who had been changed to Who?
Yeah, the beneficiary had been changed to Kouri Richins
From?
well, in this case, it was from Eric.
Okay, all right. And to be clear, so Eric is a beneficiary, so in this type of policy, he's the owner?
He is the owner.
Okay. And so it was actually insurance on the life of Kouri Wright?
That's correct.
Okay. And so you talked to, did they contact, Cody and Eric call you back? Or
They did.
Okay. Did you explain to him what happened?
I did.
Okay. And at some point, did you reach out to New York Life?
I did.
And did on June 2nd, were you able to talk to Ms. Rogers, Lashawnda Rogers?
Yes.
Okay. And then have an exchange with her?
I did.
Okay. Can I just see, it's already been admitted, 7-20? Is this the email chain that you had with Lashawnda Rogers?
Lowered yeah.
Okay. If I haven't done this, I would offer States Exhibit 719 and 720.
Are those in written? They're already in.
All right. I have no more questions for this witness.
Mr. Ramos, please.
Morning, Mr. President.
Good morning.
How are you?
I'm well, thank you.
You indicated that you had set up these life insurance policies for Mr. Wright and Mr. Richins, correct?
Correct.
Do you recall when you had set up the one for Eric, approximately? The year?
Which one?
This one. That's it.
Having to do with the buy-sell?
Yeah, correct.
Yeah, I think it was...
Or how about this?
Yes.
Anything with New York Life. Maybe we'll just start there.
Well, there was a policy put on Eric in 2007.
Okay.
It was $500,000 in term insurance.
And when would this one have been started, this buy-sell?
I believe the buy-sell was started in 2020.
I'm going to show you.
I guess.
Okay. I'm going to show you a document. Maybe that'll refresh your recollection.
Please.
All right. If we could pull up, just for the witness, Your Honor, 1048. Yep. Yeah, we'll just see if he recognizes it. If we could, yeah, it's perfect. Thank you so
Just
much.
leave these on.
Do you recognize this? And we could scroll down.
Yes.
Okay, and then at the very top there, sorry, go back. You're included in that email, or your name comes up, correct?
Yeah, this is a something that New York Life, the carrier, sends out to me, myself, and the insured.
Okay, and is this kind of like
Or the owner. I apologize to the owner.
to the owner?
Yes.
So is this kind of like an introductory kind of welcome email?
No, this is the documents.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
Now, this is on Mr. Richins, correct?
I would assume so. I really can't tell, but I would assume that it is because it says that it's a required signature for Eric Richins, but that doesn't tell me who it is.
Sure.
Because the insured and the owner has to sign these applications.
Sure. And then when you set this up, did you also assist with the email process or the login process to, we could take it down, MyNYL?
I did not.
You did not?
No,
Okay.
we're not
So-
allowed to do that. The owner of the is the only one that has the right to legally go into those accounts.
And when you received this email,
Yes.
also Mr. Richins was included in it, right?
Yes.
Okay. And we could pull it back up. And which email does he use?
for this or
Correct.
otherwise?
Correct.
For this, he uses the Kouri Darden at hotmail.com.
Okay. And this was back when?
20?
Perfect.
It says on there June 11th of 20.
Okay. Your Honor, we'd move to admit 1048 at this point.
No objection.
Okay. Defense 1048 is admitted.
Thank you.
Do you want to publish them?
Yes, please. Thank you. If we could just, for the jury, just highlight that top portion there. All right, and my only other question, I'm not sure if you know the answer to this. Are you familiar with the client IDs for Mr. Richins as well as Mr. Wright?
I know they have them, but I couldn't even come close.
Understood.
Yes.
In your conversations
Yes.
with Miss Rogers, we saw some email communication, correct?
Yes.
Did you receive anything at all related to the IP address or the client IDs used?
Yes.
Do you recall, if I show you, I'm going to show you an image, let me know if you recall it, okay?
Okay.
Sounds good. Can you pull that one up, please? Just for the witness, Judge, and counsel. 1046. Yes, thank you. If we could call it out, and we'll scroll through it.
Yeah. If you
Just
could-
let me know if you end up, I'm sure it's in a different format with all these, but just let me know if you recall seeing this. It's about 3 pages long.
This was. Yeah. I mean, this is the email that I literally requested.
Perfect.
Yeah.
And so if we could go to page 2, and if we could just kind of call out that left column that doesn't look like the matrix. And do you see that right there?
I do.
And do you recognize that policy number?
Where do you have? Oh, there. I don't recognize it, but I will assume that it's the one on one of the two.
Right, and that's the reason you were calling, as you indicated. The document you were requesting, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And
Yes.
to the left of that, it says policy owner, and to the left of that, it has a client ID. Seeing that, do you recall whose client ID that is?
I don't know.
That's fine.
I
apologize.
I see a lot of client ID.
I would
numbers.
imagine.
Yeah.
No problem. Judge, at this point, we'd move to admit 1047.
Well, I didn't scroll through pretty fast. I did not see Mr. Freckleton on the email chain. So
Would you folks approach for just 1 second?
All right, so they're going over these policies that Cody and Eric created, merged, had on themselves for their business, C&E, masonry. Oh, looks like they're back.
Mr. Freckleton,
Sure.
in reviewing this document, is this the document that you requested or that you received?
I don't remember the exact document, but it was similar to this.
Okay.
I mean, it just told me where the policy changes in the beneficiary had been done, and then changed back.
Okay. Renew my request to admit.
I don't think foundation has been made. He hasn't identified this
Not
document.
there. Foundation objection is sustained.
Okay, no problem. Mr. Freckleton.
Yes.
You could take that down, thanks. At one point, you requested information about the changes, correct?
Yes.
From Ms. Rogers, correct? Or from New York Life?
Yes.
Okay. And at one point, you were told that changes were made?
I knew they had been changed because I had gotten an alert, and then that made me confirm
Correct.
with them that it had been changed.
And you received that information back?
I did.
Okay. No further questions. Thank you, Judge.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. President.
Betcha.
And did Lashawnda sent you the email? That was
Yes.
7:20, please.
One moment.
Isn't this here the
That's more like what I
you got?
received.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
Pause. I'm sorry. Did you want to show that to the jury?
yes, please.
Okay. Okay.
This here is the document you had received from Lashawnda.
Yes.
Okay. Now, defense showed you an exhibit that said it was established June 11th of 2020. The policies.
Yes.
Okay.
I believe so.
Didn't you change or alter it somehow in November, in conjunction with Ms. Bowman Carter? Which included
policies.
Well, changed it in. There's suddenly a trust involved.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
That's okay. I just wanted
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
Uh-huh.
Mr. Rowe.
No further questions. Thank you, Judge.
May this witness be released, counsel?
Yes, please. You're on.
He could be subject to recall, Judge. He could not be.
You're free to go today. You may need to be recalled by defense counsel. We'll give you some notice.
Okay.
In the meantime, please don't talk to anybody about the case. Please don't watch any coverage of the case.
Okay.
All right.
You got it.
Thank you, sir. You're
You
free
bet.
to go. Do you mind taking that with you? Thank you, sir. Mr. Bloodworth.
Your Honor, I know we've only been at it an hour, but perhaps we could take a very brief break.
No problem. Let's do it. Please rise for the jury. Please have a seat. Mr. Bloodworth, forgive me, I couldn't tell if you actually wanted a break or if you just needed to address something on the record.
Your Honor, I need to go to the bathroom.
No problem. We're going to take a break until 11:45. Thank you. Court's in recess.
I know it's a fine line between sauna.
All right. So I just want to give RA a shout out for providing this stream, Top Mark Media. So thank you again for that. So Mr. Bloodworth needs to has to take a comfort break. Poor guy. All right. So first up, day 8. Lashawnda Rogers, she New York Life Insurance Senior Advisor. She got a call from Agent Brian Freckleton, who we heard from just now afterwards. Oh, are they going to talk? Nope. Are they talking? No. Okay. All right. So Lashawnda Rogers, New York Life Insurance Senior Advisor, got a call from Agent Brian Freckleton on June 2nd. Let's see, of 2020. Did I get that right? No, because this happened January 2nd. Must have been January 2nd. I got to revise that. January 2nd of 2022. If she said June, then that's confusing. Maybe that was just a typo. Anyway, she got a call from Brian Freckleton. He was asking about insurance changes on policy. Now, those policies happen to be Kouri Wright and Eric Richins. Now those two have C and E masonry. So Kouri and Eric, that's their business. And there were beneficiary and address changes as well. So the main thing was that there were beneficiary changes. So January 2nd, 7:21 a.m., changes to Kouri. Then at 7:24, changes back to Eric. Then at 7:25, changes to Kouri. Then at 7:27, changes back to Eric. So they all came from the same IP address and was Eric's login. Now, it appears that Kouri was the one, so Lashawnda looks into it, has her IT department, check into it, all this stuff. So they found out that it was coming from their IP address, from Eric's IP address, Kouri's IP address, the house's IP address. However, it was determined that it was her email she was using. It was her email that she was using. However, and the cross brought this up, that it could also have been if somebody knew her password and her information, they could have done the same thing. So, of course, cross comes in and they asked that very question, and sure, if they knew her password, they were using her email address. There's no way that they could tell who was doing that. They're assuming it was Kouri because it was her her email address and her password. So why would Eric be doing that? Could have been. Yeah, very well could have been. Not likely. It's possible, but not probable. And then, of course, Cross said everything went back. By the end of the day, everything was back to normal. So no harm, no foul, I guess. Is that what they're saying? So then Brian Freckleton from Freckleton, I like that last name, Freckleton Insurance Group, he met Eric through Eric's parents. So Eric bought insurance in 2007 for he and his first wife. So I didn't realize that, or if I did, I didn't recall that. So Kouri is Eric's second wife. So didn't know that. So he had Legally Blonde. Oh, thank you so much for your 5 Trial TV Live gifted memberships. Come on down, new members. Awesome. Thank you, Legally Blonde. Really appreciate that. Thank you. Welcome in, new members. Yes. Thank you so much for your support. Appreciate that. Hey, Good Vibes. How are you? Sod Girl, good to see you as well. Thank you for joining us. All right, let me get back to my recap here. So Eric had a previous wife, had policy in 2007. He said Mr. Freckleton had met Kouri a couple times, or on more than one occasion. Then he goes into this buy-sell agreement policy for Kouri and Eric. So originally, they said the company was worth $4 million, so they wanted $2 million on each of them. So of course, if one passes away, the other one gets the $2 million, and they can continue on. So $1 million was permanent, and got Roger right here. What's up, buddy? What's up? So they had $1 million was permanent, $1 million was term. So they had $2 million altogether. One was permanent, one was term. Then they converted the permanent. They converted that over to term, and then January 1st, he received an alert that the policy beneficiaries had changed, and that's why he then contacted Lashawnda Rogers. He said he called Kouri and Eric, and he said it went to voicemail, of course, or as usual or something. He says they're busy guys. So let's see. So Eric was the owner of this policy, and the insurance was on Kouri. He said Eric did call him back, and then Cross. They set up Eric. He set up Eric's that first initial policy for $500,000 in 2007, and then he thinks the buy-sell started in 2020. He's not 100% sure, but he thinks that. And then Redirect came by. Oh, please don't go on my computer. No. Come on. Get. Are we still there? Do we still have a feed? All right. Houdini's doing her best to kill the feed right now. Come on, dude. You got to get out of there. Come on. Okay. Thank you. Do we still have a feed? Are we still up and running? Looks like it. Okay. All right, so June 11th, 2020, that was, I guess, when the policies got started, I guess. And then he said he changed it in November 2020, so I'm not 100% sure what that was all about. And then now we're at a break, so. All right. All right, so that's about it. Elaine, you have that problem with one of the puppies? Well, they love to go, of course, behind the computer screen, and then my computer is right there, and they step on things. My screen goes dead, and my screen goes black. Nope, you cannot go back there. They step on cords, and my screen goes dead. I have no idea if the feed gets killed. Hold on. All right. Hopefully that chased her away a little bit. I see Judge Mrazek back on the bench. All right. No, it's Houdini. It's not Superball. Superball's fine. She's too big to fit back there. To be quite honest. This is the little kittens are still small enough that they can squeeze back in there. So they do. All right. As the attorney for these kitties, we deny these accusations. Yes. Well, Superball's trying to keep it under order here. Superball tries to keep them under order, but yeah, I know, dude. I know. Yes, I know. Yes. Yeah, little Superball here. I know. Yeah, I know. I know. Good girl. Tell me all about it. I know. Yes. Tell me all about it. Come here. Come say hello. All right. Yes, Selena, it's info@trialtvlive.com. Let me post it for you. It's in our description, but I'll post it for you here. If I can. All right. Here's Selena. Thank you, Jenny. All right. Now I got cat fur up my nose. Superball. Let's see. Make a square out of painter's tape on the floor and watch the kitty's reaction. I've seen those with like cucumbers, right? They freak out for cucumbers. We haven't done that to them. Sounds like you're back.
Received a text from the state, which none of us saw until we were sitting here in court, where they have now provided documentation that Ms. Lauber did in fact violate drug court during the time that after she was cooperating in this case. That's Giglio information. I did not have that information to cross her with. They further for the first time disclosed the text messages between her and Detective Maynard that I asked her about. What's in these text messages should have been available. I could have used this on cross-examination. It's different than what she testified to. This is giglio that was not given to us, and we moved for a mistrial.
Okay, pause. So you're calling it giglio information because you believe it is information that is material to impeachment of one of the state's witnesses?
Yes.
Okay. And do you have any basis to say that the state had it before Ms. Lauber was put on the stand?
Well, this was information that we requested. It was information we requested when we tried to get...
Answer my question.
Yes, it belonged to Detective Maynard. Detective Maynard had this information and sent an email to Mr. Bloodworth about the violation prior to the trial starting.
Mr. Bloodworth.
I'm not entirely sure what text message this defense received this morning. It was not from me. I had not heard of it until just now. I understand that about 10 days ago, the defense submitted a grandma request to the sheriff's office asking for information related to the supervision of Carmen Lauber.
By Mr. Maynard.
They asked for any information on all supervision.
Okay.
The supervision was by Eric Maynard.
Yeah.
I think they're referencing a violation of probation involving she was caught with an alcoholic beverage. Is that what we're talking about?
That's correct.
I provided that information to defense maybe 3 weeks ago in an email.
Okay. Ms. Lewis, I'm not going to shoot from the hip on this. You'll have to put this in a written motion so I can see it all with the timeline and the content. Let the state respond to it.
Yes, I can. I will just state for the record, the email about the alcohol violation was sent to Mr. Bloodworth November 15th of 2023.
Well, but what about Mr. Bloodworth's email to defense that he just referenced?
I saw no such email.
Okay, well, we'll get into it, but you've got to put this in writing. We're not going to do this on oral representations in the moment.
Understood.
Okay. Anything else on that?
Not on that, no. Do you want to address anything?
Do you have one other issue, Your Honor? I know that it is always tradition that the state gets to sit closest to the jury in every trial I've ever been in. That's the case, and we actually prefer it that way. But we are getting reports from individuals who are watching this matter on television that particularly yesterday, but also previously to yesterday, that members of the prosecution team are making faces at the jury during our cross-examinations, and we would ask that
With respect, I have a better view of this than any of the cameras. I haven't seen anything like that.
Okay, well, we've asked for the timestamps, and we're going to try to provide it to the court, but all I'm asking is just a gentle admonishment that that's not appropriate and to try to refrain from doing that to the extent that is happening. Also, the second concern that I have is when Mr. Bloodworth is tendering the witness to the defense, he's making a statement that I believe the defense will have questions for you. We do believe that's, I'm sure it's not intentional, but it's burden shifting, and we would ask that he not make that statement at the conclusion. We're not required to ask them any questions. So we would just ask that that no longer be stated to the witnesses in the presence of the jury.
Yeah, as a matter of law, I don't view that as any instruction to the jury or comment regarding burden shifting. If you stand up and say you have no questions, you have no questions. I'm not going to admonish anybody for anything that isn't happening. The only faces I've seen are counsel at me. And so I think we're well within the proper bounds of appropriate conduct from what I can see from here.
All right.
Anything else?
We'll submit it in a motion, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. Mr. Bloodworth, anything before we invite the jury in?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Ramos, you're ready to go?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Mr. Burmester, the stay. Oh, I'm sorry. May we invite the jury in, please?
think you heard, defense doesn't have any objections to the exhibits coming in through Ms. Coates.
Got it. Okay. We'll just need to create a record in real time.
Yep.
God, these two sides are like so over each other. They're so over each other. This is like, I love when you see a little bit of snark, but I also love when the lawyers respect each other. I don't know. I don't think these guys respect each other. This is like serious nitpicking. I mean, come on. Come on. Jesus. Objection, I don't like Mr. Bloodworth's color of his tie. Submitted in a motion.
All right for the jury.
Please have a seat as you come in. Have a seat. Mr. Burmester, the state's next witness, please.
And Coates.
Ms. Coates, if you would step in front of Brittany, we'll get you sworn in, please.
You'll raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury? Thank you. Please have a seat.
Please proceed.
Thank you. Can you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Ann Coates, Coates.
Ma'am, are you employed?
Yes.
By whom?
CMFG Life Insurance Company, also known as True Stage.
I see. And what capacity do you serve them?
I'm a senior manager in the claims department for our consumer claims.
And have you been there how long?
Almost 23 years.
True Stage is an insurance company?
Yes.
And is True Stage associated with a particular business?
Yes. We offer insurance through credit unions.
I see.
Mostly.
Any particular credit unions?
A wide variety of credit unions throughout the United States.
I see. PenFed being one of them?
Yes.
Okay. And so, did you receive, can we see 7-21, please? Did you receive a written application for an insurance policy from allegedly Kouri and Eric Richins?
Yes.
Okay. Do you see State's Exhibit 721?
I do.
State would offer State's Exhibit 721.
Okay. State 7-21 is admitted.
Okay. In here, the author or authors have listed a mailing address.
Yes.
Can you? Is that the P.O. Box 759?
It is.
Okay. And is there a phone number for Eric Richins?
Yes.
Could you state that phone number, please?
It is 801-892-9317.
I see. Okay, was there any email address given for Eric Richins?
No.
Okay. Now, can we scroll down just a little bit? At some point, does this application connect to a method of payment?
Yes.
Okay. Can you go to the last page there? So this application gives, is this for an automatic withdrawal?
It is.
Okay. And the account number given?
It's ending 6577.
6577.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Now, it's purportedly signed by two different individuals, Kouri and
Yes.
Eric, there at the bottom. Okay. Let me go back up to the top, please. Is there a place on this form for a Social Security number?
Yes.
Where?
About halfway down.
On the front page?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. And in this case, it's been redacted?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember today anything about that Social Security number?
I do. Eric Richins' Social Security number, the last 6 digits are transposed.
I see. Okay. Once this, do you know when this application came in?
We received this application on February 3rd, 2022.
And when was it approved?
On February 4th, 2022.
Okay. And did any sort of notice go out to the owner, to, for example, Eric, to let him know?
Yes, we sent a billing statement confirming that there would be an automatic withdrawal for the premiums.
Can we see States Exhibit 722, please?
And then also a welcome letter with the contract.
I see. Is this the welcome letter you're talking about?
Yes.
Okay. And in this, does it indicate where it was mailed to?
It does. P.O. Box 759 in Camas, Utah, 84036-0759.
Not 282 Willow Court?
No.
Okay. And this is an automatic withdrawal?
Yes.
And that's what this, Eric is being notified it's going to be an automatic withdrawal?
Yes.
And out of this account, 6577?
Yes.
And when will that initial deduction come?
The first deduction we were notifying him would come on February 14th, 2022.
Okay. Now, did Eric Richins have other policies, any other policies besides this one we've just been talking about?
Yes.
Okay. Wasn't there a policy of accidental death and dismemberment policy?
Yes.
Ultimately valued at $300,000?
That's correct.
Okay. And there was another policy issued June 9th, 2017?
It was actually issued May 12th of 2017.
Backdated to that date?
Yes, backdated.
Why that date?
I believe that was the day before his birthday. And we do that sometimes to, we call it to save age and to save on premium.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. Can we publish 722, please?
Any objection, Mr. Ramos?
No objection. Thank you.
722 is admitted and published.
And we've highlighted the mailing address, the account, and the first date of withdrawal?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So going back to this second policy, it was a $250,000 policy, life insurance
Yes,
on Eric Richins' life.
that's right.
And that policy, do you know how it was being paid? From what account?
I would like to refer to the application, if you have that.
Okay. Would that help you refresh your
Yes.
recollection? May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize that?
I do.
What is that? Just for
This-
the record.
Is an application for insurance.
Okay. You can just examine it for a moment. Does that help refresh your recollection?
It does.
By what account was this taken? The payment's taken, I guess.
Yep, sorry, just one moment here. The account number is blacked out on the one page, but it says on another page here, checking account ending in 2204.
Okay, so, thank you. Is that the welcome letter like you talked about on?
Yes.
Okay. Then there's this policy. Now, how does one make a claim? Or how is it initiated, I guess?
Yeah, there are several ways that we can accept a claim. A lot of times it's by phone from a family member or beneficiary. In this case, what we do is twice a year in the state of Utah, we would run our policies up against a Social Security death master file list. And that's how we found that he passed away.
Okay.
And that was done in April of 2022.
Okay. So, this policy we talked about, the accidental death and dismemberment.
Yes.
Was that ever paid out?
That was not.
Okay. Because it wasn't an accident or dismemberment.
That's right.
Okay. So then the policy, the $250,000 term policy,
Yes.
was that ever paid out?
It was.
Okay. Let's take a look at 7-12, please. Do you recognize 7-12?
Yes.
And what is that?
This is proof that we made the payment.
Okay. And how was that payment made?
This payment was made by check.
Okay. In the amount of $251,558.82?
Yes.
Okay. It's a $250,000 policy. Why that difference?
There was a partial premium refund and state interest that was added to the $250,000.
Okay. Can the state would ask to offer and publish here?
No objection, Judge. States 7-12 is admitted.
That was sent out when, did you say?
This was sent out June 17th, 2022.
I see. Okay. Now let's talk about the. Is there a way in which a policy owner or a beneficiary can communicate with TruStage, and a record is kept of that communication?
Yes, they can call us or email us at any time, and we keep a claim log for every call or every transaction that's made.
Okay. Those things are called claim notes, right?
Yes.
Okay. Can we take a look at 7-11, please? Do you recognize that?
Yes,
Is that one of the claim notes?
it is.
Okay, and it looks like 220, state would offer State's Exhibit 7-11.
Okay.
Permission to publish.
7-11 is admitted.
There's a number at the top, in this case 2204 22032.
Yes, that's the claim number.
Okay, and that represents the year 22. 04 is the month,
Yes,
and then 22 is the 22nd day of that month.
yes,
And this happens to be the 32nd claim made that day.
yes,
Okay, so this one occurs, the claim is initiated on April 22nd of 2022.
yes.
Okay. Then let's take a look at also 7-23, please. State would offer State's Exhibit 723.
No objection, Judge. State 723 is admitted.
May I ask for permission to publish? In this case, the claim is initiated on April 28th of 2022.
Yes.
Okay. Initially, at least, is one claim for a particular policy or another?
Yes.
But over time, do they kind of bleed into the same one?
They do. Any action taken on one claim is noted on the other claim as well, so that we can provide the best service to our beneficiaries as possible.
Okay, so I'd like to focus in on this one for a bit here. On April 28th, is there a discussion between, I guess this column that says desk and has some codes, is that who the person is from True States that happens to be talking that day?
Yes.
Okay. So, on April 28th, is there a discussion between Kouri Richins and True Stage?
Yes.
And in this particular case, they're talking about both policies, aren't they?
Yes.
Okay. That is the policy, the $250,000 policy, as well as the more recent $100,000.
Yes.
Okay. Then on May 4th, is there another communication in this notes with Kouri Richins?
Yes.
What's happening in that communication?
We received a call from Ms. Richins, and she wanted the status of the claims.
Mm-hmm.
And so we provided the status and informed her that we received a pending death certificate, but we would also need the final death certificate.
I see. And in this case, the person taking these notes is saying DC, meaning death certificate.
Yes.
Okay. So it's still pending. So on June 7th, another communication
Yes.
involving Kouri Richins?
Yes.
So in June 7th, does True Stage receive the death certificate?
We did receive the final death certificate that day.
And what does it say the cause of death was?
Drug intoxication, fentanyl.
Okay. So on June 14th, does True Stage talk to Kouri Richins about they now have a death certificate?
Yes, we did.
And so what is the question of Kouri?
The question was if the drug fentanyl was prescribed to Eric Richins, and that's important because the $50,000 accidental death benefit rider as well.
Excuse me, just one second. That extra $50,000 is on top of the $250,000 policy.
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead. Continue. I'm sorry.
It provides a provision and an exclusion where the prescription would need to have been provided by a doctor and administered on the advice of a doctor in order to be payable.
Okay. And the person write some notes about what Kouri Richins told them.
Yes.
Okay. And what does Kouri Richins say?
She said that the fentanyl was not prescribed, and she also added that she doesn't know how her husband got that.
Okay. The next day, Kouri Richins called again?
Yes.
Okay. And what was stated in that conversation?
It was the same thing that she provided us, that the drug was not prescribed.
Okay.
And that she doesn't know where it came from.
Okay. On June 21st, did she call again?
Yes.
And asking about a status?
She did.
And what did you guys tell her?
We told her that the $250,000 claim was paid, but the most recent claim, the $100,000 claim, was still being reviewed.
Okay. And why was it still being reviewed?
That was a brand new policy, and so whenever we have a death that occurs within 2 years of the effective date of coverage, it becomes a contestable claim, which just means that we will review the application questions and the insured's medical history to be sure that the answers were accurately answered.
Okay, so all you're looking at is, once again, medications and answers to medical questions on the application?
Yes.
Okay. And because this was 1 month.
Right.
Okay. Did ultimately True Stage pay on this claim?
Yes.
Do you know when and how that went out?
Yes, it was August 31st, 2022, and we paid that by electronic funds transfer into an account of hers.
Can we see 725, please? Can you tell us what 725 is?
This is confirmation of the payment.
Okay. State would offer State's Exhibit 7-25.
No, Judge. 725 is admitted.
Okay. So you said this one was an electronic funds transfer.
Yes.
As opposed to a check.
That's right.
Okay. Now, in this document here, is there a second page?
Yes.
Okay. Can you keep... do you know where this electronic funds transfer, what account that went to?
I do. Could you go back to the first page?
Okay.
To an account ending 2204.
Okay. Now, it was being paid from 6577. Can we look at State's Exhibit 710, please? 710, please. I'm sorry. Speaking so low. This is a communication from Kouri on that $100,000 claim?
Yes, this is her claimant statement that we have our beneficiaries complete on all contestable claims.
Okay. And so the state would offer State's Exhibit 7-10.
No objection, Judge. State 7-10 is admitted.
On page 2, if we could focus in on that, what is displayed here?
This is a voided check that she provided, providing the information for the checking account that she would like the funds put into.
Okay, and that's the account 2204?
Yes.
Okay. And finally, back to, I think that was State's Exhibit 7-23. On September 8th, was there another communication, either email or phone or something, from Kouri Richins?
Yes. She emailed us and asked if there were any other policies, and we replied that there were the 2 policies that we paid.
Okay. I have nothing further for this witness.
Mr. Ramos, please.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, Ms. Coates.
Good morning.
How you doing?
Good.
Could you kind of walk through, when we were on the phone, you kind of explained to me how your company sends out insurance, I don't know what to call them, applications throughout the year. Could you explain that to the jury, please?
Yeah, we send out insurance applications in the mail to credit union members as well as other individuals now. We send it to everyone. And if they get one in the mail, they can fill it out and send it back in.
How often does that, do you guys have a schedule for those to go out every year?
I'm not sure of the schedule.
Do they go out more than once?
I
Or if you don't know, that's fine. No problem. Now, could you explain a couple of things with regards to the different life insurance policies or term life insurance that have and that are at issue today? Could you kind of just walk me through those one more time from the earliest to the most recent? You had mentioned like a 2017 one, I believe.
Yes. So there was a policy taken out effective May 12th, 2017 for Eric Richins.
And who took that out?
We received an application with the assumption that he took that out.
Okay, perfect. And then which one was the next one?
The next one is the most recent, which became effective February 4th, 2022.
And was that, the February 4th one, was that one a part of Miss Richins calling out and saying, hey, can I get life insurance? Or was this in response to that mailer?
This was in response to the mailer.
Okay. And the address that you receive, the P.O. box that Mr. Burmester asked you of, if we could go back to, or if you recall it, the P.O. box, you recall that one?
Yeah, I don't remember the exact
No
number
problem.
of
But
it.
we'll pull it up. I believe it was. Yes. If we could publish to the jury as well, this has been admitted, Your Honor.
It's not there. One moment. Go ahead.
Perfect. And so, as you can see on the applicant information side, as well as the spouse or partner information, the P.O. box address is the same, correct?
Yes,
And it's already pre-filled.
it is.
Okay, so that information you received from the credit union?
Yes.
Okay, can we take that down? Now, in this case, you received a, would you do a script check score?
Yes,
And did you do that in this case?
we did.
Okay. And when would that have been done?
That is done before the application is approved or declined.
Okay.
And then also we do that at the time of claim.
Perfect. And so when you approved it, you indicated that you received it, I think, the 3rd, and then it was approved the next day or within the next day. Is that correct?
Yes, we received it on February 3rd, 2022, and then the script check would have been done and approved on the 4th.
Okay. And is there anything in the script check that would have resulted in it not being approved?
No.
Okay. Now, if we can go to States 723, and just on the 27th of April, which would be, I think, the second page. Next, is that February 27th? Or
Yes.
April 27th, I mean?
Yep.
Okay. So on the top there.
Show this to the jury in this room.
Sure. That's great. Just to get clarification, the first line there, LexisNexis, primary Benny, and then it goes, before it gets to the second one, it goes obituary not found. So could you walk me through how did you guys receive notice of Mr. Eric's passing?
Yes. So twice a year in the state of Utah, we run a match up against the Social Security Death Master File to see if any of our insureds have passed away. And he came up in this instance. And what we do is we use LexisNexis to match and find the beneficiary and make sure that we have the correct person.
Okay.
And then the obituary at this time, when it was noted, was not available online.
Okay, understood. We could take that down. Now, the P.O. boxes that we saw, you just received those from the credit union. You don't have any knowledge about who has access to those, right?
No.
You assume, obviously, that the individuals you're sending out the mailer is going to get the mailer you sent out, correct?
Yes.
And in this case, they did, correct?
Yes.
And it got returned to you, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And when you receive, we saw lots of applications as well as the approvals of the money going out. Mr. Burmester at the beginning, I believe, used the word allegedly filled out by Ms. Richins. You assume that whoever's sending it to you received it from whichever P.O. box or mailing address you sent it to, correct?
Yes.
You have no reason to think it would be anybody else, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And I imagine you guys don't do some sort of expert handwriting certification or handwriting comparison when you receive the application?
No.
Okay. When you receive the application, in this case on February 3rd, do you call the individual who submitted the application, or does it automatically just go into the process of being screened?
We don't call them. It just goes into the process of being screened.
And is that an individual doing that, or is that automated?
It's an individual that inputs the information into the computer, and then the computer will run the script check.
Okay. And then I imagine some sort of AI or something checks if anything pops up and then spits out, yes, we're good to go?
Yes.
Okay. And in this case, before the life insurance was paid out, your office sent out requests for medical records, correct?
Yes.
For Mr. Richins.
Yes.
And you received those back, correct?
We did.
And in there, you did highlight anything or identify anything in terms of prior drug use, correct?
That's correct.
And in this case, marijuana came up, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I have one moment. I think those are all the questions I have.
Okay.
Now, this application that we have here, and if we could publish this to the jury, it's been admitted, Your Honor.
Is it 7-21?
Oh, I apologize. Yes, Judge. 721.
One moment. Go ahead.
This application is both for Kouri and Eric, correct?
Yes.
They're both on it.
That's right.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you, Ms. Coates.
Couple questions. Do you recall in those medical records the stated frequency of use of marijuana?
Yes, it said once or twice per year.
Okay. And then when you did your script search, I don't know why I'm having trouble with that. It's a check for prescriptions prior to approving the application. Is that
Yes.
fair? And did you get an answer when you did that search?
The answer was that there were none.
No prescriptions
No
at that
prescriptions.
point. Thank you.
Oh, sorry. No further questions. Thank you.
Counsel, may we release this witness?
Yes.
Yes, that would be the state's request.
You're free to go.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Please watch your step.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ms. Shervanek, who's next?
Christina Miller.
Ms. Miller, if you'd step in front of Brittany, we'll get you sworn in.
Put me all the way on the stand.
If you'd stop here briefly.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury? I do. Thank you. Have a seat.
Please have a seat. Ms. Shervanek, please proceed.
Yes, Your Honor. Good morning, ma'am.
Morning.
If you could state your name and spell your last name, please.
Christina Miller, Miller.
Ma'am, what do you do for work?
I am a divorce attorney, special master, private guardian ad litem, and just started doing divorce mediations as well.
How long have you been a divorce attorney?
Almost 30 years.
And in that practice, do you do exclusively divorces?
I do.
And do you have experience with custody arrangements?
Extensive.
In your practice, how many divorce actions would you say you've been a part of?
Over 2,000.
How do you get new clients in your practice?
In this town, word of mouth, typically. I haven't really ever advertised. We've done some hometown parades back in the day, but was really more for team building, office building. I don't advertise in the newspaper or radio or anything like that.
And I didn't ask you this, and I should have, but what geographic area do you typically practice in?
Typically Park City, Wasatch County area. On occasion, I'll have cases out in the basin. Sometimes I have to go down to Salt Lake. Not often, but I have some people who won't take no for an answer with leaving some in Wasatch County.
Understood. And so tell the jury a little bit about your process when you take on a new client, what happens in your office, and then eventually how you get involved with that person.
So we have I think I'm a bit unusual as divorce attorneys go. We have a very strict process that we have developed, we being me and my paralegal, Leslie Staples, who's been my paralegal, we're going on 28 years now this March. And we determined pretty early on in our practice that there was a lot of information we needed to receive from clients in order to get a case going. So I developed forms that we use in every single case. When I'm meeting with client, I've developed diagrams. In approximately 2008 is when we really started putting things together so that every client meeting could follow the same pattern, the exact same order for the most part, and I could take all of that information, hand it to my paralegal, and she would know as much as I did at the time with regard to some basic information.
So if a new client was being referred to you, would they first set up a meeting with your paralegal via phone?
Yes. She has vetted clients since we started practicing together. If I vetted all clients, I wouldn't get any work done.
And so after that call with your paralegal, do you meet with the new client?
If they get past Leslie, then yes, she will schedule a meeting for me. Almost every new client, especially if they're at the beginning of a divorce case, she tells them that the meeting can be anywhere between 2 and 4 hours, depending on the complexity of their case. Like I said, my process, I think, is pretty unusual because I try and get as much information as the client knows or can give me, and I give them back as much information as I can to make that initial meeting really impactful because it's getting divorced is a very emotional process in addition to a legal process.
And so during that, or I should say after you have that intake meeting, this extensive meeting with a prospective client, new client, or with a new client, how many people actually, in your experience, proceed from that meeting to filing a divorce?
Based upon my 30 years, almost every one of them. There are a handful that don't, but the process of emotionally, psychologically, finally calling a divorce attorney and then the process of showing up for a meeting is significant for most people. Once they've kind of hit that stage on an emotional, psychological standpoint, they're ready to move forward or ready to prepare to move forward. So, I mean, there have been people I've been meeting with for 10 years who have yet to move forward, but there are rare. It's rare that they don't move forward, either with me or someone else, or something happens.
And in those rare occasions, what are some of the reasons that those people give or that you experience that they don't move forward with a divorce?
It's pretty specific to each individual client who's not moving forward, but the top reasons are they're concerned about kids, the impact of divorce on kids. They're concerned about the age of their kids and being too young to be able to speak up about what's happening in both households. Some people are concerned about their religion and what it means for them from a religious standpoint. Some people have stayed together for quite some time because of health reasons. Back in the day when it was more difficult to get insurance, you would have some people who had a significant health issue who stayed together until that health issue was resolved.
And so you've kind of talked about this extensive first meeting that you have with new clients, and part of that, it sounds like, is information gathering from that person. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you've talked a little bit about the forms that you go through. Are one of those forms directed towards, or the topic of that is any children involved?
Yes. So my office staff, I'm sure, gets annoyed at the fact that I like to have all my forms in a very certain order. And like I said, I'm a visual learner. That's how I teach people about divorce. So I have the diagrams I have and what I call the blue sheets, which are sheets that have all topics on it that I feel like I need from most divorcing people. They go in a certain order. So my packet, when somebody comes in to meet with me, it's thick, and it goes in order. So it's first, what is divorce and what does this path look like? Then it's kids, and I have forms and booklets and reading material and the Children's Bill of Rights that we go over. And then there's assets and debts, and then it's ongoing issues. So if alimony may be a concern, we go over a diagram for alimony and hit a lot of topics on income, expenses. Then there's miscellaneous, and then we go over what does this path look like if you went this way? How do you tell your spouse? How do you prepare for ultimately filing or defending?
I want to turn your attention to Eric Richins. Did you know him?
I knew him in the sense that I met with him.
And how did you come to meet with him? Who referred him to you?
Several people, but the person that reached out to me was his brother-in-law, Clint Benson. He texted me in early October 2020, asked if I could meet with his brother-in-law, Eric, and told me it was urgent. So I explained the process that you have to get through Leslie, and I believe he contacted the office early October 2020, and I ultimately met with him October 23rd, 2020.
Okay, so Eric went through the process that you've described and ultimately ended up with you in that extensive new client meeting that we've been discussing.
Yes, we met for 2.5 hours.
While Eric was with you in that meeting, did he fill out the typical paperwork? Did he go through that packet that you've been describing?
Yes. Okay. He left the packet at my office. He didn't take it with him. We have a bound binder, for lack of a better word, that people take this packet of information home with them and read it. Eric did not.
Okay. Give me just a moment. This is our state's Exhibit 8-49. If you could turn to the 8th tab.
Okay.
Do you recognize that?
I do.
And we've been talking about paperwork that Eric filled out. Is that some of the paperwork that he filled out in your office?
Yes. That, just so you know, under adverse party, where it says Kouri Richins, Darden in parentheses, that's my handwriting, and it's my handwriting at the bottom in the kind of grayed out box.
Okay. And the rest of that is paperwork that Eric filled out?
Yes.
Okay. That's all we need from that one for now. So I want to talk about the advice that you gave to Eric Richins during this meeting. Did you get an impression about why Eric was in your office?
I did.
What was that impression?
He was there to find out what it would look like in terms of going forward with a divorce. Was there to learn how to protect his finances, having just...
I'm going to object.
Pause
This
there, Ms.
information
Miller.
is all based on hearsay.
Are you asking about what was said or her observation of his physical demeanor?
I'm asking about effect on the listener, Your Honor, how his information informed her legal advice.
Please approach.
Sure.
All right, so we're finding out that Eric met up with a divorce attorney. And did they say when? I know it was early October of 2020 that Clint reached out. Did they say when? She didn't say when he actually came, right?
During your meeting with Eric, did you give him legal advice about custody?
I did.
Describe, in 2020, what was the presumption when someone was contemplating divorce about how custody arrangements would work?
At that time, well, let me start with when I first started practicing, way back when. It was the old Ward and June Cleaver thing with regard to custody. Somebody had most of the time and the other person had weekends. There has been a wave through the legislature, through child psychologists, with regard to child psychologists focusing on what's in the best interest of kids, and the legislature listening to lobbyists. I was on the executive committee for the family law section of the Utah Bar at the time, so we closely watched what was going on in the legislature. So at that time in 2020, there had been a statute passed about 5 years previous that finally had an alternative parent time schedule that was more of a 60-40 type schedule. We called it fat weekends, but that is where courts were going. Courts, judges, custody evaluators were all trending towards equal parent time, 60-40 parent time, and so forth. So by 2020, this was October, there were already rumblings of a new statute being passed that would be an alternative statute for 50-50 parent time. That all these statutes have been renumbered in 22, but at that time that was 35.2 or going to be 35.2. But when I met with Eric, we had 35.1, which was this fat weekend. So I talked to him a lot about this is typically what happens with kids in going through a divorce. Unless there is something really that stood out, almost all judges were going with more of a joint physical custody situation.
And so you explained that potential situation to Eric Richins.
Right off, yes.
And without saying if he had a verbal reaction, could you tell how he reacted otherwise?
Yes, we had no further discussion about custody or all of the other things that would go with custody, where I would typically get into with clients specifics about what holidays look like, what a full year calendar looks like, whether there are meaningful holidays in their family, what the right of first refusal looks like. I have on my blue sheets, it's 2 pages, and I would, in most cases, I fill out both of those pages.
Did you do that with Eric Richins?
No, I didn't.
Was that unusual?
It is unusual. It is unusual for me not to continue down the path of a custody conversation, and it typically means that, well, in every case, I think that I haven't filled that out. It meant the client did not want to think about, for whatever reason, did not want to think about the possibility of not seeing their child every day, or the possibility of the other side having their child more often than them or an equal amount as them, and so forth. But
at the conclusion of your intake meeting with Eric Richins, did you give him a to-do list?
I did.
And when you give a client a to-do list in your practice, does that mean that a divorce is imminent?
Typically, yes. Yeah. I've been around a long time, and this is a small town, small county, and so there are people that will come and meet with me to try and conflict me out of a case. And after so many years of practicing, you learn pretty quickly that that's their intent, because they want to take our 3 or 4 hour meeting and do 15 minutes and call it good. Those people typically, some of those people retain us, others just want to know the information that I have, because, like I said, I'm trying to teach them all about divorce and what life looks like after divorce. So giving the to-do list, how is that significant in your practice? Would you give that to someone who wasn't going to proceed? No. if I have somebody that comes in and they're either trying to conflict me out, or they just really want to talk about what this might look like in 30 years down the road, there's no to-do list. Sometimes I won't even fill out the questionnaires that I have, the question papers, the blue sheets. But if they have a to-do list, people are, in my experience, it is anticipated that they are going to file for a divorce at some point in the future.
And Eric walked out of this meeting with a to-do list from you.
He did not want to take it with
Oh, that's
him.
right. He didn't leave it, but you gave him a to-do list. Is that right?
He wanted me to correspond through his brother-in-law, Clint. So I emailed the to-do list to Clint.
Did you refer Eric Richins to anyone after or during your meeting with him?
I did.
Who did you refer him to?
He had worked in the past with Crystal Bowman Carter to do his business planning documents, and he needed to revoke a power of attorney. So he was going back to Crystal for that, or I told him to go back to Crystal for that, and also to redo an estate plan.
Okay. Was it unusual in your practice to refer someone in Eric Richins' position to a lawyer like Crystal Bowman Carter?
Yes.
Why is that unusual?
Because most people going through a divorce, in my experience, aren't thinking beyond what that divorce might look like. They're not thinking about death or estate planning and so forth. And most people, once you file for divorce, you cannot change any beneficiary and so forth. And so that was not a rule at that time in 2020. It's a rule now, but it was unusual. I've only referred one other person in my memory to change their estate plan while a divorce was either pending or before they filed for divorce.
So Eric went through this initial meeting with you. Did he ever file for divorce with you?
He didn't.
Or through you, I suppose?
No.
And did you discuss a timeline with him about filing for divorce?
I did not discuss a timeline with him. As I said, well, I didn't say this, but because divorce is so emotional, and there are so many things to unravel, kids and finances and debts and family and external family and extended family, and everybody really is on their own timeline. Like I said, I have a couple clients currently that I've been meeting with them for 10 years off and on, so they're not ready to pull the trigger, and everybody has a different timeline.
Thank you. Those are all my questions for you.
Good morning, Ms. Miller.
Good morning.
My name is Wendy Lewis. I am one of Ms. Richins' attorneys. So, I think you stated on direct already, but it wasn't Eric Richins that reached out to set up an initial appointment with your office, correct?
That's correct.
It was his brother-in-law reached out, and not just to say, hey, I'm referring someone to you, but he reached out to set up the appointment, correct?
I don't recall whether I wouldn't have been part of that conversation. That would have been with Leslie, my paralegal.
Can we take a look at CM1, just for the witness? Let me see if that's the right one. Okay. Let me just ask another question before we talk about that document.
Sure.
Two more questions. So, you do remember that it was Mr. Benson that reached out, and then you set up a meeting with Eric. Did anyone attend that meeting with Eric, or was it just yourself and Mr. Richins?
It's my understanding Eric contacted my paralegal to give her a lot of specifics about his situation, and then the meeting that I had with him was just the two of us.
All right. And after that meeting, it was Mr. Benson that reached out and thanked you for meeting with Eric, correct?
Yes, Eric did not want me to have any contact with him via phone or email directly. He wanted everything to go through a third party, his brother-in-law.
Okay, that's what I was getting to. So when you gave Eric the list of documents, you actually sent that to Mr. Benson.
That's correct.
And then it was actually Mr. Benson who provided you with the documentation over email. I don't know, Eric may have brought some things in person, but anything that came over email was between you and Mr. Benson, correct?
Correct.
And would one reason that a client would ask for that, would it be because they weren't ready to let the spouse know that they were considering divorce? Is that fair to say?
Yes.
All right. And a reason for this, and I mean, I know you said that most people who come in and go this far do end up filing for divorce, but fair to say that some people aren't certain if they're going to file when they come in to see you, correct?
Very few.
It happens, though.
It does happen, yes.
All right. And you testified that you went through custody arrangements with Mr. Richins, correct?
Yes.
And you went through the forms you went through regarding children involvement in divorce, correct? I might be naming that form wrong, but you said you went through forms about children.
Children's Bill of Rights.
The Children's Bill of Rights.
Yeah, it is not an official thing in Utah, but I have it, and I give it out on it. I'm very color coordinated, so I've colored pens for various things, colored paper for the initial client consultation. That happens to be on purple paper, and it's taped up all over our office as well, so I can remind clients, this is the sun, your kids are the sun, and we are all rotating around them, so let's keep our eye on the prize. So it's just... It isn't anything you could enforce in court, but it's something that I like to share with clients.
Sure, because clients with small children, that's a huge consideration, is what will happen with the children, both financially and emotionally, and who the children will be living with, fair?
Typically not financially, but emotionally and who they will be living with and what the possibilities are, for sure, is a big concern for most people.
Okay. Finances are a concern, which is why you fill out a child support form with clients, correct?
Yes.
And can you pull up CM 5? And you filled out a form with Mr. Richins about child support, correct?
I did, yes.
And he reported to you at that time his monthly income was $33,333, correct?
That based upon what? Yes.
Okay.
Sorry, I was going to say I didn't have documents at the time, so we were just. This is more for kicks and giggles of this is what child support would look like if this were the number.
Fair. Yes. And his child support was going to be high, correct? Based on his income.
Yeah. Well, I mean. It depends on who you're thinking about. In Park City, probably not so much, but for most people,
that's
yes.
true. In my very small dalliance with divorce law,
yes.
we were frequently you see people whose income it's quite low. I'm going to say frequently. Some people it's quite low, and child support's not very much.
You can have that for sure.
And for some people, this is a lot of people. $33,000 a month is a high income, correct?
Not for a lot of people that I deal with, but I think on the whole,
fair.
Yes.
All right, you're dealing with some more, maybe fair to say, that didn't come out very well, high-end clients, high-end divorces with more assets.
I would say the longer you're in practice, the more difficult your cases become, and the higher the wage tends to be with regard to divorces.
Okay. Now, other things you discussed with Eric were assets.
Yes.
Fair? And you were made aware that he was a partner in...
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm just asking if she's aware.
Forgive
May
me,
we
what's the
approach?
basis of the objection? Sure.
It's hearsay.
Okay.
All right, so we're hearing from Christina Miller. She's a divorce attorney, and she met with Eric back in October of 2020 after his brother-in-law, Clint, who was in the courtroom, reached out to Miss Miller. Let me just get rid of that altogether. Let's see. So Eric never filed, but she says in her experience, typically when you meet with a divorce lawyer, that means the divorce is imminent. But Eric never did file, so I wonder what happened. So things were so bad that he wanted to divorce Kouri in 2020, or at least he was thinking about it, and but he never followed through. Never ended up filing. And Eric's monthly income was $33,333. So that pretty nice. They lived a nice life. You know, they had a comfortable life, I would say, more than comfortable. I'm sure he had expenses, of course. Denise, October 2020, he knew she was spending too much money on stuff. Oh, here we go.
So in consulting with Mr. Richins and receiving documents from Mr. Clint Benson and maybe from Mr. Richins, you became aware, or were you aware, that Mr. Richins owned a couple of businesses?
I became aware of that during my conversation with Eric.
Did you become aware of that in any way through documents, tax information provided, other documents provided to you by either him or his family?
I did not receive any tax returns from Eric Richins.
Did you receive anything, documentation, in terms of his businesses?
No. You mean the business specifically?
Yes.
No.
Or that the businesses existed?
Yes.
Documentation that the businesses existed?
Correct.
Okay. And one of the businesses was C&E Stonemasonry, correct? Do you recall that?
Yes.
And Katie, can you just pull up? Good question. The next one. I think it's maybe CM6 or 8. I don't know. Help me out here.
What page would you
Here, one moment, Your Honor.
last one?
I apologize. Just one moment. Okay. And if you could just plug just for the witness, CM7. So you became aware that he owned partner in C&E Stonemasonry, correct?
Yes. So this document.
Well, that's just to refresh your
Oh,
recollection.
got it. Okay.
Okay.
Yes.
And you also became aware through.
I need you to ask the question to Lay Foundation for the how about the other businesses, as we discussed. You can't ask it as a leading question.
All right. All right. Let me back up a little bit. You said through documentation you became aware of Mr. Richins' businesses, just that they existed.
The masonry business.
Did you receive documentation that he and Kouri Wright were also partners in another business?
No.
You did not receive any documentation about any businesses existing, just the existence of the businesses?
Asked and answered,
No.
Judge.
Okay, well...
Overruled. Now we have double confirmation. Please go from there, Ms. Lewis.
Okay. Did everybody hear the whole...
I think it was 2 no's in a row.
Okay.
But
all right. Let's see. So... Now, I know Ms. Shermanek asked you, and you said it was true that Mr. Richins did not proceed with divorce in this manner, in this case.
Not
correct?
Prior to his death, no.
Right. And to your knowledge, he did not proceed with divorce with a different attorney. Fair?
Correct.
All right. And you said that you referred him instead to an estate planner, estate attorney. An attorney who does estate planning. Thank you, sorry.
Didn't refer him instead. I just referred him to Crystal Bowman Carter to work more in tandem.
All right. And you said you haven't done that very many times, correct?
Right.
But there would be reasons to refer someone to an estate planner, fair? Just, would there be reasons, yes or no, and then I'll follow up.
At the end of every divorce case, I refer every client to, I give every client a very long, again, to-do list and a closing letter. And at the end of that closing letter, I refer everyone to, or I recommend that everyone see an estate planning attorney to revise their estate planning documents now that they are no longer married.
Okay. In this case, however, that happened earlier in the process than normal.
Yes.
All right. And just let me ask you a hypothetical.
Sure.
So sometimes people have concerns about their children. I mean, it's a fair reason that people don't get divorced when they have small children because they don't want to break up the family. Fair?
Yes.
All right. And if an individual has concerns about providing, well, let me rephrase that. So hypothetically, someone may have concerns about how their children will be provided for after a divorce. Fair?
Provided for
financially.
Psychologically or financially?
Well, both, but I'm talking about financially.
Yes.
All right. So one reason someone may go to an estate planner could be to ensure that things were properly set up to provide for their family, whether they get divorced or not. Fair?
Are you talking about this early on in a potential divorce proceeding or just generally?
I'm asking hypothetically, well, generally first.
Yeah, people generally go establish an estate plan to make sure that if they have children, their children are taken care of, or that if they have assets, their assets are allocated the way they want upon their death.
Okay. And even though you said it's unusual, it's certainly possible that as someone is going through talking about divorce, they discover that they want to look at this now. Prior to divorce, they want to set this up. Part one of my question, is that possible?
I have never seen that, but I assume anything is possible.
Sure. And it's possible that someone may decide, instead of a divorce, I need to set up a way to make sure my family's taken care of. That maybe that's the more appropriate thing for me to do at this stage. That's possible.
Well, I think you're probably comparing apples to oranges. When, in my experience, when someone is ready to move forward with a divorce, or when a divorce has been kind of forced upon them from their other spouse. It is because we have, I explain it to clients as two pieces of wet noodle, and we drop them on a plate, and one is the emotional divorce and one is the legal divorce, and my job is to straighten those out and keep them as separated as I can, because at touch points, when the legal divorce touches the emotional side is in chaos, and when the emotional side touches the legal side is in chaos. And so when you're going through a divorce, that in and of itself is an apple, where people are worried about what their kids' lives will look like tomorrow.
Understood.
Or next month. When you are doing estate planning, it is, what will my kids' lives look like if I am not here, or me and my spouse are not here? Like, is grandma going to take them? Is my sister going to take them? And so they don't often overlap, because people in divorce don't often, in my experience, they don't even really think about their estate plan. It doesn't come up in our cases, except for a very small handful of cases.
I understand it's a very small handful, but let me just try and ask once more.
Sure.
It's possible that while going through what a divorce is going to entail, someone can change their mind, correct?
Decide not to get a divorce?
And decide not to get a divorce, correct? And then it is possible that they want to go set up an estate plan, correct? I mean, that can happen.
I'm sure it can. I've never seen it happen, but I'm sure it can.
Okay. But you don't, okay, I'll strike that. All right, but that's what happened here. Mr. Richins decided to see an estate planning, a lawyer who specialized in estate plans, correct?
What happened was, I advised him to seek an estate planning an attorney to help him with what I perceived as his concerns at that time with regard to his finances and his children.
Okay, thank you. I have nothing further at this time. Thank you.
Ms. Sherman,
No other questions, Judge.
may we release this witness?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis, may we release this witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
You're free to go.
Thank you.
Nice to see you.
Thank you.
Mind taking that cup with you?
Of course.
And your phone. Leave the binder there if you don't. Oh, is that your binder?
No, you can leave it there. Okay.
Thank you. Take care, Ms. Miller. Counsel, any objection to breaking for lunch?
Whatever the court wishes.
Ms. Lewis.
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Folks, please rise for the jury. During the break, ladies and gentlemen, same instructions. Don't talk about the case. Don't read, watch, or listen to anything about the case. Do not do any research on your devices about the case. Please enjoy your lunch. We'll come back at 10:01. Thank you very much. Folks, have a seat. Thank you. Mr. Bloodworth, Ms. Sherbanek, anything on the record before the lunch break?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Lewis, Ms. Nestor, Mr. Ramos?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. We'll be in recess until 12:50. Thank you.
All right. So we're going to take a lunch break. The kittens are all relaxed because we already fed them. We fed them like an hour ago, so they're all chill. So kitty cam, we're going to have to get them on this schedule because they're used to eating at like noon or 12:30. We push it to 12:30, so no kitty cam. Sorry, guys. No kitty cam today. Yep, they're all crashed. Let's see here. But what I can do, we could play music. I could play. We made a soundtrack, so I can play some music for you guys. Let's see. So let's just kind of go over what we've heard to date. This morning, Lashawnda Rogers, she was the New York Life Insurance senior advisor. And she was the one that was called, Brian Freckleton called her. Brian was the next witness. So we heard from Lashawnda, Brian, then Ann Coates, who was True Stage, and then Christina Miller, who was the divorce attorney. But it was Lashawnda Rogers that got a call from Brian Freckleton saying that he got an alert that a beneficiary change on Eric's life insurance, Eric and Cody. Because Cody and Eric own the masonry, the stone masonry company together. So Lashawnda got the call, email, and Kouri apparently changed the beneficiary from Cody to her, or was it? No, it was Eric's. Right? Well, hold on a sec. It was Eric. Eric was the beneficiary, right? So it was Cody's policy, but Kouri changed it like 7:21. This was on January 2nd. So 7:21 in the morning, she changed it to her, and then she changed it at 7:24, changed it back to Eric, then she changed it back to her at 7:25, and then at 7:27, she changed it back to Eric. So she's like going back and forth, back and forth. So that flagged an alert. That got an alert. So that was Lashawnda. Then we heard from Brian Freckleton. He's the one that got that alert, and then he contacted Lashawnda. They ultimately traced this back to the Richins household, the IP address, but it was Kouri's email address that was being used. But the defense, rightfully so, said, hey, you know what, if you had her, and it even said in the email, if you had Kouri's password and login information, including her email, you could have easily logged in. So, and defense pointed that out, rightfully so. That is true. Let's see. Then we found out from Mr. Freckleton that the boys, Cody and Eric, had $2 million on each other. So they said their company was worth $4 million, so that they both took out $2 million. So in the event that either one of them passed away, the other one would get the $2 million and hopefully continue the business. Sad as it is when your partner, passes away. Let's see. Then we got to, then the defense was complaining about this text that they apparently just received that Carmen didn't violate drug court, or she did. I think it was she did. And because they would have been able to cross Carmen on that, apparently she was caught drinking. This Detective Maynard had this info before the trial, and the state's like, I'm not sure what text. It wasn't for me. I'm just hearing about it now. So both sides are saying, I don't know. I just got it now. I just got this text. And Miss Lewis is saying, I just got this text. And Mr. Bloodworth's like, I'm just hearing about this now. This is about the third or fourth time we've heard this in this court, where usually it's the defense saying, we're just hearing about this now. And then the state's like, I don't know. We're just hearing about this now. So both sides are like pointing fingers at each other, so to speak. And defense, of course, wanted the mistrial right there and then. And Judge Mrazek's like, I'm not going to shoot from the hip. Put this in writing, and I'll deal with it later. And then another issue defense brought up. This was Miss Nestor. She's like, well, somebody was watching the feed yesterday, and they say that. Before that. The gallery sits next to the state, and we're getting reports from people watching that members of the state are making faces at the jurors, and the judge is like, "Well, with respect, I have a better view, and I'm, nobody's making faces." He actually said, "If anybody's making faces, it's you guys. It's both, counselors or counsel." He didn't, single out anybody. He says, "I'm not going to admonish anyone. The only faces I've seen is counsel at me." And then they said the defense is going to submit a motion about this email. Then we heard from Ann Coates. She works at True Stage, and she received a written application from Kouri and Eric. This was in 2017. They had an accidental death and dismemberment policy for $300,000. Then there was a $100,000 policy on Eric. Their payments were only $46.50 per month. That's pretty nice. Kouri received a payment of $251,558 on June 6th of 2022. And then June 7th, I guess she gave the final death certificate. The cause was overdose, and it was F. It was the fent. And then June 14th, True Stage says, hey, we need to know if that was prescribed or not. And then Kouri says, no, it was not prescribed. She doesn't know where it came from. And then on September 8th, so a couple months later, she writes again saying, hey, or she calls, hey, are there any other policies here? So she's sniffing around for more money. June, July, August, September, 3 months later. To which Ms. Coates replied, yep, nope, just the two that were paid out. And C. Gilmore, I'll pull up what I took screenshots of. And then let's see. Cross was let's see. So apparently, True Stage, twice a month, they go through the obituaries to see who has passed away, if they coincide with any of their policyholders. The obituary noted wasn't available online. And then finally, we're hearing from Christina Miller, who is the divorce lawyer, and she met with Eric through Clint, who is Eric's brother-in-law. He's married to Eric's sister. Obviously, we heard from Clint earlier. What's his last name? Benson? I want to get his name. Yeah, Benson. So Clint is married to Katie, and we heard from both of them earlier. They were witnesses 1 and 2 in day 1. So this was early October. So then Eric met on October 23rd, and thank you guys for giving me that date, because I did not hear that date. And he just met with her, and they talked about the 60-40 split for custody. She says typically when you meet with somebody, divorce is imminent, but Eric never filed. So, and it's interesting because we were talking about Wizard. We were discussing COVID and everything, and it was the friend. It was Cody's wife, and they went. Cody's wife, what was her name? Allison. So Allison Wright and Cody went on vacation with Kouri and Eric, and this was in February of 2019, and that's when she says, meaning Allison says, that Kouri told her about just about the divorce and things were bad and all this stuff. So then we were just kind of talking about, Eric reached out. Eric wanted a divorce in October of 2020, which of course we all remember. COVID was in full swing, full force at that time. So it's interesting. I wonder if he had work, if he was like, in the house with Kouri like all the time, as we all were. Everybody was just, if you had a significant other and or families, you were like right on top of each other, unless you were, a first responder or healthcare worker or somebody who, who needed to be out, essential worker as it was. So I wonder if Eric was just spending too much time with Kouri, and he's like, oh my gosh, I got to get a divorce. I don't know. Just the timing, just interesting in that timing. And then Cross, let's see, Eric reached out initially. Eric did not reach out initially. The meeting was with Eric alone. His income was $33,333. He had several businesses. She didn't receive any tax returns or documents, but only on the businesses that the businesses existed. That's it. All right. JMS, you're saying Carmen was credible. I don't believe that she and the police made up that detailed story out of thin air, and she remembered every detail of the story. She didn't sound rehearsed at all to you. All right, I want to pull up, C. Gilmore, you were asking about some of Kouri's, what do you call it? Financials. Let me see if she had a lot. Well, they had a couple. Let me see which ones. Did I switch them over here? I don't think. Okay, I did not put them over there yet. Okay, let me see if I can find them here. All right. That's the lender breakdown. This is the debt. I'm not sure which one you want specifically, but this is her debt. January of 2021 to March 2022. So she owed $1,661,000 in debt. Now let me see. So she received $1,369,000. So that's what she received. So she was in debt $1,661,000. So she was still $300,000 in debt. Cambridge, you haven't seen C. Gilmore? Okay. All right. So anyway, so she was in debt for $1,661,000. So 1.6, almost 1.7. And she was going to get $1,369,000, so 1.4 basically, 1.369. And so she was still going to be $300,000 in debt. Even after she got all of Eric's payouts, she was still. All right, let me see what else. I have a couple more screenshots. I thought this was interesting. Her credit accounts and loans on receivables. So total debt owed is the darker blue, and then the total debt paid is the orange. So you can see in March and April of 2021, she was doing okay, but then it just kind of all fell apart from there. All kind of fell apart. And let's see what else. Here's some checks that she wrote. Those are the checks that she wrote. What else? I pulled up the debt already, the lender breakdown. Here's her lender breakdown. All right, so this is what she owed. Her net fund, okay, so receivables purchased. So that's what she owed on a monthly and a daily. I mean, she owed a lot of money. She owed a lot of money. And this is from June to November. What's Judge doing there in the background? What are you doing, Judge? Go get some lunch. Judge, go get some lunch. So, and her payments, got her payments, monthly payments. Look at all those monthly payments. $472, $149, that was daily. Look at her daily payments. Good God. $320. So daily, she had to pay $325 a day, $500 a day, $600 a day, $682 a day, $411 a day, $1,689 a day. That's just insanity. $334 a day, right, Sparkling? That is just, I can't even comprehend that. She had to pay daily. I know, right? That's just incredible, right? That is just boggles my mind. But wait, hold on. These are daily payments. These are daily payments. Is that what it comes out to, roughly? 3 and 5 is 8, and 6 is 14, and another 7 is 21, and another 4 is 25, and another 3 is 28, and another $1,600. That's like $4,000 a day, $4,000 a day she was paying. Unbelievable. That is just insane. Wow. Let's see. Itty Bitty says there's no way I could pay all that daily. No way, man. Alice, I'm surprised she found lenders. It's just unbelievable. I don't. Renee, isn't that craziness? I don't know. I mean, if you have the income, it's all relative though. That's what I always think. It's all relative. If you're making, like Eric's making $33,000 a month, so he's making $10,000 a month. I'm sorry, a week. That's 40,000. So, what did I say? Yeah, it's like 7 times 4 is 28. 7,000. 8 times 4 is 32. Yeah, he's like making $8,000 a week. So Eric's making $8,000 a week. So it's all relative. If you're making $10,000 a week, then you can afford $4,000 a week. You know what I'm saying? So it's all relative, I guess. But when you're only making $1,000 a week, or $500 a week, you can't even comprehend spending $500 a day. You just can't. So I guess it's all relative, right? It's all relative. So, let's see here. Paralegal, hey, good to see you. I've never heard of a daily payment. Yeah, that's a new one on me too. I've never heard of a daily payment either. Were those those hard lenders that they were talking about? Delta Bridge Funding, Blue Ridge Capital, Fairmount. Why can't I say that word? QFS Capital, Delta Bridge Funding. These sound like those. What were they? Hard lenders, right? Hard cost lenders, whatever they were called, hard money lenders. They sound like maybe that's what they were. Oops. Maybe that's what they were. Sparkling Princess, she was desperate to pay loans by getting loans. It just makes no sense. It was never going to end. Right? Legally blonde to widespread. Bloodworth and Nestor just seem more interested in beating each other than getting a proper case to the jury. Yeah. Stand for the truth. Why didn't she figure out how to just be happy? I don't know. Stand for the truth. I could live with a monkey making $33,000 a month. All right. T Pro Photo. Hey, thank you for joining us. She's not very good at this real estate thing. Thank you for joining us. T Pro Photo. Let's see. Yeah. Thank you for joining us. Always nice to see new people in our chat. JMS, Eric gave her money to start her real estate business, but when it started failing, I believe he refused to give her more money. T Pro Photo, yes, the daily payments do service this debt is outstanding. Astounding. Sorry. Sparkling Princess. She was buying way too many houses and houses that were way above what she should have ever been starting with. Renee says she was robbing Peter to pay Paul to a whole new level. AWOL. Okay, let's say she did commit fraud. Did the state prove with the burden to this point that she knocked off Eric? Legally, not emotionally. All opinions welcome. Honestly, no. To be quite honest, I haven't seen it yet. But there's going to be, we've seen lots of trials that are circumstantial. So we've seen a lot of trials where, it's not caught on camera. It's not, a text message. It's all circumstantial. So right now, the only thing, it's either Kouri did it or Eric did it, right? There's no third party. There's no somebody broke in, somebody, did this to Eric the day before, and it took 24 hours to kick in. His kids certainly didn't do it. So it's either Kouri did it or Eric did it, right? So if Eric didn't have any, leanings towards ending his own life, then it's process of elimination. Because he never once took fent. He never talked about ending his life to his buddies. As far as we know, we don't know that just yet. But New England Coast, thank you to whoever gifted me a membership. Awesome. Welcome in. Welcome in. Lisa just joined today. Here for the cats. Bonus to hear read intelligent conversation about the case. Awesome. Thank you. I wish we could play Kitty Cam. They're all crashed out. We fed them, and we have to get them on the schedule because they're more used to an East Coast schedule because we're on the East Coast and we follow trials all over the country. But gosh, the last trial we did out west, I think, was Lori Daybell. Yeah, I think this is the first trial since Lori Daybell last summer. So we've been on the East Coast, so they've gotten used to the East Coast feeding schedule. So we gotta shift them over a little bit. All right, what's AWOL? Thank you so much that you, from what I hear, haven't made up your mind that she did it. Well, Carmen's testimony I think is a little bit more solid than Robert's, because Robert in that interview said, "Oh yeah, I sold them. I sold them fent." But then on the stand he said, "No, I never sold fent." Whereas Carmen, I think, yes, she was. Carmen, they were both, from their history, their minds weren't all, their memories weren't all together there. Let's put it that way. So I'm more likely to believe Carmen than I am Robert, only because of that interview that they played, that he says, "Oh yeah, I definitely sold." But again, he's coming down off of whatever he was on, his choice of substance. So I don't put much stock in what either one of them says, but I put more stock in what Carmen says. And then I don't know if I don't think they can actually prove that she actually put a pill in Eric's glass. There's just no way. They're not going to be able to prove that. So then you have to take another step, and it's going to be circumstantial. It's going to be circumstantial, and they're going to have to prove more motive, which is, I think they're proving the motive part. I think they're definitely proving the motive part. She was in way over her head, and then based on what Eric's life was going to give her, which was $2 million and then another $2 million. He had like $4 million. Oh wait, well, she was supposed to receive $1.3 million. So, and she wanted out. She had a paramour. She had a lover. So kind of based on that, I'm leaning right now. Well, it's like I said, it's one of two choices. It's either Kouri or Eric, and I'm not seeing any evidence that Eric did this. I'm seeing more evidence that Kouri had the motive. Let's put it that way. And then now we're hearing she had the means from Carmen. So right now it's, if I had to make a choice, it'd be like I'm leaning towards Kouri, but no, I don't think the state can prove it, to be quite honest. I don't think they can say, yes, Kouri did this at 9:52. I don't think they're ever going to be able to prove that, All right, let's see. Legally Blonde says Robert very easily could have unknowingly sold when he thought it was cotton. Yep. Wizard of Ezzy. Wizard of Izzy or Ezzy? Ezzy. Wizard of Ezzy. I have not made up my mind yet either. I wait and evaluate after the close of a case in chief. Miss Bree. One of the detectives said back then the fent pills looked similar to another pill. Brat says, AWOL haven't reached my tipping point of certainty yet. Yeah, I think I'm leaning towards Kouri, but I haven't quite gotten there yet. We'll just say that. Hey, Hell Rider, jumping back in. Awesome. Kimbers, you're agreeing that they're not going to be able to. I don't. How can they? How can they prove? I don't think they can prove. I think all they can do is show that she had access to them through Carmen. She had the motive through her drowning in debt. And then who else would have done this? How else could Fent get into Eric's system? Either he did it himself or somebody at that house did it, and the kids certainly didn't do it. Was it the paramour? Did the paramour come over and do it? Did they have a right? I mean, who else would it be? It's a process of elimination. All right. Process of elimination. Yeah, THC lasts for sure. JMS, she had a lover who she gave $25,000 to. I didn't know that. That would be Josh, right? Josh Grossman, I think was his name. Josh Grossman, yeah. Elaine, you're on the fence still, leaning somewhat that she did it, but wait for the case in chief. Wild Angel, if you don't think she did it, then how did he? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's process of elimination, right? Kids didn't do it. Eric doesn't seem like he was wanting to do that, take himself out. Kouri certainly seemed to have the motive in the sense of she was drowning in debt, and she had a guy on the side. So, those two things add up. Joy, did anyone ever say what her lover was, if he was rich or not? I don't know. I don't know much about Josh Grossman. I think his last name is Grossman, right? Josh Grossman. Yeah, Linda, she even told her lover she wishes he was gone. Yeah. We heard that in opening statements. Most cases are circumstantial and get convicted every day. That's true. Yeah, JMS. Yeah, what case are you ever going to get 100% proof of guilt? Most convictions are made on circumstantial evidence and common sense. Totally agree with that. So AWOL's, you're still on the fence with the fraud? Think she moved? Do you think she was in? Well, let's see. Do you think she was drowning in debt? Let me pose that question to you. Do you think Kouri was drowning in debt? Let me pose that to you. Sharon, Kouri wouldn't show her face to anyone on police cam that night. Wasn't crying. Jury is allowed to put 2 and 2 together. Sparkling Princess says. Hellrider, in your opinion, with all the money game Kouri was in, Eric was her way out. I can't say she dropped a pill in his drink or not on the fence. So Legally Blonde, I challenge you all to go back and watch Carmen's Direct after knowing her answers to Cross. She's a great liar. Aussie, I worked with clients that were addicted to fen. Eric was not addicted. That's from a professional view. Did he have to be addicted? Could he have just said, "Hey, I got this new thing. Let me take it." He could have done that. If he was in that mindset. We know they took gummies. We know that household took gummies. And could he be like, "Hey, you know what? What day was he passed away March? What day was that? Like, it was a Friday night? I mean, is that a possibility, you guys? Was he just like, and today's his anniversary, don't forget. So March 4th, it was a Friday night. It was a Friday night. That's right. They were celebrating, so it's a Friday night. And I'm just throwing this out there just to play devil's advocate on Kouri's side. What if he had gotten some of that, some fent, and he's like, "Hey, things have been rocky. Let's put the kids to bed and let's have a fun night. You make some Moscow mules, and I'm going to try this new thing I got." What do you think? What do you think about that? If you're on Kouri's side, and he did it himself, or he didn't even have to tell her. He could have been just like, "Hey, I got these pills from my buddy, and I'm gonna have fun on a Friday night." Yeah, March 4th. We're 4 years now. 4 years. I can't imagine taking too much with 5 times. Yeah, I know. Especially the 15. Yeah. Kuda, I don't know if you do gummies, you're going to have an idea of how dangerous fent is. It's possible. It's a hard call. I'm just saying, just throwing it out there. If you're on Team Kouri and you're just, saying, "I didn't do it, he did it," it's a possibility. Snowcat, he had a 6-year-old bottle of Vike. He wasn't buying street. Jennifer says, "I was on fent for several pain issues. It is very easy to take too much. I nearly accidentally unalived yourself and opted to never self-medicate again, only in the doctor's office after that." Yeah, I'm sure that was scary. I'm sure. Stand for the truth. If they were truly celebrating buying that mansion innocently, then why was she planning on living with the boyfriend in the garage and renting out the mansion? Yeah. Brenda, I don't think he did that. Frankie, I think he was in pain and asked for her to help, or she offered, got the illicit, and wasn't aware the last ones were fent. And the gummies have nothing, yeah. Oh, gummies have nothing on, yeah. To be honest, Aussie says, someone casually trying fent is an outreach. They build up to it through injectables because the fent is cheaper. Debbie, no way Kouri did this. He knew she tried to poison him before. Kuda girl, I really don't think anyone would try Fenty for a good time unless you want Narcan shoved up your nose. All right. Sparkling Princess, 5 times is a big amount to accidentally overgive yourself. All right, fair. Just throwing it out there. Hey, well, I want to say I apologize to chat because I'm not trying to cause a division within the fam, but I won't apologize that I am concerned with prior bad acts that cause harm. Well, theoretically, they shouldn't bring in the, what do you call it, previous bad acts, right? Those should not be allowed in because that's prejudicial. They should just be focusing on the, what do you call it, the case at hand. Let's see, Kuda, as per her sister, after his passing, she would go from crying to talking business like any other day. Yeah, the same day, like hours, like an hour after she discovered him or something. Yeah, it was weird, just weird. Very odd. Hellwriter, but you can convict her on this circumstance alone? Yep. Ed, didn't she Google something about the Michael Jackson? She asked Carmen about it. Did she actually Google that? I'm not sure about that. I know she asked for some stronger stuff like the Michael Jackson stuff. Jennifer, I was thinking that he might have accidentally purchased fent thinking he was buying oxy, but someone just mentioned he had an old bottle. Great point. And Linda, you're right. It's not a happy. It puts you to sleep by slowing your breathing. That's why they give it to hospice patients. So it's not like a recreational thing. But why do people do it then? Why do people, like, they suck on the patches, right? And they, well, at least they used to. I don't know if they do anymore. Yes, Wizard is thanking Kuda Girl for being our courtroom inside the courtroom, our courtroom insider. To which I echo that sentiment. Thank you, thank you. And I told Kuda Girl via our text, I'm like, we cover a lot of Georgia trials, so we are hoping that we can get Kuda on in another trial. And Kuda, keep your eyes and ears open for a trial around your area, because it seems like there are many. Crash. Think of people who accidentally unalive themselves first, then try. Let's see. Think about people who accidentally unalive themselves first time. Oh, first time they try. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Maybe he didn't realize. Kuda, you know all too well. Never OD'd, but thank goodness because you chose to get help. But a lot of people I know on that stuff. Hey, Poppy. Good to see you. Haven't followed this case, but wanted to say hello. Hello. Fent can be recreational. That's what I thought. So that's what I'm saying. It's like, did he... Is it a possibility? Jennifer, it's a floaty feeling. Right? I mean, maybe he didn't realize. Maybe he's like, hey, I'm going to take 2 pills. Or even just 1. I don't know. Let's see, Shannon. It annoys me people still call it his money when they are married. So traditional, married is joint convenient to call it his money when. How many married people here consider joint for their own lives? Yeah, I don't have, Aaron and I, we have our own credit cards, but we don't have, let's see. No, we don't have separate bank accounts. We have, well, I guess we do, but those are like in savings accounts, I guess. Yeah, I guess we do. But we don't touch them. We don't touch them. Those are more like certificates, and they're just, making pennies. Hellrider, that's in Georgia. Red snap, floaty feeling. You get that naturally. Oh, there you go, Hellrider. If you cover more trials, you'll be joining Kuda. Cool. Very cool. Wizard says, I would go to trial watching at your local courthouse. I would just drop by and ask at the reception which courthouse had a hot trial. Yeah, Wizard, if anybody has a hot trial, let us know. Email us at info@trialtvlive, and we'll see if we'll see if we can if it's being streamed, that'd be awesome. Kuda Girl, 8-year-old who brought, you told us that yesterday. Can you imagine what is going on? What is going on? 8-year-old bringing, just unbelievable. Okay. Sparkling Princess. He shouldn't have to pay her millions in debt because they're married. All right, they're coming back in a few minutes. I'm going to go grab some more water. He said they're coming back at 12:50, 2:50 our time. I'm going to just go grab some water while you guys debate healthfully. All right, I'll be back in a second. All right. Waiting for Judge to come back. Let's see here. Oh yeah, you guys. Speaking of Colt Gray, so Claire and I are going to do a weekly recap. So we've been doing a weekly recap, I should say. So we're going to do a post trial recap on Friday. So I hope you guys join us. Right now, it's scheduled for 3:00 on Friday, and I found a bunch of videos. I found like 3 or 4 videos from reactions of the trial. Of the verdict, I should say. So mark your calendars if you guys would like to join us. It's going to be this Friday, so a couple days from now, Friday at 3:00 Eastern. Claire and I are going to be talking about the verdict, and then I'm going to show. I have about 3 or 4 interviews and reactions from the trial, from the verdict, I should say. So definitely check that out. Kuda, don't read your comment. Okay. Well, now I'm going to have to. Sparkling Princess, yes. Set your alarm. Yep. Hellrider, pencil it in. Yeah, because there's no court here on Friday, so we're going to be another huge trial that I am going to. I'm going to be attending, and there you go. I teased it a week or 2 ago for those that were paying attention. So we're going to show a pretrial on Friday, Shanna Gardner, and then after that, depending on how long that is, Claire and I are going to get together and go over the verdict, and I'm going to show. I have 4, I think. I think I have 4 post-verdict reactions, 4 videos of post-verdict reactions. So, Sparkling, cool. Love recaps. Kuda girl, you'll be there. Awesome. Poppy, love the recap. Jennifer, really appreciate your Friday recaps. Yeah, no problem. Thank you, guys. Itty bitty. Cool. Oh, making your Frenchie making a butt chatter? oh, gotcha. Does it have a butt dial? I thought you were talking about when you nope, they're coming back. When you sit too long, your butt gets sore. That's what I thought you guys were talking about.
Counsel, we're back on the record. Ms. Sherbanek, Mr. Bloodworth, anything before we invite the jury back in?
No, Your Honor, other than I'd like to clean up this.
Okay. Blame Mr. Burmester. All right. Ms. Lewis, Ms. Nestor, anything on the record before we proceed?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Give me a preview. Who's the next witness?
Crystal Bowman Carter.
Okay. Will you get the jury ready to go and bring them in? Thank you. Please have a seat. All right, please have a seat. Ms. Shervanack, the state's next witness.
Crystal Bowman Carter, please.
Ms. Bowman Carter, if you'd step in front of Brittany, we'll get you sworn in.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
If you could state your name and spell your last name, please.
My name is Crystal Bowman Carter. My last name is spelled Bowman-Carter.
What do you do for work?
I'm an attorney.
What kind of attorney are you?
I focus on estate planning and a little bit of business work.
How long have you been doing estate planning?
I have been licensed since 1996 to practice law, but I've been doing estate planning almost exclusively since 2012.
And do you do that practice here locally?
Yes, I have an office in Park City.
Approximately how many estate plans have you drafted in your practice?
1,400, 1,500.
Did you know Eric Richins?
Yes.
How did you know him?
I did some work for him.
What kind of work did you do for him?
I did 2 projects for him. First, I did a buy-sell agreement for him and his partner for their business, C&E Stonemasonry, and then I did his estate planning.
Did you meet with him in person?
Yes.
How many times?
At least 4.
Okay. Did you know Kouri Richins?
I know of her. I've talked to her on the phone once the day that Eric died.
I want to talk about the first legal project that you did for Eric Richins. You mentioned that was related to his business, C&E Stonemasonry. Is that right?
Correct.
When did you complete this agreement, or when did you work on this project for him?
I was first contacted in June of 2018 by his financial advisor. We got the ball rolling. I gathered information, and then we ended up signing it almost a year later, June 25th, 2019.
Okay. In general, explain to the jury, what is a buy-sell agreement?
A buy-sell agreement is a contract between owners of a company that sets out the terms in advance, what will happen when there is a transfer of a business interest, whether it's by sale or because of an owner's disability or their death.
Are buy-sell agreements, in your experience, are they common?
Yes.
If we could show the witness Exhibit 4-2, please.
Apologize. We'll fix that. Scott, if you unplug for me. You should be able to see this.
I can see it.
Do you recognize this document?
Yes.
And what is it?
It's the C&E Stonemasonry LLC buy-sell agreement that I prepared.
I'm going to move to admit 4-2.
Ms. Lewis, Mr. Ramos. Oh, Ms. Nestor.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay. States 4-2 is admitted.
If we could publish this and move to Article 3, please. What's contained in Article 3 of this agreement?
Article 3 provides what happens if one of the partners or owners of the company were to die.
And essentially, what does it say in non-lawyer speak?
Well, the mandatory cross-purchase agreement provides that if one of the partners dies, either Eric or Cody, then the decedent, the person who has died, their estate has to purchase the business interest from the surviving partner using life insurance.
And is that the life insurance was what was used in this buy-sell agreement?
Yeah, so this buy-sell agreement used 4 different $1 million life insurance policies. Each of them had, Cody and Eric had two $1 million policies on the life of the other, and if one of them were to die, they had to use that money to purchase the interest in C&E stonemasonry from the estate, so that the survivor could continue to control the company and run the company.
Is that a pretty common thing in buy-sell agreements?
Excuse me.
Yes,
it is.
I want to move now to talk about the second project that you did for Eric Richins. You mentioned that was a estate planning project. Was that did that take place in October of 2020?
Yes, he came to see me. He called my office on October 5th and came to see me on October 13th, 2020.
And so what was the purpose of that meeting?
It was to update his estate plan and revoke a prior power of attorney that had been abused.
When we're talking about an estate plan, what are the main documents that come out of an estate plan?
So the basic estate plan that everyone needs is a will, a durable power of attorney, and a health care directive. And sometimes, most of the time in my practice, you also need a trust to avoid probate and to protect the beneficiaries of your estate plan from themselves or from others.
Okay. In preparation for that meeting with Eric Richins, did he fill out some paperwork before and during that appointment?
Yes, I have all of my clients fill out an intake worksheet, gather information about their priorities and their assets. He partially filled it out, brought it in with him to our meeting, and then we filled out the rest together as we discussed what needed to be done.
And these intake worksheets, how is that something that your firm uses with every client, or how does that work?
Yeah, either my office manager or my receptionist sends it out to everyone. It's something I can't really function without.
Okay. If we could show the witness 4-9, please. And go ahead and scroll through it so she can see the whole thing. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
And what is this?
That's my estate planning worksheet filled out by partially by Eric and partially by me.
Okay, I'm going to move to admit 4-9.
No objection.
4-9 is admitted.
Now, if you could take that binder in front of you and turn to tab 9. Is that the same exhibit that we're looking at in 4-9?
No.
Okay. Which one is that?
You're having me look at the healthcare directive.
Oh, I see. We'll come back to that one. I had it labeled wrong. Before creating Eric Richins' estate plan, did you review a premarital agreement?
I reviewed it the day before he signed his estate plan.
Okay. If we could, 4-1 is the premarital agreement. That's already been admitted. If we could publish that, please, and go to section 1. And paragraph 5. So this is the document, the premarital agreement that you reviewed. What does paragraph 1, section 5, again, the non-lawyer version, what does this say?
So what it says is that C&E stonemasonry would remain Eric's separate property to dispose of as he wished during his life after his marriage to Kouri Richins.
And if we could go to section 2, please. What does this section of the premarital agreement deal with?
Again, it deals with Eric's separate property, that C&E stonemasonry will remain his sole and separate property, even if they commingle marital funds, except that if he were to die, then his interest in the company would pass to his wife, which is Kouri in this document.
Okay. And if we could go to section 3, please. And how about this section? What does this...
So that section addresses primarily Kouri's rights in C&E property that she might have under the law at Eric's death. Can I elaborate on
Sure.
that? Okay. So if you don't have a premarital agreement, then you have rights in your spouse's estate. And when you're a nuclear family with no children from a prior marriage, as they were, that means that if your spouse dies, you are entitled to at least 1/3 of the augmented estate. In other words, everything that passes to anyone as a result of your spouse's death. And this paragraph, the Section 3, Paragraph 1, says that Kouri is giving up her right to that 1/3 as it concerns C&E masonry, stone masonry.
So I want to turn your attention now to that actual meeting that you had with Eric Richins in October of 2020. What was he there to accomplish? Why was he in your office?
He was referred to me, I'm not sure if it was from Christina Miller or Brian Freckleton, referred back to me. I had worked with him again to update his estate planning based on some recent financial malfeasance and some concerns that he had for his sons, that if something were to happen to him, they wouldn't receive or be cared for financially with his assets.
When meeting with Eric Richins, was there something unique to you or something that you did for the first time in preparing his estate plan?
Yeah, there were a few things.
What were those?
So, one, he didn't want us to communicate with him by email. That happened a little bit later, but because he was worried that Kouri would be reading his emails. Two, he wanted to leave everything to his kids if possible. And at the beginning of the representation, I hadn't seen the premarital agreement. He wasn't sure if it existed, but eventually, communicating through his sister, as he instructed, we received the premarital agreement and saw that it unfortunately did not address all of the property. It only addressed C&E stonemasonry. So for that reason, for the first time ever in my career, I had to draft around that augmented share. So we provided at a minimum that there would be a share created for Kouri consisting of 1/3, the amount she would be entitled to. And the rest passed directly to his kids. That also applied to tangible personal property. He said that all of his tangible personal property, things you can touch and feel, like your furniture, your jewelry, your collections, would pass directly to his sons, who were all very young at the time. And that's unusual. It usually passes directly to the spouse. I think there was one other thing, but I'll come to it.
If it comes to you, let me know.
Mm-hmm.
So I want to turn your attention now to those estate planning documents that you referenced that you prepare when doing estate plans for most people. And for Eric Richins, did you prepare a living will?
A living will? A healthcare directive?
Yes.
Yes.
And did you also prepare a trust?
Yes.
Okay. I want you to take a look at Exhibit 4-11. We'll put it up on the screen for you. And if you could scroll through it, Scott. Do you recognize this?
Yes, that's the will I prepared for Eric Richins.
And then if we could show the witness 4-12. Do you recognize 4-12?
Yes, that's the trust I prepared for Eric Richins.
Now, in the book you have in front of you, I'm going to ask you to turn to tab K, or to tab 6. Is that the will that we just saw in the same exhibit?
Yes.
And there's a signature as a part of that document. Is that correct?
Yes.
And who is that document signed by?
The document was signed by Eric Richins on page 8, and his initials appear on every single page of the document.
And you notarized that document, right?
I witnessed and notarized the document.
If you could turn to tab 10 in that binder. Is that the trust document that we just saw?
Yes, it is.
And is that document also signed?
Yes, it is signed. It's signed by Eric Richins, and I notarized it.
Okay, and that means you saw him sign it in front of you, right?
Yes, you have to. If you're a notary, you're required to be there in person to witness somebody signing something before you can attest to their signature.
And then also on tab 9, you told us that was the healthcare directive. Is that right?
Yes.
And is that document signed?
Yes, it is.
And similarly, did you see Eric Richins sign that?
Yes, I did.
Okay. I'm going to move to admit 4-11 and 4-12.
No objection.
4-11 and 4-12 are admitted.
If we could put up 4-11, please, and publish to the jury.
4-11's up.
And so this is the will you described that you prepared for Eric Richins. Is that correct?
Correct.
I want to go to section 7.03, please. What does this section provide for?
That's the section where Eric expressed his intentions for the disposition of his remains. He wanted to be buried upon his death.
Now, talk generally about this document and what kind of legal implications, this document has.
So in the case of a trust-based estate plan, which is what we prepared for Eric, the will is not usually as important as the trust. All of his directions for what he wanted to happen to his assets and the protections he wanted to put in place for his loved ones were contained in the trust. You still have to have a will. It's called a pour-over will. It says that if I leave anything out of my trust, if I forget to make a beneficiary designation when I die, give it to my trust to be controlled by the terms of my trust. And then I always include either burial, cremation instructions if somebody has a preference. Sometimes people don't have a preference, then I don't say anything. Anything that's governed by a will has to go through a process called probate. That's a court-supervised process of administering an estate, the non-trust assets. So when you draft a trust-based estate plan, or when you execute a trust-based estate plan, the idea is you're avoiding probate. You don't need to use the will. It never has to go through probate. The will is just a backup document.
So now if we could put up 4-12, please, for the witness. And we can publish this as well. So talk about, in general, how a trust works.
Okay, so a trust is a contract between, and I'm going to use Eric specifically because this one was prepared for him. It's a contract between the party who drafts it, the party who's going to benefit from it, and the party who's going to administer it. So initially, a trust is a contract between you, me, myself, and I. Eric was the grantor. He created the rules for the trust. Eric was the trustee. That means he was the manager of the trust, of all the assets that were contained in the trust, and had to follow the rules that he set. And then Eric initially was the beneficiary until such time as until he died. He was the trustee until such time he became permanently incapacitated or died, and then somebody else would manage those trust assets. It's like a box that you have rules for. You put the assets in, and those rules control all of the assets in the box.
So you mentioned that a trust, the trustee was Eric while he was alive,
Yes.
and then he chose someone else to be a trustee in the event of his death. Is that correct?
He did. That would be at Article 3.
Okay. Who did Eric choose as his trustee?
He chose his sister. Well, he chose a couple of successors. His sister, Kouri Richins Benson. And then I want to see who he chose as this. And then I'm looking at the will still.
That's okay. You don't have to look at it. If you don't remember, that's okay.
No, it was Katie that he chose as his first successor trustee, and I believe it was Clint as the second.
What is a trustee?
The trustee is the person who has legal title to the assets in the trust and is charged with managing those assets for the benefit of the beneficiaries of the trust. in the way that the trust says.
In your experience, was it unusual for someone who was married to not choose their spouse as a trustee?
Yes.
What effect did the trust have on Eric Richins' property?
While he was alive, he could still do anything he wanted with the trust assets because it was a revocable trust. But the trust owned his property in that little box. And the effect was that when he died, it became irrevocable, and those assets had to be administered according to the terms of the trust that he set.
Scott, if we could go to Article 8.01 of the trust.
Excuse me.
Describe for the jury, in layman's terms, what this section of the trust means as it pertains to Kouri Richins.
Okay. Might be a little wordy here. So on
your best.
On Eric's death, this trust became irrevocable and sub-trusts were created. A trust for Kouri called the Q-tip trust that you see here at Article 8, and then the next trust is the Descendants Trust that was for the benefit of the kids. Because it was a Q-tip trust, the law requires that all of the income generated by the assets held in that share must be distributed to Kouri during her lifetime.
So did the trust provide for Kouri Richins' household expenses?
Not specifically, but the guidelines for distribution also provide that she's entitled to also access the principal through the trustee for her health, education, maintenance, and support. So yes, she was provided for, just not household expenses specifically.
And you mentioned that a trust is like a box that someone can put their assets into. What were some of the assets or the assets that went into Eric Richins' trust?
So the easiest thing we did was he signed an assignment of tangible personal property. So things that don't get titled anywhere, like your furniture, your jewelry, those collections. By signing that document, that transferred those things to the trust. I prepared a deed for him for the house that he owned in his name, and we transferred that asset to his trust. I think the house was on Willow Court. And then I prepared an assignment of interest in C&E Masonry that he signed later on in February. After the trust was built, then we could put the things in it, and he signed that in February of 2021. Put that in the trust, and also another LLC interest.
Scott, if we could go back to just the first page of 4-12, please. Even the title page for. So that document has a date on it. What's the significance of that date?
That's the date that Eric signed the trust, and for titling purposes, we include the date in the name of the trust.
And so, for all intents and purposes, that's the effective date. That's when it becomes legally in effect.
That's when it becomes legally binding, yes.
If we could show the witness 4-14, please. And if you could scroll through it so the witness can see the document. Do you recognize this document?
I do.
Did you prepare it as part of Eric Richins' estate plan?
Yes, it's the power of attorney that I prepared for him.
I'll move to admit 4-14.
No objection.
4-14 is admitted.
If you could explain, you mentioned that this is a durable power of attorney. What is a power of attorney?
It's a document that nominates an agent, somebody that you choose, to manage your property if you become incapacitated, or sometimes immediately.
And what effect did Eric Richins' power of attorney have on his estate plan, or who did he choose as his power of attorney?
I'm sure he chose Katie Richins Benson.
Okay, if we could show the witness, I don't want you to look at anything just yet. If we could show the witness 4-13, please. Do you recognize this document?
Yes.
What is it?
I'm scrolling through it. It's a draft revocation of a prior durable power of attorney.
Is this also a document that you prepared for Eric Richins?
Yes.
I'm going to move to admit 4-13.
No objection.
413 is admitted.
If we could publish 413 to the jury, please. So this was a document that you drafted as part of Eric Richins' estate plan, is that right?
Yes, I drafted it, and then you can see that there's the prior durable power of attorney is attached as an exhibit.
Okay.
I didn't draft the prior power of attorney.
Certainly. Was this document ever recorded?
This version of the revocation of durable power of attorney was never signed or recorded.
Do you know why?
Eric was concerned about the repercussions he would face if he told Kouri.
Object to hearsay, Your Honor.
That was my impression.
Pause. Please approach. My apologies.
All right, so we're hearing from Eric's estate planning attorney, Crystal Bowman Carter, and she's just going over the durable power of attorney was never signed by Eric because he was afraid of repercussions of Kouri finding out, and that, of course, was objected to, and now we have a sidebar. So, but we did hear about this buy-sell agreement and estate planning. Eric wanted to change the power of attorney. He did change it, or he chose Katie to be the power of attorney, but I guess he never signed it. And then, as far as the she prepared a living will and a trust. Eric signed both. She notarized them both. Eric wanted to be buried. We found, remember, Kouri said, no, he wants to, we're gonna cremate him. He had a prenup, so they spoke about that. Eric didn't want to communicate via email because he was afraid that Kouri would read them. He wanted to leave everything to his kids. He didn't want to give Kouri anything. He chose Katie. He chose Katie first as his trustee, and then Clinton, who is her brother-in-law, his brother-in-law. Oh, they're coming back.
Cannot consider what Eric Richins said to Ms. Bowman Carter.
And so I'm not sure if your answer was heard by the jury. I won't ask you why, but was this document ever recorded?
No, this document was never recorded.
Okay. Now, you mentioned earlier that you were communicating with Eric Richins' brother-in-law, I believe.
I had communications with Eric Richins' brother-in-law, yes.
And you were instructed to only communicate with the brother-in-law, is that right?
I was instructed to communicate with his sister, and I was given I believe it was a shared email account,
okay.
And they both responded there.
Was that unusual in your practice?
It was the first time anyone had asked me to do that, so yes.
Okay. I now want to turn your attention to the week that Eric Richins died. Did there come a time when you learned that Eric Richins had died?
Yes, I learned that day that he had died, March 4th, 2022.
And is that when you became aware of it, or was that a day later?
I believe I learned the day that it happened.
And how did you learn about Eric Richins' death?
Clint Benson called me and told me that he had died.
And did you also receive a call from a sheriff's deputy that day?
Yeah, later that day I received a phone call from somebody who identified themselves as the sheriff's deputy, and who asked me to talk to Kouri.
And did you talk to Kouri on the phone that day?
Yes.
What did you tell her?
Apparently, she was upset about the house, and I was asked to explain that there was an estate plan in place and that the house belonged to the trust, and that's what I told her.
When you were explaining to Kouri Richins that the house belonged in the trust, how did she react?
Oh, not positively. She was livid. She was upset, and she said, "What is wrong with you people?" and handed the phone back to the officer, I believe.
When having this conversation with Kouri Richins, was it your impression that she was unaware of the estate plan?
Object to speculation, Your Honor.
I'll lay a little foundation.
What could you tell from your conversation with Kouri Richins about her knowledge regarding what would happen with the house?
She told me that the house she told me the house belonged to her. She thought the house was hers, and obviously, if she thought that, then she was unaware of the estate plan and that the trust owned the house.
When were you contacted by an attorney representing Kouri Richins?
Yeah, a bankruptcy attorney reached out to me.
Objection, Your Honor. Can we approach?
Sure.
You know, actually watching this trial like a day later or later, I'm kind of missing the ability to fast forward through all these objections and sidebars and so anyway. So Miss Nestor objected to the bankruptcy attorney reached out. I mean, everything is hearsay, hearsay, hearsay. A bankruptcy attorney reached out. Objection, sidebar. So I'm sure this will be hearsay. So
you mentioned that you received an email from an attorney representing Kouri Richins. Is that right?
I received an email on March 8th from an attorney that said he represented Kouri Richins.
Okay. What, and so, sorry, I missed the date that you said. He contacted you on March 8th, is
March
that right?
8th, 2022.
What was the general nature of that email?
Just to tell me that he represented her and to ask that we give her time to grieve, don't act too quickly, so that she could attend to his services, and I believe that was it.
And so he was contacting you in reference to the estate plan, is that right?
Possibly. I'd have to look at the email, but I don't even know if he referenced the estate plan.
He was talking about the house that was in the estate plan, is that right?
Yes.
Did you, after that email exchange on March 8th, did you provide any documents to Mr. Nate?
Yeah, it was Attorney Nate, and I did provide him with a full copy of the estate plan. I pointed out several things, including that the will called for burial and asked...
Yeah, go ahead. You can finish.
And asked and because I had become aware that Kouri was seeking to have his body cremated, so I wanted to make sure...
hearsay and non-responsive.
Well, taking him in reverse order, overruled, and it's unclear, so I'll sustain it, lay some more foundation.
Sure. So one of the documents that you provided to Mr. Nate was the will. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And one of the reasons you provided him the will was so that he was aware of Eric Richins' wishes as it concerned his burial.
Yes.
Did you open probate on Eric Richins' estate?
Yes.
When did that happen?
March 14th
Of 2022?
Only 10 days after Eric's death.
In your experience, is that, first, I'll ask two questions about opening probate. Was that a typical time frame for those events to happen?
No, that wasn't a typical time frame.
What do you mean by that?
Well, a couple of reasons. Usually people need to get through the services and grieve a little bit. If the property is secure, there's no reason to open probate right away. But in this case, Eric had a fully funded trust. I never would have opened probate if we were just administering the trust. That's the whole reason you have a trust, is to avoid having to go to court, make everything public.
And so when you're saying the time frame was not typical, it was quicker than usual. Is that fair?
Yes, it was much quicker than usual. And with a trust, I just wouldn't have opened probate. If at all, I would have opened probate a year after the death, after creditors' claims had been cut off.
And so you opened probate quickly because there was some urgency, in your view?
Yes. Eric had... Can I explain why?
Please lay some foundation for how she knows whatever she's about to say.
Well, sure. Did you... Can we approach? I don't want.
All right, well, they're sidebar after sidebar after sidebar. That's the theme of this trial. Sidebar, sidebar, sidebar. I don't know if Scott's keeping track of sidebars where he is, but I don't know if that's good lawyering on the direct side. I'm sorry, bad lawyering on the direct side in that they're asking all these questions, or good lawyering on the cross side because they're catching the direct in not laying foundation, hearsay. I think we've heard hearsay like 50 times, if not more. So which side is that? Is the defense catching, or is the state not doing a good job? But I guess, I don't know. Anyway, is the state trying to get things in and the defense is like saying, hey, wait a minute. So I'm kind of caught up on my my recap here. Eric chose his sister Katie as a trustee, and then Clinton, who is his brother-in-law. They talk about this the net income from a Q-tip, which is qualified terminable interest property trust, which would go to Kouri annually during her lifetime. So she was going to get some money. Oh crap! Hold on.
As expressed in his will,
were
have the debate.
So, Ms. Sherman, please. Ms. Sherman, please proceed.
Without telling us any specific statements or what anybody said, why did you open probate so quickly?
I needed to get the nominated personal representative in place so that she, Kouri Richins Benson, would have the ability to manage the probate estate and make sure that Eric's wishes, as expressed in his will, were followed.
Thank you. And I neglected to check. Have I admitted Exhibit 4-14? I know I talked about it with this witness. Did we?
Oh, I'm sorry. Wrong one. It was admitted, Your Honor,
Okay,
without objection.
I just didn't have a note there, so I wanted to make sure I admitted it.
Ms. Nestor is correct. It's been admitted without objection.
Those are all my questions. Thank you.
Ms. Nestor, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Ms. Bowman Carter.
Good afternoon.
My name is Kathy Nestor. I'm one of the attorneys representing Kouri Richins today. All right, so I want to talk with you about the revocation document
that you talked about with Ms. Shermanak. Could we please bring up 4-13? It's been admitted, Your Honor.
One moment. You can see that, Ms. Valentine?
I can see it.
Okay. Go ahead,
All right.
Ms. Nestor.
And can we scroll down to the beginning of, or actually the very bottom of it, the date of the original one that they were contemplating revoking? And just to refresh, you mentioned on direct, this was actually never done. You actually never did revoke this power of attorney, correct?
Incorrect.
Okay, I'm sorry, I may have misunderstood you. I thought you said that you all ended up not revoking it.
No, I said we didn't sign this document.
You didn't sign it.
Mm-hmm.
So I know what you're getting at. So in your durable power of attorney, you mentioned revoking all previous powers of attorney, correct?
That's not what I was getting at, but that's correct.
Okay. But this particular document never got signed or filed or anything?
No, another revocation got signed apart from the durable power of attorney that he signed.
Okay. And the date on this document that you all were contemplating revoking but didn't ever sign this document was May the 8th of 2013. Is that right?
That's what this document says.
So this is the power of attorney that all the parties were contemplating, saying you can't use this anymore, right? From now on.
This power of attorney was revoked, yes.
I'm trying to not use lawyer words. I'm trying to use like normal words, just so to make sure we're clear. So revoke just means we can't use it anymore, right?
Right. It's taken back. It's null and void.
Perfect. Thank you. That's what I was getting at. So to your understanding, this power of attorney had there'd been no prior revocation filed on this power of attorney. In other words, it had been in place since May of 2013.
Right, but circumstances changed and he wanted to revoke it.
Sure. Anybody can revoke a power of attorney anytime they want, right?
Correct.
But he hadn't done that up until now, till he saw you in 2020.
That is my understanding. He may have gone to someone else, but this is the first time I learned of it.
Okay, thank you. You can take that down. Do you remember being interviewed by law enforcement within about a year or so after Eric passed?
Yes.
Okay. And when you were interviewed by law enforcement, do you recall telling them that it stuck out in your mind how kind Eric was about Kouri using that power of attorney in a way that he didn't like, right? Do you remember that?
Objection, Your Honor. I'll close for hearsay.
That's her own statement, Your Honor.
Which is why it's a problem that it's coming in through you.
Well, I'll lay a little more foundation.
Sustained.
Was it your understanding that the goal of revoking this power of attorney that had existed before was that Kouri couldn't be trusted to utilize it well?
Yes.
And why couldn't she be trusted to utilize it well?
Because she had stolen she had misused it to take $250,000 out in his name, and he did not like that.
Totally fair. And isn't it also true that it was your understanding that Kouri's business acumen or business skills were less than fantastic because she was young and inexperienced?
I have no personal knowledge about Kouri's business acumen and skills.
Did you make that statement in your prior interview to the police?
I repeated what Eric told me about her business acumen and skills.
Okay, and what was your understanding of that?
I had no understanding of her business acumen and skills.
But what did you tell the police?
I told the police what Eric told me.
Which was what?
That she was misusing the power of attorney, that I wanted to it includes stronger language in his estate plan, more protective. I was surprised that he was willing to. He said that she's the mother of my children. I know that she made mistakes. She needs some more experience. For now, I'm going to do what I'm doing.
Great, thank you. Was there also, when you decided to add the house to the trust, did you do any investigation into whether Mrs. Richins had been contributing to the mortgage throughout the marriage?
I did not. Wasn't relevant.
Okay. When you said that all of Mr. Richins' personal property was poured into the trust, did you do any investigation into whose funds purchased all that personal property?
It wouldn't matter if it was gifts, but no, I didn't.
So, for example, the furniture in the living room, do you know whether Kouri purchased it with her money or Eric purchased it with his money or it was joint money? Do you even know?
No, how could I know?
Okay, and you made no effort to find out?
The assignment that Eric signed transferred his personal property.
Right.
If
So you took his word for what was his personal property as opposed to what was hers?
I didn't have to take his word. He was only transferring what was his personal property.
Okay. And did he give you an inventory of what that personal property was?
No.
Okay, so you didn't know.
Well, there's a worksheet, and he listed some things, like his guns. But he didn't prepare a very specific inventory. I just prepared an assignment that he signed, transferring all of his personal property to his trust, as is customary.
So that would ultimately be decided probably by the trustee, whether when she was trying to divvy up the proceedings as required under the trust, whether that couch was bought by Kouri or that couch was bought by Eric.
That's likely.
And you didn't give any guidance to that in the trust? The document itself?
What are you asking?
Was it listed in the trust, each and every item that was considered Eric's personal property?
No, it was just all of my household furnishings in effect.
Okay. You said all the household furnishings were his personal property?
No, I said all of my household furnishings and effects, meaning all of Eric's household furnishings and effects.
Gotcha. Okay. You also, in the trust documents that you drafted, it's pretty common that you do what's something called a statement of intent, right?
No, it's not common at all.
So it was unusual that you did that.
Yes.
Katie, can you pull up 412, page 1-2, section 103? This is in, Your Honor. If we could publish.
Okay. There you go.
And can you blow up the statement of my intent? So this is the part you said is unusual for you to do.
I mean, it's not unusual to, trusts will have them, but for me, I typically don't include one unless there's a reason.
So did you have a reason for including this?
Yes.
Okay. And I assume it's something the client wanted?
Yes.
Okay. And the language in here states that the intent of the trust is to provide for both Mrs. Richins and the children throughout their lifetime, right?
Right. We revised that the day of signing.
Great. You can take that down. Did there come a time, you mentioned that it was your understanding that Mr. Richins did not want you to communicate with him directly, right?
By email directly.
Right. And is that because he and his wife shared an email account?
I don't know. It was E. Richins, I think. I don't think they shared an email account. I don't know.
Okay. So you just don't know.
It was not because they shared an email. What he told me was not because they shared an email account. It was because she snooped in his email.
Okay.
So
she had access to his email at least.
I don't know. That's what he told me.
Okay. And were you aware at that time that he was consulting a divorce attorney?
Yes.
All right. So when you previously said it's very unusual to not put your spouse as a trustee, if the individual was considering divorce, that wouldn't be unusual to put someone other than your spouse, would it?
No, that wouldn't be unusual.
Okay. And was there a time where you accidentally did notify Kouri of something?
Yes.
Explain that, please.
Kouri Richins, Kay Richins, and Katie Richins Benson. Very similar names.
Sure.
After I spoke to Kouri on the phone, I sent an email to Katie, I thought, which actually got sent to Kouri.
Okay. And in that email, do you remember the date of that?
It was probably March 4th, the same day that I talked to, it may have been March 5th, but I think it was March 4th, 2022. Right. The same day I talked to Kouri.
And just talking about that conversation you had with Kouri, so this is less than 48 hours after her husband has died, right? Give or take.
Yes.
And your purpose of your conversation was at Katie Benson Richins' request?
No, it was the police's request.
Okay. And what you told her before she got very, very upset was the house that you live in is not yours.
I told her that she did not have title to the house.
Okay. So basically you're telling a new widow that she's also about to be homeless?
No, not at all. That's ridiculous.
Over.
Did you tell her there was any other homes provided for her by Eric waiting on her somewhere?
No, but I told her that he had that she would not be kicked out of the house, that she could continue to live there, and that he had provided for her in his estate plan.
Okay. And if I understand your previous testimony correctly, you never actually asked her, what did you know about all this before he passed, did you?
No.
Right. So you don't know whether Kouri Richins knew there was a trust before he died?
It was apparent that she didn't.
I'm sorry, do you have any personal knowledge as to whether Kouri Richins knew before his death that there was a trust in place?
No, I have no personal knowledge of that.
Okay. I want to talk about the intake form that Ms. Shervinack went over with you. If we could please pull up 4-9. It's also been admitted, Your Honor. And if we could scroll forward till we get to the page where he lists his assets. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. There. Your Honor, can we, can we blow this up just a little bit, that top half, so we can see it? All right, so this is the section where you ask the client to list, I guess, what they're worth, right?
Yeah, that is a summary of the assets listed on previous pages.
Okay. And Mr. Richins, it looks like, wasn't sure about stocks and bonds, life insurance, and retirement, and he directed you to ask Freckleton, right?
That's pretty common. Clients don't want to fill everything out, yeah. And he knew Brian Freckleton had worked with me before on the buy-sell agreement. He said, talk to him about that stuff.
But he does say that they had $100,000 in bank and savings accounts at the time?
That's what this document says.
And $65,000 in vehicles at the time?
Well, you said they. He says he.
Okay. $65,000 in vehicles?
That's what this document says.
And $30,000 in furniture and personal items?
That's what this document says.
And $1 million in real property?
Yes, that's what this document says.
And it looks like he's valuing his business, at least his share of the business, at about $3 million?
That's what this document says.
All right. And that he had some anticipated inheritance, not a ton, but some. Right?
That's what this document says.
So his best estimate of his net worth was about $4.6 million if you don't include stocks and bonds, life insurance, and retirement plans.
That's what this document says.
Right. So as long as he's alive, I believe you said that he could do whatever he wanted with any of the money that was assigned into the trust, right?
Yes.
Because it's revocable.
Yes.
So as long as he's alive, he can share any of this money that he wants with his wife.
He can make gifts to whoever he wants.
And he can share 100%, 0.5%, whatever he wants as far as his monthly income, right? With his wife.
I'm not sure what.
So nothing about a revocable trust prohibits him from, if he's making $33,000 a month, giving his wife half of that or more.
He can do whatever he wants with his property.
And if he lived to be 70, he could give her as much as he wanted until he's 70, right? No matter what the trust says.
Like I said, he can do whatever he wants with his property.
But the minute he dies, Katie Richins Benson decides how much money, if any, Kouri Richins gets, right?
The successor trustee, who happens to be Katie Richins Benson, has to follow the rules of the trust set by the grantor, who is Eric. So no, Katie can't do whatever she wants with the money. She has to follow the rules of the trust.
Totally fair, and you're right.
We're set by Eric Richins.
But she's the one who will decide from the moment he dies forward whether, if, how much Kouri gets any of Eric's money.
Yes, that's what Eric wanted.
And if, hypothetically, Kouri Richins knew about the existence of the trust, she would know that as well.
I don't know what Kouri would know from reading the trust.
But that's what the trust says in plain black and white in the paper, right?
Can you repeat what you're saying the trust says?
Yep. That.
For a moment. Go ahead, Ms. Sherman.
Your Honor, it calls for speculation. She does that. She can't answer as to what Kouri.
Sustained.
The trust, if someone had a copy of it, lays clearly out what we've just discussed, that as long as Eric's alive, he can do whatever he wants with his money. Once he dies, it's up to Katie.
Like I said already, it's not completely up to Katie. She's the trustee of the trust. She has legal title to those assets, and she has to follow the rules of the trust, which say she has to give Kouri certain income, that Kouri can come to her and ask for distributions of principal for health, education, maintenance, and support. This trust was primarily to protect the boys.
Did you ever advise Katie in her role as trustee, since you drafted the trust papers? Did you ever give her any explanation about her duties or talk to her about what she could and couldn't do?
That's attorney-client privilege.
She's your client?
She was my client after Eric's death for a period of time.
As of when was she your client?
As of Eric's death.
She's still your client?
No.
How much have you been paid by Katie Richins Benson?
I waived my fees.
You waived your fees. So you're her lawyer for free?
I'm not her lawyer anymore.
Okay. How long were you her lawyer?
I was her lawyer through, I think I formally withdrew in June. She needed a firm that had more capacity than I had with just me.
When you opened the probate, were you then responsible for any pleadings that came in and out of the probate matter? Would you have gotten copies of them?
I opened probate. I drafted the probate pleadings.
Right. So if, for example, Kouri had asked Katie after Eric's death, can you please pay the mortgage for the next year out of the trust, that request would have gone through the probate, right?
No.
Okay, so how would it have gone?
Katie was the trustee of the trust. That is not subject to probate.
Okay. So do you have any personal knowledge whether Kouri Richins ever asked Katie Richins for any distributions? Do you have any personal knowledge?
Pause for 1 second. Your objection, Ms. Sherman.
Calls for hearsay. Kouri's statements to Katie.
Yeah, only if it's. So would you exclude Kouri's statements, but re-ask your question?
Without saying anything Kouri ever said, which, by the way, it sounds like you didn't communicate with Kouri anyway, but were you aware in your role as the person assisting the trustee whether any request for any money ever came to that trust in the year after Eric died from Kouri Richins?
I need you to be more specific to make sure you're not seeking hearsay. Break it down.
In writing or legally or formal request to the trustee?
What in writing or legally?
Requests for distributions to Kouri, to her boys, anything from the trust.
I have no personal knowledge of that.
Okay. You also mentioned that you were talking to a lawyer that you knew to be a bankruptcy lawyer, right? When he called you about Kouri shortly after the death?
I was surprised at how quickly he got in touch with me, and some of his claims about the way the property was titled. So looked him up to see if he even knew anything about estate planning.
But you're certainly not telling this jury that he was representing Kouri in a bankruptcy, right?
No, I just was curious, so I looked him up to see that it made more sense when I found out he was a bankruptcy attorney.
Okay. But he wasn't calling you about a bankruptcy matter. He was calling you about, please give Kouri some time to grieve before anything goes on with the house.
He never called me. I mean, he called me later, but in the email, he asked, please don't move forward on the probate until she's had time to grieve.
Okay.
He didn't mention a bankruptcy.
Right. I just want to make sure that the jury doesn't think there was a bankruptcy matter going on. There wasn't, to your knowledge, correct?
I have no idea.
Okay. And then you also said that you told this lawyer that Eric wished to be buried. Is that right?
That's what his will said, and I did say that in a subsequent email.
And in fact, Eric was buried, correct?
I believe so.
Right. Did you go to the funeral?
No, I didn't.
Are you still close with his sister?
No, I've never been close with his sister.
Okay, well, you were her lawyer.
That doesn't mean I'm close to her.
Oh.
It was a professional relationship.
Okay. How often did you talk to her?
When?
When you were her lawyer.
As needed?
Daily, weekly, monthly?
I think it was daily at first.
Okay. Court's indulgence for just 1 minute, Your Honor.
Of course.
Thank you, ma'am. Your Honor, we tender the witness back to the state.
Anything further, Ms. Sherbinet?
No, Your Honor.
May we release Ms. Bowman Carter?
Yes, Your Honor.
You're free to go. Take care. Counsel.
Thank you.
Counsel.
Your Honor, the state can call a witness now. That direct will probably be an hour.
Why don't we take a restroom break now so we don't break up direct? Please rise for the jury. Folks, have a seat, please. Just checking. The next witness is
Robert Grossman.
okay. And then anything on the record before we take a break from the state?
No, Your Honor.
From the defense?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Why don't we come back at 2:10, please? Court's in recess.
All right. I love when lawyers are crossing lawyers. I love when I see a lawyer on the stand getting crossed by another lawyer. It's like, I love that. I love that. All right. So Miss Bowman Carter, undercrossed by Miss Nestor. So let's see. It seems like, let's see, all parties were saying you can't use this document, which it was revoked. Revocation was signed May 8th of 2013. And then Miss Nestor's like, I'm trying not to be lawyerly. I'm trying to use normal words. So she was interviewed by law enforcement a year after Eric passed. Let's see. So the goal was revoking the power of attorney. The goal in revoking. Let's see. The goal in revoking. The goal in revoking the power of attorney is so that Kouri couldn't. Is that Kouri? Wait, the goal in revoking the power of attorney is that Kouri couldn't be trusted to utilize it well. So Eric had his eyes on Kouri. Oh my gosh. Why was he so paranoid? Oh, because she misused her power of attorney to take $250,000 in his name, and he didn't like that. Well, yeah. Jeez. Kouri, what are you doing? You're stealing $250,000 from your husband. What are you doing? All right, Corey's business acumen and skills. She's like, I didn't have an understanding of that. But didn't you tell law enforcement? And she's like, I told law enforcement what Eric told me. Kouri was misusing the power of attorney. And that she needs, so Eric said, she's the mother of my children. She's made mistakes. She needs more experience. Wow, that's really generous. She used the power of attorney to steal $250,000 from you. Oof. So, then we get into the furniture that was purchased in the house. Now Miss Nestor is squabbling over the furniture. Sure, I mean, yeah, if you bought a couch and you're really, or a chair, that, I really, really like that lazy boy. I really like that lazy boy. Or a painting. I suppose you could get, if there was a painting that you really liked, or a chair, or a table, you could really like that table. And if you purchased it, you could say, hey, that was mine. Okay, so she didn't have to take Eric's word on what was his personal property. Later, it would be the trustee's job to divide items after Eric passed away. All right, so it said all of my household furnishings and effect. All of his household furnishings. That is pretty wide open. So Eric didn't want to communicate via email. Not sure if that was shared. Oh, the email. Not sure if the email was shared. What's up, Super Bowl? All right. What's up, kiddo? It was because Kouri snooped in his email. So Corey's stealing $250,000, snooping in his email. Oy. She spoke to Kouri on the phone. Oh, and accidentally sent an email to Katie. Oh, because Katie goes by Kauri Richins Benson, so KR. So she put in, oh my gosh, that's terrible. So apparently she spoke on the phone to Kouri, then she sent an email to Katie. And then Miss Nestor, are you telling a new widow she's about to be homeless? And Miss Bowman Carter is like, no, that's ridiculous. She told Kouri she would not get kicked out of her house, and that Eric provided for her in his estate planning. So even after all of this, Eric still provided. He was still going to provide household, daily, day to day, daily for Kouri. Apparently, Kouri didn't know. I'm sorry. Do you have personal knowledge that Kouri knew about his estate? So she jumped on that. Miss Nestor jumped on that. All right, then we see Eric's worth. Okay, sorry about that. She accidentally sent it to Kouri. No, okay, hold on. But it went to Kouri. Okay. She wanted to send an email to Katie, but it went to Kouri. All right, she was on the phone with Kouri. She wanted to send an email to Katie, but accidentally went. Okay, let me get that right. Thank you for that, Aaron. Okay, so she spoke to Kouri on the phone and wanted to send email to Katie, but accidentally went to Kouri. Okay, got that right. Thank you, Aaron. All right, let's see. And then Eric's worth. All right, let's pull up Eric's worth. Let's see this is what Eric was saying that he was worth. All right, so this is what Eric was saying he was worth. All right, so $4,670,000 plus others. So then there's others. So he's saying his total value is $7,670,000. So now, as long as Eric is alive, he can share any of this with his wife. Yep, no brainer. But as soon as he passes away, then Katie has to follow the rules. And no, she can't do whatever she wants. So Miss Nestor is trying to say, throw shade on Katie. No, Katie has to follow the law. Katie distributes the money, and that's what Eric wanted. Then we found out that Katie was Miss Bowman Carter's client. And Miss Nestor seemed to be like, ooh, she was all excited about that. How much have you been paid? She says that she waived her fees. You mean you worked for free? She's like, yeah. Then she withdrew in June. I'm not sure what year, but she withdrew in June, perhaps 2022. I'm not sure. Miss Bowman Carter opened up probate. Katie was the trustee. And so then not subject to probate. Did Kouri ask Katie for any distribution? That was objected to. So were there any requests for money from Kouri from the trust? So not to her personal knowledge. And then we talk about Eric's wishes to be buried, and he was. She did not attend the funeral. She was never close to Katie. She's like, well, being a lawyer doesn't mean I have to be close. I thought that was pretty good. Just because I'm your lawyer doesn't mean I have to be close to you. And I totally agree with that. You don't have to be best buds. You don't have to even be close. They spoke as needed daily at first. So, all right. Renee, yeah, maybe so because that's why he bought that couch. And all I'm thinking about is Amber Heard and Johnny Depp. Couch, couch. Did they have a safe word? Did Kouri and Eric have a safe word? Couch. That's why Kouri wants that couch. Couch. Let's see, Miss Bree, did Kouri own a home before she married Eric? Do not know. Do not know that. Jane, did he live alone for a while and furnish the house? Again, do not know. Don't know. Couch. Sparkling Princess. I asked my hubby if he would bail me out of $7 million debt, and he said, if I had the money, guess I can go a little shopping, but not too much. Shirley, Kouri worked at a Home Depot store before she met Eric. Yikes. Did she really? I didn't know that. JMS, the only question I have with this case is if Eric thought Kouri was this bad and was trying to eliminate him, why would he take a drink from her that she made from him? Yeah, I agree. Let me put this back on. Let me know if that annoys you and I'll turn it off. And I suppose I can just turn it down a little. Wizard says the house they lived in and were married at was owned by Eric, so I would say that yes, it was furnished. By him then, I guess. Miss Bree, the boyfriend will seal the deal. He was probably given immunity. What does the boyfriend do for a living? I do not know. I guess we'll find out. I don't know. I'm guessing we'll find out. Jenny G, they met at Home Depot. He was a customer. Okay. Thank you for that. Good to know. Good to know. Sherry, hey, welcome back in, Sherry. Hope your day is going well with your family visit. Why isn't the judge catching her looks? Don't think he isn't. Remember, Judge Mrazek said he's keeping an eye. Yeah, they said Robert Grossman. I thought it was Josh Grossman. They said the next up is Robert Grossman. I'm assuming this is the same person, but I guess we'll find out. Miss Bree, if I thought someone was trying to unalive me, I wouldn't eat or drink anything from them. Yeah, and I'd get out of there as soon as possible. Gretchen, looks like I got back from the vet just in time for a good witness. Yes. Hey, Awesome Potamus. Good to see you. I missed what was your other comment? I don't see your other comment. Not seen your other comment for them. JMS, Eric met Kouri at the Home Depot. Okay. She was a cashier. I gotcha. Oh, is it Robert Josh? Okay. Gotcha. Robert Josh. Okay. Robert is Grossman's first name. Okay, cool. Thank you, guys. Appreciate that. Heidi, maybe he is, Judge. We'll hear it while sentencing. So it's Robert, Josh, okay, Grossman. Gotcha. All right. Everybody say Robert and Josh Grossman. All right. Okay. Okay. Robert, Josh, Grossman. Got it. Everybody's jinxing everybody. I heard them. I said them Home Depot. Oh, you said them Home Depot girls are dangerous. Gotcha. That looks like they're coming back. Yes.
And 231-500-139. The jury is lining up. Mr. Bloodworth, anything before we invite them in?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Lewis?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. We're ready for them when they are. Will you bump Ms. Osterloh for me?
All rise, jury.
Folks, please have a seat as you come in. Please have a seat. Mr. Bloodworth, the state's next witness, please.
Your Honor, the state calls Robert Josh Grossman.
To tell the whole truth under the pains and penalties of perjury, yes or no?
I won't lie. I'll tell as much truth as I need to. In this setting, I assume all the questions.
Stand right there for a moment, if you don't mind. Can I invite you folks to take a walk for a moment? Please rise for the jury. Just pause for a moment. Have a seat for me, if you don't mind. Questions?
Absolutely.
Anything further, Mr. Bloodworth?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Lewis?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Would you bring the jury back in?
Your Honor, an instruction that he's taken enough.
I'll make it clear. So that you're not surprised, I'll just ask you to confirm that you've sworn to tell the truth.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Folks, please have a seat as you come in.
Kouri looks like she's ready to burst. Look at her. She's like just ready to burst. Like this is a joke. I guess she thinks this is a joke.
Please have
But
a
as soon as
seat.
the jury comes in, she's like, yep.
Mr. Grossman, just to confirm, you have sworn an oath to tell the truth, correct?
Yes, sir.
Very good, sir. Mr. Bloodworth, please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. What, sir, is your name?
Robert Joshua Grossman.
Sir, do you know Kouri Richins?
I do.
How do you know her?
I've known her for, I don't know, a decade probably at this point. We met in South Carolina. She was flipping a house, and I answered, and a help wanted ad.
And then did you come to know her in South Carolina through helping her flip homes?
I did.
Did there come a time you moved to Utah?
Yes.
When, sir, was that?
It was just as COVID was kicking off. So 2020, I believe, or early in the year.
And why did you move to Utah?
To work with her, help her flip houses.
And when you moved to Utah, where did you stay?
Initially, I stayed at a flip that she had acquired in Heber. I had my dog with me. We do live-in flips, me and the dog. Yeah.
Other than accommodations, did she pay you for your... Did she also give you a truck?
Yes, she bought me a truck. 2 of them. Bought me one, traded it in, got another one at one point. Didn't trade it in, gave it to her mother. Yeah.
Did, sir, there come a time when your relationship turned romantic?
Yes.
About when?
Same time, just before driving to Utah.
So right about the outset of COVID.
Right.
Scott, can I get Exhibit 3-1, please?
The witness has it.
Thank you, Your Honor. It's been admitted. Can we publish it? And Scott, can you zoom in on the top portion? Thank you. Mr. Grossman, do you recognize that document before you?
I mean, I know what it's alluding to. I know of it, yes, sir.
And did you know about a trip planned to the secret St. Martin's Resort?
Yes.
So I'm going to take a look at the passenger name line. There's some initials there. RG with a birth date of 9 December 1982 and a gender of male. So are those your initials?
Yes.
Is that your birth date?
Yes.
Perhaps obviously?
Yes, definitely.
Thank you. Did you and Kouri Richins at some point plan to go on this trip?
Yeah, she... I think that was a birthday present. I remember seeing a text or something. She sent it to me. We didn't discuss it much, but it was there.
Thank you, Scott.
I have a tendency of going head over heels, though, probably more than most. So, I think she did.
Did you exchange text messages with Kouri Richins?
Yes.
From the time you moved to Utah, about how often?
Daily, unless she was mad at me, or vice versa.
What topics on those messages did you discuss?
same thing you would discuss with your best friend, plus house flipping stuff, life.
Do you discuss her children?
Yes.
Sir, I'm going to show you now some text messages between you and Ms. Richins.
Okay.
They're the same ones I believe we've looked at before. I'm going to ask you if you've recognized them. If you can recognize them right away, that's fine. If you would like me to scroll down through them again, I'm happy to do that, okay?
Okay.
Scott, can I get Exhibit 2-13 Delta, please? You just kind of scroll through the whole string without zooming in.
Those are pretty small. If you need people to zoom in, you can ask, sir.
Is that good enough for you to identify them, or do you want to zoom in and step through them?
I mean, if you could zoom in a hair, that wouldn't hurt.
Okay.
Was I supposed to be reading them at that clip?
No, I just
right there.
What I'm going to ask
Okay.
you, the
I got
question
you.
for you, sir, is: do you recognize this as a text exchange that you had with Ms. Richins?
I got you, and I do for this one.
Okay. Then the state moves to admit 2-13D.
Could you just, Scott, could you just scroll down and let me take a look at everything that's in there real quick? Keep going. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Okay. Okay. Is that it? Oh my gosh. Never mind. Okay.
Counsel, take the time you need.
Pull it up. Let me just pull it up real quick. I don't believe I have any objection to that one. I'm going to say no objection.
States 2-13D is admitted.
Your Honor,
You'll let me know when you want to publish them.
moves to publish, yeah.
Understood.
And then, Scott, if we could just walk through them with the jury, please.
When I don't get much from you, I just figure it's because you're doing things that you know I wouldn't like and would hurt me. It is draining to love you and pretend to be an idiot. I don't want to avoid things. Was on my mind today, tomorrow. I'm going to read through these because they're not reading them. So for those that are doing something, let me know if this is annoying or not, and I'll stop. What do you want to know that I'm not telling you or quiet about? I want to know everything about you. It's part of being in love. Not tonight, though. I don't want any info tonight. We're good. Keep reading? All right. Something specific spiked this, though. There's something you want to know that I didn't tell you. Can you tell me what it was? I know you're busy, tired, sore fingers, not wanting to text me because a call would be better in person. but I will be up all night wondering, babe, worrying, feeling horrible. I would greatly appreciate you telling me, but if not, that's okay, not tonight. Can't text it. This texting sucks. Several things. Okay, babe. If you lived one day with my phone, you would get it. Not mad at you, not that. It's this faux, these cuts, too time consuming. I have 2 hours of driving soon. I have to get off this job. This is Josh. Josh is green, Kouri is blue. It's draining to love you. My heart is burning with sadness to read that like it popped out of my chest and something is stomping on it. I'm sorry I'm draining to love. I knew this would come one day. I just was hoping it wasn't today or anytime soon because I love you. I love talking to you, being with you, laughing and joking, venting and being overly happy with news I got today. The sense of never feeling judged with you and just so comfortable around you. I don't have that in my marriage, and I really enjoy my relationship and love for you. But you're right. We both know this love triangle can't go on forever. You don't deserve it. I don't deserve you. I can't expect you to sit around for the day the trigger gets pulled because who knows when that's going to be. Sorry I didn't see it until then. What a damn selfish person I am. How could I think someone like you would be okay with this for the rest of forever until I pull my head out of my... How selfish not to step away and let you just live your life without the constant wonder. Your love is draining. I'm sorry, babe. You're right. It has to be exhausting. And how dare me be okay with that mental and physically stress on you. I'm sorry, babe. Maybe saying goodbye earlier than later is better. I'm sorry you have to work so late. I shouldn't have kept you up so late this morning. Again, selfish. Wow, I'm just so sorry. I'm just realizing this. I feel like an idiot. Don't text back. No words needed. Finish up work and get some rest. We can talk later. Good night. Like flying through these. Love triangle. What do you mean by that? I don't get it. That's Josh. Yeah, love triangle. What? Well, I'm married, and you, me, our relationship. I don't know what else to call it. I'm in love with a man that's not my husband. I could talk to you right now. We could be great. Not a fair shot. He's a man of little words. She's writing, soliloquies, diatribes, and he's just like, boop. Instead, it's going to be misinterpreted text once again. Instead, it's going to be, let's end this soon. Let's end this sooner. I meant what I said yesterday. I'll always love you, handsome, if it's okay. Can we talk tomorrow? I want to go to sleep as happy as I was when I woke up with you this morning. I won't misinterpret anything, or I hope I don't, until I talk to you about it more. I'm sorry, babe. It's draining to love you. You threw the last half of the sentence away. You changed the meaning of the sentence by deleting some of it and then used your new sentence as an epiphany and a reason to profess your love, triangle of Eric, and end it sooner with me. That's what I gathered from that chopped liver over here. Was that a female signal? Male, you goofball. I threw the last half of the sentence off because it's almost as bad as the first. Pretend to be an idiot. I took that as are we ever going to address the elephant in the room and recognize what's really going on here? The bigger picture. Profess my love for Eric. What? That's not what I'm saying either. You took love triangle and changed it around to professing my love for Eric when that's not at all what I was doing. I'm telling you I'm in love with a man that's not my husband. That's three people. Want to make a circle with three people? You just didn't the exact thing I did. Assumed and misinterpreted a text. Did the exact. If you think you love me now, then ending it sooner will be good for one reason only, because if you don't, you're going to fall in love with me in ways you never thought you could. That's a guarantee. Speaking of guarantee, last night by no means counts as your guarantee. It was not stated as such prior, so it doesn't count. but I did it on purpose. You will never be chopped liver to me. Absolutely not true. I had an epiphany of the selfish person I really am. That's the only epiphany I had. The day you yelled at me on the phone, you had said I was selfish, and I was so offended by that. And now I understand why you said that and why I felt so mad, because it's true. You're right. If we don't end things, I would fall deeper and more in love with you than I already am, which is going to be even harder. Okay, I'll take it. Doesn't count. Guarantee for the 3rd. Maybe that will be more of a date to remember than just celebrating Christmas and a guarantee. I know your fingers hurt. I know you're working. I can try and get away tomorrow for a phone call. I think we're going to be ready. If you're going to be mad at me, you need to come see me and do it in person. If you're going to say goodbye forever, because that's what you want, do it in person, or better yet, just love me like you have no choice in the matter. I want to be my best for you. I want us to be ourselves for each other. I love our love. I love you. Do you believe that we could be great together for each other? And this is from December 18, 2021. What do you mean by more of a date to remember? Nope, yeah. He's like, there you go. He's not happy. I'm not mad about anything. I promise saying goodbye. We promised to do it in person and both know it was coming and happening the day it happens. It's not what I want to do, but it's also not fair for you in any way possible because I want you, but I can't break up my family. It's having your cake and eating it too. I do just want to love you. I do love you. I love our love too. No, ma'am, I thought you were getting a divorce. That's what I'm saying. What if that's in a year? You're just supposed to sit around and wait for me? No, I would never ask you to. Take me back to 7 a.m., please. Of course, I'd wait a year. If you're coming over on the 3rd to say goodbye to me, you're not invited. I'll take it back to 7 a.m. every morning or 9 at night every night. I'll just take 7 a.m. and 9 p.m. every day with multiple phone calls and visits in between. I'll see if I can find a tree and put it in Little Mill Creek tomorrow. If there's a particular one you want me to get, send me the info. No sweets. You do you tomorrow. Take the day and just relax. Storage unit stuff, panda walk. Don't worry about it. I really appreciate it though. Hey. That is doing me. That's what I'm gonna do. So if you don't want a Charlie Brown tree, you might want to participate. Hey. Ha ha ha, you're the best. The thought of not talking to you and listening to your silly jokes sounds awful in a million ways. I love you. Good night, pee in my pod. I love you, kind, outgoing, unique, romantic, inches away from signing her divorce papers and falling madly in love with her soulmate. Good night, Lima Bean. Oh, dude. Lima Bean? Too late. I have already fallen. Night.
Thank you, Scott. That text was from December the 18th, 2021. I meant to go in chronological order.
That was all one day?
Sir, we're going to go back in time to November the 29th, 2021. Scott, can I get 2-12 Delta? Can we scroll that through that for Mr. Grossman and counsel, please?
Yes.
Sir, is that an accurate depiction of a text exchange between you and Kouri Richins on November the 29th, 2021?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit 2-12 Delta.
No objection.
States 2-12D is admitted.
And Your Honor, publish it, please.
Just be straight, babe. You know I want to know. That's why I asked. I can't guess or decipher anymore. My head hurts. Get some rest. I don't want you to use your head anymore. It wasn't that big of a deal. Really, I'll call you tomorrow. Oh, check those texts. Maybe it's a tiny deal, but you could still tell me so I'm not made to sit here and wonder. When I was little, I grew up scrubbing other people's toilets in Park City at rich people's houses after school, Christmas breaks, all summer. I worked for my aunt's company. I was just always looked down upon because you were literally the person cleaning toilets. I always...
Water. Yeah, no problem. Grab a glass and there's cold water in there for you.
Let's see. One day I'll own properties in Park City like all these rich, snooty people, and I will never be like them. Tomorrow I close on 3 properties, all on the same day. 2 being in Park City. That's a huge deal to me. Biggest accomplishment to date career-wise. It's never been about the money. It's about being able to say I too have properties in PC and not better than anyone the way you treat people. And I can prove it. Tomorrow's a really big deal. Anything to anyone, and that's okay. I like the secret part of and don't like people knowing my business, but tomorrow for me is big, a big day for me. So that's all. I just want to see if I could find an hour where we were both free to just toast and have a drink. Hope you have a great night. Good night. Thank you. That's not silly, babe. Not telling me would have been silly. You and me.
Scott, can I get 2-18 Delta, please? Can you please scroll through it for Mr. Grossman and counsel? Sir, is that an accurate depiction of a January 9th, 2022 text exchange between you and Kouri Richins?
I mean, I think so. I didn't necessarily recognize some of it. I saw the word dope sick in there. That doesn't... I don't know that that's... Can you scroll back up to that one?
Yes, sir.
That just doesn't seem like a topic of conversation of ours, but... Or it doesn't seem like a word I recall.
Other than that word, does it appear to be an accurate depiction?
Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, it's a TV show. Yeah.
Your Honor, the state moves 2-18D into evidence.
No objection.
States 2-18D is admitted.
And to publish, Your Honor.
There you go.
All right, random question. Have you ever done anything besides smoke weed, wise? Yeah, pretty random. We've already had this talk. This is from January 9th. No, we haven't. Ha, I would have remembered. I'm just curious. Yes, we have, more than once, too. The first time was at Chili's, me, you, and Ronnie. Oh boy, who's Ronnie? Ha, well, what did you say? Yes, I've done other things, not all of them, not often. And you? It's not a big deal. I was just wondering, I'm starting the new series Dope Sick tonight that just came out a few months ago. That's what made me wonder, when was the last time? Nope, not me. I don't recall. Are you sure? Prescriptions count? Like years ago? Ha, nope. Well, if prescriptions count, then when I had Weston. I don't recall, isn't an answer, haha, how could you not remember? I have a cabinet full of all sorts of prescriptions, but not my thing. Years ago, cabinet full and not my thing isn't an answer. What's for dinner? How is that not an answer? I answered perfectly. Haha, no prescriptions since I had Weston, and even then I wouldn't take them, so I store them in my cabinet, just pain pills. They are still there. Ha, pills and are not my thing. If prescriptions count, then years ago, go for steak, mashed potatoes, mixed veggies. No, my VA prescription. Feel like I took someone else's at some point. Just can't remember who or what. Too much alcohol first, not sure. Looking for ideas. Had Mickey D's earlier. Yours sounds good. Grill, boil, bake. Sure would like to see you, be with you in the kitchen.
Thank you, Scott. Can I get 2-27 Delta, please? Please scroll through it for Mr. Grossman and counsel. Sir, is that an accurate depiction of a February the 14th, 2022 text exchange between you and Ms. Richins?
It is.
Your Honor, the state moves 2-27D into evidence and to publish.
No objection.
227D is admitted. One moment. There you are.
Good morning. I'll call you when I'm going to head down, carpooling now, then have to run home and make quick finger food for Carter's V-Day class party, drop off at school, and then I'll hit the road, probably 9:40. Cool. Leaving the school, Kamas. Headed that way. Liked, headed that way. Hour-long ride. Yep. Some attachments. Looks like a map. I love you. I love you again. I love you. Want to be one of my Valentines. I love you. Is it like the fourth time? Third, fourth time? I love you. Want to be one of my Valentines. Are they playing the same thing over and over again? I can take a no. That's okay. My heart is smiling when those three words come from you. It's very unique, different than any time I've heard them before. Those feelings, when coming from you, bring up different feelings in me. Your love reminds me how much God loves me, reminds me that I, my mom's son, am secretly the luckiest man on the face of the earth. Gives me immense amounts of appreciation, gratitude, and honor. I wouldn't trade your love in for a million of, you name it, whatever is next best. Darling, you better believe that I'll be one of your Valentines. Will you be my Valentine tonight? I'm writing this on the way to Salt Lake. I know you feel the need to apologize, but just so you know, I like to see you on phone calls. I like to hear you text and to hear you read aloud. I see beauty, intelligence, quick wit, cuteness, and authenticity. It's like seeing a white tiger in a tropical forest instead of remembering one at the zoo. I love it. I love you most.
Scott, can I get 2-29D, please?
As they go through.
Okay. Sorry.
Will you go back to the beginning, Scott?
Your Honor, I'm sorry, seems we're frozen up again.
No problem. Let's fix it. 1 second, Mr. Grossman. The witness has the document.
Sir, did you recognize that as a February the 15th accurate depiction of a text exchange between you and Kouri Richins?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves 2-29D into evidence.
No objection.
2-29D is admitted.
How does Harry know my name to correlate the conversation between Dave and who I am? Haha, I mean, I know you have talked about me, but I didn't think it would be anything worth remembering. Harry owns 10 doors. We've spoken about real estate since we first met. Also, questions of who I know, where I live, what brought me to Utah, etc. Though I tried not to allude to it, he could probably tell that I was in love with you. Matt Strong, deal finding, 10 months worth of the daily grind. Then there was Sandy. He brought you up all the time. He cares about his business and about me. I'm almost half of his workforce. The way I speak of you, eyes lit up, lively, proud, honestly, deserving, praising when things are good, not speaking and looking like I have foot. He would blah, 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 blah. Wait, did you just say you are in love with me? Big difference in loving someone and being in love with someone. Did you need to correct that? No correction, no ma'am, I am in love with you. I hope that's okay. I can't change it. No change, it doesn't change me or have to change us. I've been this way for a long time. Like actually in love with me? If I was divorced right now and asked, yes, in love with you, of course I would. Have a good day, babe.
Scott, can you please bring up 2-31D? Sir, is that an accurate depiction?
Yes.
February 19th text message?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, the state moves 2-31D into evidence.
No objection.
2-31D is admitted.
Hi, can I give you this Keller Williams email only, please? KW agents are hard to work with because their brokerage doesn't allow for them to decrease their commission, and we only want to pay 1%, but would still totally chat with her. Thank you for the energy and time you've put into this. I really appreciate you. Babe, I miss you. I want you today, every day, not just sexually, but physically, mentally, every day when I wake up. I do want a future together. I do want you figure life out together. If he would just go away and you could just be here, life would be so perfect. I love you. I don't know what my deal is today. This is from way earlier. Some phone died, customer talk, 30 more seconds, and I could have kept going and going. I raised short-term and long-term rentals, stager, Kouri, MIA. And just me, ma'am, teacher, coach, hero to 3, speed reader, speed demon, organizer, host, planner, bleh, center of every room, motivator, caretaker, philanthropist, chef, cleaning crew. You are so sweet. Please don't repeat that to anyone. Haha, you just keep all those sweet words to yourself and let others believe whatever they want to think about me. Thank you for giving her my info. I'll watch for an email. You finished work and please address my latest text in a bit. I love you. I always appreciate your sweet, kind words. I hope you know. I think you're one incredible man. Not sure what I would do without you. You got the title teacher twice, but the first was everywhere but the schoolhouse to the boys, and the second was literally at the schoolhouse. And whoa, what would you do without me? I just erased this because I knew I would send it to you in my next text, and I didn't know it would be this one. We're thinking alike. I love you. You're sweet, sweetheart. Oh, babe, there's nothing more. I want to be with you now, no matter what's going on. I love your company. I know that a lot of times the time we spend together has somewhat of a cloud hanging overhead. I really look forward to quality time with you that isn't rushed and doesn't have a goodbye lurking around the corner. I've been in the truck running errands, or I would have texted you 10 times by now. Wish we could talk. I feel like maybe you're having a rough day in some way. Sure would like to hold on to you. I love you today more than I did yesterday. Take it for granted.
Sit there for a second.
Hey, I am. Are you? Yes, I just want to say I love you and good night.
Sir, would you like to take a break?
Mr. Grossman, lovely. Let's take a 5-minute break, please. Please rise for the jury.
I'm sorry. There's no apologies.
Please have a seat. Mr. Grossman.
Yes.
I'm going to let you take a few minutes. Collect yourself. You're welcome to walk around the lobby. You are welcome to use the restroom. Do not speak to anyone. All right?
Nobody in here.
Nobody in here. And in fact, I'm going to ask everybody that's in here to just sit tight for 5 minutes so we don't have any ambiguity about whether anybody is interacting with Mr. Grossman while he just takes a short break. Feel free to stretch your legs. There are going to be more questions. I just need you to be present, able to listen.
All right.
It's fine. Take 5 minutes. Don't talk to anybody. Okay?
Okay.
You go stretch your legs for a second.
I feel like I got something I want to say.
Yeah, but you're going to have to wait and just answer questions that are asked, okay?
Okay, I'm ready though.
You sure?
You
sure you don't want to stretch your legs?
That ain't the legs that
All right.
need to stretch.
Well, I'm going to sit here for a minute and just answer an email and take a deep breath, okay?
I'm cool with that.
All right. After you take 5 breaths, will you line the jury back up? Thank you. It's important that you just wait for the question asked.
Gotcha,
Okay.
gotcha.
I appreciate that, sir.
If I didn't file that in case, I just got an email from Brittany that
Bowman, whenever they're lined up, you can bring them. Thank you, sir. please have a seat. Thank you. All right, have a seat. Mr. Grossman, you're still under oath.
Okay.
Very good. Mr. Bloodworth, your next question, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Scott, can I get 2-32D, please?
Just glance as these go by. Mr. Bloodworth will have a question for you.
Okay, which one are we on?
2. Sir, is this an accurate depiction of a February 23rd, 2022 text exchange between you and Ms. Richins?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 2-32D.
No objection.
2-32D is admitted.
Hi, babe. I hope you had a great day. It sure was a cold one. Hopefully you dressed warm. Super sad I couldn't see you, but I understand work is busy sometimes. I wanted to celebrate some semi-good news with you tonight. Maybe another time. I miss you. I hope I can see you next week. Is there anything I can do for you? Please let me know. Yes, I had soup for dinner. Get it? We are starting over. Phone died. It had 100% charge a couple times today. I don't use it that much. Yes, it was quite the chilly day. It's a shame that I have to use my fingers. I can't wear gloves. Sometimes the garages are colder than the driveways. I stop for Domino's. I always want to celebrate with you. You have to tell me what happened. Before my phone died, my text was a series of questions. What time does the convoy roll out in the morning? Where will you all stay? What is the most important good accomplishment or news of the day? Ditto bad. Any random ideas or thoughts? Can you share something with me that my curious mind wants to know without me saying, without me asking? I have a crazy dream. You quit your job, I divorce and come up with millions and millions. We buy Midway and live in the guest house and rent out the huge house as a big event center. $15,000 a day like they charge down the road. Maybe $12,000 to stay competitive, and we will just run the event center as our daily job and hang out every day. Raise some kids, have a little farm, deal. Leaving around 10 a.m. I think. First game is at 6:30. Staying at my father-in-law's house down there. Ha ha ha. Well, Carter and Weston's would be. They didn't have any cavities at the dentist. Ashton would be how he kicked somebody's butt at practice day, I'm sure. My random thought or idea is above. Share something with you. Like, what am I wearing? When should we go to California? When we are going to see each other again? Ha ha. Are you curious? Could just ask me. Or your curious mind could just ask me. Wow, that's some pretty powerful daydreaming. Not sure if you're saying that you had a dream while you were asleep or if you have a dream while you're awake. A dream is just a goal without a plan, right? I guess I could just say deal. I'm definitely digging all of that. Am I going to get to see the Midway Mansion in its current state? Is that what you wanted to celebrate with me? Does that mean that Ashton has cavities and the others didn't kick butt? I doubt it. Nope, I don't want to know what you're wearing or not wearing. I just know that I'm not there to see it or I don't approve. Yeah, I'd like to know when you're thinking of going to California. I'll probably have one rack at noon that day and may need to reschedule. I love you. You know that. I've been thinking that dream for weeks. Not possible, but it's fun to dream. Maybe another property when timing is better. Sounds kind of amazing, though, right? I would love to show you Midway. It's insane. Crazy, crazy place. Haha, that means yes, Ashton had a cavity. Not sure I'm California yet. Her title work is a mess. I'm working through it. We extended closing until the 4th, but I don't see that happening. As soon as I figure some more things out, hopefully tomorrow I'll have a better idea. Uh-oh, Harry's not coming. Harry's not going to approve of you moving things around, and you're going to do, I was thinking of going one early morning and spending a night or two and coming back super quick. I know that I love you. Questionable on your love. Just kidding. I know you love me, babe. Why do you ask? I wasn't really asking as much as I was finding another way to tell you. What are we going to celebrate today? Halloween, Christmas, New Year's, Valentine's Day the right way? One of your many acquisitions or sales? Did you already answer that question? What's going on here? You're so cute. That's not that big of a deal, really hot. We can chat next week about it or whenever I see you again. That's the tell me even though I didn't ask of the day. But I understand your desire to wait for a moment. I just hope that we don't forget and that right moment comes. Also, they're not postponing getting to know each other better. All right, I'm sure little ones are there or really close. I'll let you do your thing. You're lucky I'm not in your space right now. Couldn't beat me off of you. Good night, sweetheart. You're so cute. Not a big deal. Adam didn't come through on the funding for Midway. Matt did, though. He's going to fund it for me. I just need to put down $300,000. But good news is it's really getting funded. That's all. Boys are almost home. I wish you were here. I want you on me. Good night, babe. Wow, that's great news. Good job, Cor. Love your name, babe. Can you lean on private money for that? We'll talk about whatever you want. Well, I'm super sad I didn't get to see you today. That I'm not your whatever you want right now. Looking forward to our time.
Scott, can we get 2-36D, please? Sir, do you recognize that as a accurate depiction of a March 2nd, 2022 text exchange between you and Ms. Richins?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 2-36D.
No objection.
2-36D is admitted.
Hey cutie, yeah, everything is good. My body disagreed with my mind yesterday. Before I went to work, I sat down to eat that hush puppy thing, and that's all I recall until about 11 p.m. Sounds like the fire department experience. Yeah. Haha, no worries. Just want to make sure you're all good. Fire department was so fun. The chief is like 65 or 70 and was so cute. Just got this text from Matt today. I could have cried. We'll definitely call you today. And then there's an attachment photo. I just can't even believe this. I want to celebrate with you. Well, Friday when it's officially closed, recorded, and we're done.
D, please. Sir, do you recognize this as an accurate depiction of a March 2nd, 2022 text exchange between you and Ms. Richins?
I do. I mean, obviously, I'm not going to remember every word in there, but I'm not saying it's not. These are our texts, period. Whether I remember them all or not, but yeah.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 2-38D.
No objection.
2-38D is admitted.
I love you. Okay, thanks. I needed that. I bet the dentist is going to charge me more money in late fees than money I made today. Winner, winner. No time for lunch. No time for dinner. I'm an hour away. I just decided I'm not going today. Screw it. He can keep his late fee and give me the remainder of my $2,300 minus the filing. I love you too. This phone is going to be the death of me, or I'm going to be the death of this phone, so I'm turning off, and it's going to spend the night on my floorboard. This is not as professional as something you would send me, but it's all I got. I'm sorry you're having such a bad, sad day. I know you miss Panda and work isn't going as you want. To me, you're worth millions a year. I'm honored to be your friend, best friend, actually, lover. Go to. Life is going to be different, I promise. You're one hell of a patient person. I hate your hard days. I wish I could be there to turn them around for you. Can I try Friday? Give me a few days. Hang in there. Until then, please. I hope you don't turn your phone off. I know you're sad, but I love you. Please be safe. I miss you. I wish you knew how much you make my heart smile. If I could, burst if I could, love immensely. You are an incredibly smart and talented man, loving and caring soul, most selfless person I've ever known.
Scott, can you please split screen 2-39D1 and 2-39D2? Scott, can you go to just 2-39D? Scroll through that. Sir, is that an accurate depiction of a March 3rd and a March 4th, 2022 text exchange between you and Ms. Richins?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves 2-39D into evidence.
No objection.
2-39D is admitted.
Man, oh man.
Just pause for a minute.
Okay.
So it's official now. I thought it already was. The possibilities are so endless with that place. It would be a piece of cake to cover the mortgage. I would never ever worry about that. I would love to run that as a business. How amazing. Someone's going to kill it with that. Well, he has me working on his resume tonight. Okay, this is a long one, kind of giving you a hard time here, but I do so with love, affection, some honesty, and light heart, and patient understanding, I promise. I will happily take any bit of time I get with you, but if we're going to celebrate, I want to celebrate. I don't want to keep the Mylar balloons in their packaging and Scotch tape those sad, flat things to the ceiling and return them that afternoon. I want to blow them up with helium and watch them fly off into the sunset, and ideally right before bedtime, at sunrise as well. I don't want to keep the barcode stickers on the wine glasses or not pop the top of the bottle of champagne because you're not going to be speeding without a seatbelt down a winding, already ran off a cliff there before, mountain road in just a bit. I don't want Interstellar to consist of 90% of our visit. So I guess Interstellar is just going to be like a big pockets podcast as far as we're concerned. I want to be there when the news comes in, seeing and hearing your reaction, waiting to pounce on you with hugs and kisses, the confetti and the music, to release the hidden mariachi band that has spent the entire day twisting together in the cabinet under the kitchen sink, one of your painters, one of your landscapers, a drywaller, 2 people off the cleaning crew, one giant bass guitar with no frets, a shoulder-slung guitar that only has 5 strings, 2 trumpets, 1 violin, and a maraca in every pocket. Appetizers, a special dessert, and dinner. Do you recognize that? Not bad for free night. Just got to make it accept. Just being funny, babe. Don't be mad. I % understand and respect your schedule. There's an attachment of them kissing. I'm not mad at you at all. Just haven't had a second to text. Give me a few. Love you. Hey, babe. How are you feeling today? I'm proud of you. Hey, what's going on with you? You good? No. Eric passed away. Talk later. No words, turning phone off. Eric passed away last night. No words either, lost. Nuts, I can't do this. I am devastated. I can't comprehend. I don't know what to say or do. I want you to be safe. You're everyone. What happened? Who are you with? At 3 a.m. I called the ambulance. Been up since then. People, friends, family still here. They think an aneurysm.
Scott, can you bring up the gift attached to that? Sir, is that an accurate moving depiction of the gift thumbnail that was attached?
Was attached to what?
The email we just looked at.
That seems like pretty... I mean, I don't know. Who sent that? Me?
We can go back to that. Scott, can you take us back to 2-39? Sir, can you see that?
I see that. maybe I'm just mixed up on the times or dates or something.
Sure. If you bring up the gift.
If I sent that after reading what I just read on here, then I was,
Just wait for the next question, please.
Okay.
Is that the moving version of the thumbnail that was attached?
Right.
Your Honor, the state moves this in. What I'd like to do, I'm not sure how they got separated. I would like to mark the the text exchange as 2-39D1, the associated GIF as 2-39D2.
No objection, but could we clarify the GIF was sent on March 3rd? Those texts cover both March 3rd and March 4th.
The GIF was sent, it's in the text. It was sent at 7:22 p.m., March the 3rd, 2022.
Okay. 2-39D1 and D2 are admitted. What order would you like to publish things in?
Your Honor, let's please publish D1 and then we'll publish D2 at the end.
Okay. Scott, let me know when you're ready.
Yeah, we've walked through D1.
My apologies.
D1.
Okay.
So it's just publishing D2.
Okay. Do you want to show the message at the end to provide context for the thumbnail, or do you want to go directly to D2?
Tell you what, Scott, give me D1 on the left, D2 on the right, thumbnail portion of D1 on the left.
One moment. Okay.
Thank you. Scott, can I get 2-49D? Sir, is that an accurate depiction of a March 20th, 2022 text exchange between you and Ms. Richins?
I believe so.
Your Honor, state moves to admit and publish 2-49D.
No objection.
2-49D is admitted, and we'll publish now.
Are we there yet? I don't know how you feel about this. I don't know how you feel about that. The visitors, I feel however you feel, but without knowing, I think that I'm glad for the village. How many commas can a guy put in one sentence? I made a harbor freight run. Now I'm going to pick up a couple of fuegos and go get busy. Not my preferred kind of busy. That place sure does look cool. It's definitely pretty there. Soon enough, though, it's going to be breathtakingly beautiful and the most stunning space on the planet. I can't believe it. I've known of, wanted to go for a long time to speak any French. Would you mind if I ate a ton of curry tonight? A lot. Overwhelming, exhausting, repeating yourself, emotions all over again. Sounds like a good evening, I guess. Could be better. It looks so pretty. I've always wanted to go there. No French. Haha. Why would I care? Silly. Not like I'm going to eat. Fill up on it. I feel like it's a little out of the ordinary compared to some places. I could very easily expect the exact opposite. No visitors. Nobody wanting to bother you. Especially wouldn't expect the army of heathen kids, except for Ashton's protege. I just need a little time and some beers to bring out my Frenchness. I'll be spouting some wee-wee before the night is done. Why French? Where is that coming from? Ha. Lots of Frenchies over there. That's the main language, I think. Haha, no, it's English, goofball. But you're right, it's only 6 or 7% that speaks to French. Going to get some eggs Benedict over there for sure. Yes, please, can't wait. Yes, ma'am, gonna be awesome. I don't know what the passport thing is, $600 boat runs, boat
We
motors.
can stop it there, Scott. Thanks. Scott 2-51D. Sir, do you recognize that as an April 8th, 2022 text exchange between you and Ms. Richins?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 2-51 Delta.
Oh, sorry, no objection.
2-51D is admitted.
I love you. I love you. You're in my dream. I think I want you to be my husband one day. I could respond to that a bunch of different ways. I could assume that you finished second in a few drinking games. I could show you this and give you $1 million of each. If you could see yourself through my eyes, you know how much I love you. I'll love you forever. It's a little card.
Sir, last one. 2-53 Delta, Scott. Sir, do you recognize that as an April the 15th, 2022 text exchange between you and Ms. Richins?
Yeah, I recognize it. I didn't have time to read it all. I'm not saying that I need to. I'd like to read it later, maybe.
Okay. Your Honor, the state moves to admit 2-53D and publish.
No objection.
2-53D is admitted.
Uh-oh, was Harry mad? Mine should be super quick and big deal. Haha, I would appreciate that. I'm going to call. I had 22 cops searching my damn house Wednesday for 8 hours. This just keeps getting worse and worse. Searching your house for what? The autopsy report isn't done yet, but the toxicology report came back and he had a trace of fent in his system. I didn't even know what the hell that was until they showed up at my door. My attorneys are fighting it because they detained me, no reading me rights. They ever told me why they were at my house and what the hell they were looking for. I was like, what the? They had a search warrant and everything. This is so effing ridiculous and all that, all the dogs and everything, and they didn't find a damn thing but Eric's weed gummies. Congratulations, idiots. They were so disappointed. My attorney said in order to get a search warrant, they would have had to have some kind of proof a crime was committed, whether it's drugs being sold in and out of my house or me having something to do with this. I don't know even know what the F that is. I thought it was the detective isn't correcting me. They took all electronics out of my house, even my kids' stuff. Eric does not do effing drugs. He ate edibles 4 to 5 a week, but rarely even drank. This is absurd, and they don't even have a COD yet. How can they just jump to all this bull crap before I even know? Ronnie swears that the gummies are laced with it because it was a new pack. This is all just so freaking stupid. I have tons of questions, thoughts. I'll save them for a phone call. Okay. Call you in a bit.
Sir, did there come a time after Eric Richins' death when you met up with Kouri?
Yes.
Do you recall the first time?
Yes.
About when was that?
I'd guess 2 weeks, 10 days, 2 weeks, something like that.
What happened when you met up with him?
I forget where we met, but we rode up into the Uinta Mountains together. Two vehicles, I think. I can't remember. We both wound up in hers, though, in her vehicle. We sat there and talked.
Did you talk about Eric?
Yes. Yeah, that was the first opportunity to really, that was the first time.
Did there come a time during that discussion that Kouri Richins asked you about killing?
Do you want me to contextualize it?
Please.
So yeah, we sat there and talked for quite a while, and I had never seen her that way, obviously. It was a heavy conversation, and I'm not used to that with her. She's not used to being open like that. So at one point, my opinion then, probably still now, looking back, was that she was looking for any reason. I think she was exhausted emotionally, and I think she was looking for a reason to divert the conversation away from herself, because she does that. She does that about lots of things in every normal life, and I think that's what she did. she asked me, go ahead, I'll let you ask, I know.
Sure.
But
No. Okay, it kicks back in.
made me feel or something along those lines.
All right, it's the feed from the room, you guys. It's just the feed from the room. It'll kick back in. Just the feed from the room. Just hang tight. The court feed is wonky. It's the court feed. Just have some patience. There's a glitch in the feed. It's coming back. All right, don't worry. Feed will come back. All right, well, in the meantime, Robert Josh Grossman is on the stand. Let me just... All right, hold on. All right. I hope I don't regret this. I'm going to go to another feed. Ugh, please don't let me regret this. Oh, I hope I don't regret this. All right.
If you need to use the restroom, you can leave the courtroom. I need everybody else to just stay put until Mr. Grossman comes back into the courtroom. Thank you.
First time?
Yes.
All right, hold on. We're going to go over here. Hold on a sec.
Killed anybody. And I think that's
Hold on a sec. What the heck? All right.
what she did. She asked me, go ahead, I'll let you ask, I know.
Sure.
But
Did you respond?
I did.
Did she ask a follow-up question?
Yes.
Sir, what was...
And then I answered her.
Did you and Kouri Richins stay romantically involved after Eric Richins' death?
Yes.
For how long?
you'd have to look at my phones to tell me that. I'm going to guess, bless you, 6 months, maybe 8, 10. Best guess.
And then what happened?
I don't know. Just had a falling out, disagreements. Things changed after Eric passed. I mean, I don't know what to say. Things weren't the same, so I don't know if that led to us parting ways or what. But there was a lot on both of us. You know what I mean?
Understand. Thank you, sir. I don't have any further questions.
Oh, do you need to take a restroom break? May we take a restroom break? Yes. Please rise for the jury. Stay put. I'm going to play it safe here. If you need to use the restroom, you can leave the courtroom. I need everybody else to just stay put until Mr. Grossman comes back into the courtroom. Thank you. You can have a seat. Yes, you can do what you need to do. Chris, we're going to go off the record for a couple minutes.
All right, I got to take a quick break. I'll be back in a second. All right, let's get ourselves back to normal here. Let me put myself over here. So, Robert Josh Grossman. Poor dude. He's having a moment, right? Whew. We heard texts. They stayed together for another 6 months, maybe 8, 10. He had to take a break there for a moment because it was really hitting him. He was really emotional. So they played texts from February 14th of 2022, the 15th of 2022, 19th, February 3rd, March 2nd, and then texts from March 3rd and 4th. It's 7:22 on March. All right, here they're back.
Let's do it. Please rise for the jury. Please have a seat as you come in. All right, please have a seat. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. We'll now proceed with cross-examination of Mr. Grossman. Mr. Grossman, you're still under oath. Ms. Lewis, please proceed.
Good afternoon, Mr. Grossman.
Good afternoon.
All right. So, Mr. Grossman, you said that you and Ms. Richins met in South Carolina, correct?
Yes.
And she was flipping a house or more than one house there?
One at that time.
And she hired you to do some work on it, correct? Was that in response to an ad?
Mm-hmm.
She hired you?
Yeah, IKEA furniture is what it originated as. But,
Okay. And you knew each other for quite a few years before your relationship turned romantic, fair?
Yes.
And you weren't in contact that entire period of time from, was it about 2017 you met or earlier?
No, it was earlier than that. I'm no good with dates.
That's
so.
okay, but earlier than 2017.
Mm-hmm.
And then you weren't in constant contact between 2017 and 2000 when you became romantically involved?
No.
Okay.
I think we had maybe 2 or 3 years we didn't speak.
All right.
I'm guessing here.
That's fine. So in 2020, you decided to move out to Utah, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And one of the reasons you moved to Utah was because you were going to work on some houses with Kouri, correct?
Yes.
And you were interested in flipping houses yourself, fair?
Yes.
And that was something she was going to participate with you.
Yeah. Yes.
All right. So let's look at. We're going to talk about some of these text messages that the state just pulled up, and I want to ask you some questions about some of them. The first one, I believe, is State Exhibit 3-1, and this isn't actually a text message, but let's pull that up. And this has been admitted. That is not it. I don't believe. There we go. Thank you. All right. Publish this while we speak about it. So you said you recognized that as a vacation that Kouri had booked for you and Kouri.
Yes.
And she booked this on December 7th, correct?
Yes.
And then you said she told you it was a birthday present, correct?
Yes.
And your birthday was December 9th, correct?
Right.
And this vacation was scheduled for, do you recall the dates? I know it was April. April 29th of 2022, correct?
Yes.
All right. Now, you never went on that vacation, true?
True.
All right. Okay, let's move to, you said you, well, let me ask you this. You said that you two texted almost daily for a long period of time.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yep.
All right. But you and Kouri weren't consistently in a relationship between 2020 and 2022. There were times when it was on, times when it was off. Fair?
Fair.
All right. Let's pull up State's Exhibit 2-13D. And if we could pull up page 10 of that text, Katie, and blow up the blue bubble, I think. I can't read it at all in here. Okay. So this series of text messages took place December 18th of 2021, right? It says on the bottom there.
Yes, ma'am.
And these messages were part of a conversation discussing ending your relationship, correct?
I'm going to need a minute.
Do you need to look at more than that one text to determine that?
Maybe not. I don't know.
Can you maybe show him a couple of texts before that? Can you see that, or do you need that blown up?
Yeah, if you could zoom in a little bit, that would be good. Okay, is this where we're starting?
Sure.
Okay.
If you can just go ahead and scroll. Thank you, Katie. Let me stop there. It says, you need to come see me in person if you're going to say goodbye forever, right?
Right.
So this series of text was talking about that you may be ending things, correct?
I guess so.
All right.
I mean, I don't
Well, let's just look at it.
necessarily remember it, but that's what it sounds like. Unless we were just being tongue-in-cheek. I don't know.
Well, let's look at a couple. Oh, I'm sorry. Did not mean to interrupt you, Josh.
No, that's okay.
Let's look at a couple more. Maybe pull up Kouri's again there, the blue bubble. And she says that she's not mad, but you did promise to say goodbye in person.
Okay.
It's not what I want to do, but it's not fair.
Yeah, I'm tracking now.
Okay.
That sounds like adios to me.
So it was late 21, after the vacation was purchased, that there was a discussion about ending the relationship. Fair?
Appears that way.
Okay. But you didn't end it then. I mean, I don't know, maybe you did briefly, but if you did, you got back together, right? Or you resumed. I know you were never together, but you resumed your relationship.
Yes.
Okay. Let's look at text State Exhibit 218D that's been admitted. And Katie, could you just get to the... All right. So, Mr. Grossman, this was about, well, first it was about a television show called Dope Sick, right? We talked about that on your direct. Well, you and Mr. Bloodworth talked about that.
Mr. Grossman, my apologies. We need words, yes or no.
Okay. I can't see it. Can you zoom in a little bit for me?
Go ahead.
Please.
And while Katie's doing that, and you take a look,
Okay.
yes, she's starting a new TV show, Dope Sick, correct?
Correct.
All right. And she's asking you questions about if you have taken drugs, right?
Yes.
And you kind of go back and forth.
Yes.
And at one point, she tells you, and Katie will pull up the text, you can see it, that she has a whole cabinet full of all sorts of prescriptions, but it's not her thing, correct?
Correct.
And then you get the pain pill one. And then she also tells you, and we'll pull up the text, that when she had her last child, that she had a bunch of pain pills and they were still in the cupboard. She just hadn't even taken them, correct?
Yes.
Okay. But you guys talk back and forth about drug use, and is it fair to say, and it's just a yes or no question, that you have on and off used illicit drugs? Fair?
Fair.
All right. Okay, let's move to State Exhibit 227D. And pull that up so Mr. Grossman can see the date. All right. So do you see that these texts were on Valentine's Day 2022?
Yes, ma'am.
And you said you recognized them as texts between you and Kouri. But do you recall specifically anything about that day, that Valentine's Day 2022?
I've tried to remember. I don't even know where we were, what we did that day. I don't think it was able to be extracted, or because I figured my GPS would have been able to clue me in, but I don't know.
So you don't even though the texts say you met up, you don't even remember if you met up?
If the text
let me rephrase
say that we met up, I assume we met up, unless the text say that hey, change of plans.
I would agree with you. The texts do say that. I'm just asking you if you have a memory of it, of the actual meetup.
Not necessarily, no.
Okay. So there wasn't anything about that day that Kouri did or said that caused that particular day, July 14, 2022, to stand out in your memory. Fair?
Well, no, I can't remember where we were, and that's not a...
That's fair. It's a while ago. Okay.
And it's not that nothing memorable occurred that day. I just don't remember, man.
Okay, that's fair. Let's look at State's Exhibit 229. And I believe it's the second and third page of those texts. So this is the next day, July 15th, 2022, and you maybe blow that up for Mr. Grossman. Is this page 2? Mm-hmm. All right, let's go to page 3. Yes, if we could blow those up. Okay, so this is where you tell Ms. Richins, I am in love with you.
Yes.
And go ahead. Let's keep going. And she responds to you like you're actually in love with me. We're not just love each other like friends or an affair. You're in love with me, correct?
Right.
And that was February 15th of 2022.
Yes.
All right. Let me take that down. Okay, I want to move to March of 2022. If we could pull up State's Exhibit 2-32D. I think it's page 3. And Kouri's text there. I can't see unless you blow it up. Okay, so this is the text, and this is on February 23rd, 2022. Do you see that at the bottom?
Yes.
And she's talking to you about the property that has ended up being called the Midway Mansion, right?
Yes.
And that she has a dream that you could And actually, I think she describes it in the text before, if you can go to that. She has a dream about you two living in the mansion, and that she could be divorced and you could live there and just have a farm and a number of things.
Yes.
Okay. And then if we can go back to the other one. But then she tells you this isn't possible, it's just fun to dream about, right?
What you just highlighted, yes, ma'am. Yeah.
So, Mr. Grossman, would it be fair to say that
I don't know if that answers your question.
it does answer my question? Okay, let's move on to 2-36D, State's Exhibit. And maybe we could blow this up and go through it a little bit. So these texts were on March 2nd, 2022, 2 days before Eric Richins' death, right?
Or a day before.
Yeah, about a day and a half, right? Because he died early morning, 2022, or March 4th. Okay, if we can scroll a little bit. A little farther. Now, in these texts, Ms. Richins is telling you that she's going to be closing on the property in Midway. Is that right?
I don't know. I'm going to have to see that bottom one. Yes.
Okay. And this is the biggest deal that she's closed on, correct?
Correct.
Is it fair to say she was very excited about this property?
Yes.
And she says that she wants to get together with you on Friday to celebrate this closing, right?
Right.
And what was your plan on Friday to get together to celebrate?
We were supposed to. We were supposed to meet sometime mid-morning for brunch. Brunch and mimosas was the plan.
Okay. Can we pull up States 238-D? We go to the one where it says hang in there. Just a minute, she'll pull up the text and. Well, you can't see it on the screen. Okay, here we go. So, this is again March 2nd, 2022 in the evening, right?
Yes.
And Kouri implies that you're sad or having a difficult day, correct?
Yes.
Do you remember why you were sad? If you don't, that's fine, but if you do.
I don't.
Okay.
No, ma'am.
That's fine. And she tells you to just give her a few days and hang in there until Friday, correct?
Yes.
Well, let me ask you this. When she told you to hang in there till Friday, was that because she was planning on meeting you for brunch on Friday?
Objection, Your Honor, speculation.
Do you know why?
Hold on. Are you referring to the Friday or to the last question?
Your Honor, the question that essentially asked what Kouri Richins was thinking by Friday.
I can rephrase it. It's
Please
fine.
do. Sustain. Thank you.
Okay. Why was she telling you to hang in there till Friday? What was going to happen on Friday?
Objection. Same thing.
Sustained as a speculation as to why Ms. Richins was waiting. The question regarding what he recalls was going to happen on Friday is permissible. If you'd answer that, sir.
The only thing I knew about Friday was brunch and mimosas. So.
Okay.
And the closing on the house. She was getting the keys that day.
So that was a big day.
Right.
Did she ever tell you that you were going to be together on Friday permanently?
Objection, Your Honor.
It's. I think he can say yes or no. We're not asking what Ms. Richins said specifically.
It's very specific in that question, sustained.
All right, let me ask it this way. Did you ever have the impression that come Friday, the two of you were going to be together forever?
Objection, Your Honor. Foundation on how he would get an impression.
I'm going to overrule that one. Go ahead, sir.
No.
Did you ever have any impression that as of Friday, Eric Richins would be out of the picture?
No.
All right. And then let's go to 239D1. So this is Friday, March 4th, the day you were supposed to meet for brunch, right? The beginning might be March 3rd, if I can see that.
Yeah, I'm just seeing 3-3.
Okay, let's scroll down. Okay, we can stop right there. When you say it's official now, are you talking about the property or are you talking about something else? The Midway Mansion? Or do you remember?
What was the text previous, please?
It was from you. It just says, I hope I get to see it. Do you know if you were referring to the mansion?
That's what it sounds like.
Okay.
You'd have to go up another text.
Yeah. Well, let's keep going. That's fine. I mean, if you don't remember for sure, I get that. Let's keep going. We can see that. Okay, maybe this helps put it in context because her response is the possibilities are so endless with that place. And I would run to love it as a business. I skipped a little, but that's the gist.
Right.
Does that help you recall? Were you talking about the Midway Mansion on March 3rd of 2022?
If that text is directly following the ones in front of it, then yeah.
Okay. But then March 4th comes about, and this we can skip down to this, skip this. And you two are supposed to meet for brunch, correct?
Yes.
But Kouri doesn't show up.
Right.
And you text her to see what's happening.
Yes.
And why she isn't there.
Yes.
It's not like her to not show up?
It's not like her to be a minute late.
Okay. And that's when you find out that Eric Richins had passed away that early morning.
So I thought it was my recollection when she says brunch, I'm thinking 10 o'clock sharp, right?
Okay.
And I thought that I texted her because I could just sense, I could feel something was wrong because she was late. I hadn't heard anything from her. So I texted her, is everything okay? And she responded, that's when she told me. But, I thought it was, how do I say it? I thought all that would have happened prior to noon at least. But, can I say?
Yeah, go ahead.
But I was shown texts that say that it happened at 2 o'clock. But I thought it happened earlier. So your question was that morning. I don't know if it was that morning. I thought it was that morning, but I've seen texts that say 2 p.m. So.
All right. So your recollection is different time-wise as to what shows on these texts.
I think so. At one point in time, I asked for some texts of mine and hers so I could review them.
You asked who for some texts?
I was in a meeting. Miss Margaret provided them with me.
And by Ms. Margaret, do you mean the county attorney, Ms. Margaret Olson?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
But all I got was the month of March, but it was like that. So.
What do you mean when you say it was like that?
It was thick. There were a lot of text messages that month. So I'm not faulting her for stopping there, but I
just want to make the record clear. You said you held your thumb and finger together about an inch. So you got about an inch worth of pages of text.
Right, and they were just for the month of March, and because I was trying to figure out what happened too, you know.
Okay.
So I'm going through them, and the timelines on them, I'm not saying this is the case, but to me they appeared off by several hours. Like my text, something that I thought I sent at 11 a.m. would be 4 p.m. or whatever the case was. And then I don't know if that was corrected, if I was doing bad math because of the time zones, or so I don't know. Time-wise, I don't know. Some of it doesn't necessarily coincide with my memory, but I don't. But it might be corrected. I don't know.
When you say it might be corrected, what are you talking about?
Just that, like that one text, for instance, because I remember very clearly where I was at, which direction I was facing when I was told that he had passed. And I just remember it not being as late as what it says on the screen. I don't know. Maybe I'm completely off, but that's my memory of it.
So you had wondered if what the time is on these texts is incorrect.
Right.
All right.
By several hours.
And you noticed this in a lot of texts? Or just these ones this day?
No, I think it was consistent amongst everything I looked at.
What was consistent? That the time was off?
That everything was just pushed forward. You know better than I do. I don't know what they call the time differential. You got a +8 and all this nonsense.
Yes,
I don't know.
meridian
So
time. I turned to Alex because he's our phone guy. But yes, I do know what you're referring to. That sometimes on the phone is 7 or 8 hours ahead of when it actually happened, right?
Right.
Is that what you were referring to?
Yes.
So you were just wondering why the times didn't seem to comport.
Right.
Okay. All right, that's fair. But let me ask you this. Was it March 4th that you found out that Mr. Richins had passed? March 4th of 2022?
Yes.
All right. Were you surprised by that information?
Yes. Yep.
So you didn't meet up with Kouri as planned on March 4th, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't see Kouri for a couple of weeks, approximately, give or take.
Yeah, I would guess 10 days to 2 weeks, something like that.
Okay. I'm going to come back to that in just a moment, but can we quickly look at State's Exhibit 253D, where, you know which one I'm looking for? Since you read my mind, Katie. Okay, this is when Ms. Richins tells you that she found out that Eric died of a fentanyl overdose, right?
Again, I have to let me read it, but in my mind...
Well, go ahead and look at, right there, where it's highlighted.
You know, and I didn't know what fentanyl was then, so I don't know if that's why it didn't stick, but I remember... I mean, I can go through and read all this if you want me to.
No, I just want to know if this is the text where she told you. I mean, you don't have to know what fentanyl is. Is this the text?
It's written right there.
All right. I just wanted you to confirm for the jury what the date of that text was.
4/15.
April 15th of 2022.
Yes.
All right. Now let's go on to when you met with Ms. Richins a couple of weeks later and you drove up into the Uentas. You with me?
Yes.
All right. And you just testified about a conversation that you had with her at that time.
Yes.
Right? And you told, well, let me back up. You were interviewed by, I don't know if it was by the prosecution or by their investigator in about the spring of 2023 about this case. Is that right?
It was warm outside. I don't remember.
Was it shortly after Kouri was arrested?
I think, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that's when you told them about this conversation, right?
No.
When did you tell them about the conversation? Let me ask this question. You're the one that told them about this conversation. That information came from you, correct?
Yes.
Why did you tell them about this conversation?
Because I was trying to figure out what happened. And, oh man. So, never for a moment did I have a clue, a hint, not a fleeting thought that something intentionally might have happened to him, right?
Right.
Let alone from her. So, you know, I think we'd gone a year without speaking at that point, and I don't know if I turned on the truck radio and I heard she wrote a book and wasn't surprised, but then I started. I listened to the interview she gave about her book, and then maybe I did some research on my phone and saw that she had just been arrested, or either she just got arrested, I don't know, days later, a week later.
Okay. And then do you recall who you met with when you talked about this conversation?
After I found that out, I was overwhelmed with, guilt, sorrow over my wrongdoings, infidelity. And, and that's when I called. I was trying to get a hold of Eric's sister to tell her I don't think she was home. I spoke with her husband instead. Told him what I told him, and he told me, I forget the guy's name, but he said, I think there's somebody that would like to talk to you. And it was the Richins family private investigator. I think I called him immediately after I hung up, spoke with him. I don't recall the ins and outs of the conversation, but he told me that Kouri had done it, that she was guilty. He couldn't tell me why, but she and that changed everything for me. I was blown away, and then I'm like looking at everything in our past with a different set of goggles on, through different lenses, and I was trying to figure out if she did it and I could help. That's what I was going to do, and that's sometime after that. It wasn't the first time I met with the investigator. I think it was the second time or something. It dawned on me, oh man, what about that one time she asked me this? What about the time she said that?
Okay,
and
so let me just stop you just for a minute so I can ask a couple of questions. So Investigator Gabler, the family's detective, just told you she's definitely guilty.
I don't know if he used the word definitely, but said that
she did it.
Right.
All right. So then you started thinking back with 20/20 hindsight about conversations.
Right.
Which led you to think of the conversation in the Uentas, fair?
Yes.
All right. Today, sitting here, when you think back on that conversation, does that conversation seem like it was a strange conversation to you?
Man, I can't tell one way from the other anymore. I've been confused for years,
This conversation was about more than just what you did in Iraq, right?
Yeah.
This conversation, was it about just life and death in general?
Yeah, it's about that. It was about lots of things. It was about the boys. It was about shooting a bow. It was about God. It was about supernatural stuff.
And at the time you were having the conversation, did it seem like a strange conversation back at the time it happened?
At the time it happened, we her and I just experienced supernatural things. So no, there was nothing that was surprising at that. The talk was not surprising.
So it was in context with things that were going on and that you were talking about at that time?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you know why you were talking about bow hunting? Why was that part of this? It seems a little different than the rest of the conversation.
She was talking about she was talking good things about Eric and how phenomenal of a man. And I don't know. And she mentioned it. How good her boys were, or I can't remember. One of them can, one of them can't. At that time,
bow hunt.
Well, I don't know. It was one of them was shooting a bow, one of them wasn't.
Oh, okay.
I don't remember. But
so she wanted to learn to shoot a bow. Is that what that was about?
she did. She told me that.
Okay.
Or she already knew how. I don't remember.
When you and Kouri were together, were you aware that Eric had an affair also?
I was told that.
All right. You'd mentioned during direct that you did work for Kouri here in Utah, and that sometimes she would just pay you in lump sums. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Do you recall a lump sum she paid you in the amount of $25,000 after Eric died?
I remember that lump sum. My timeline's pretty foggy, though.
Okay.
I feel like it was after he passed, yes.
Okay. And was that for a house that you flipped together that she felt she owed you money on?
Yeah, I think...
Is that what you thought it was anyway?
That was, if not all of it, that was definitely a large part of it. I mean, I don't know. Yes.
You were aware that Kouri got a life insurance policy, right?
Yeah, she texted me one time. I believe she texted me. She had just found out and sent a text like, look at this kind of thing.
And what was her reaction about receiving that life insurance?
I don't know. It was through texts, I believe.
Well,
and she just seemed like surprised, like it was unexpected.
It was unexpected she was going to get that policy, is what your impression was of her demeanor.
Yes. Okay. We're sitting here right now. I mean, it's in the text messages, though.
Okay. Would it be fair to say that Kouri was protective of Eric and his reputation?
Yes.
So after Eric passed away, did Kouri see you as often as before he passed away?
No. I mean, immediately thereafter, we didn't see each other at all for a little span of time, and then I think she was doing things with other people, grieving, whatever she was doing. So,
did she appear to change after he died?
Yes. How so? Like, yeah, I mean,
I was hoping you could tell me how you thought she was different after his death.
I would just say in the normal ways that anybody would be different after something of that magnitude. I mean, the effect it has on her children and how she's got to handle that. You know, you can't go from that to talking to me on the phone and be the same, I don't assume.
Did she come across as happy that Eric was gone?
No.
Did she come across as grieving? or sad?
Yeah, but I didn't see her in that window directly thereafter, but when I saw her, I think it was more sporadic than usual. But yeah, there were times where, she was bent out of shape in front of me.
All right. And you said you couldn't remember how long you continued to see each other after Eric passed away, but does 3 or 4 months sound close?
I don't know, because it was so sporadic. It was like a chunk here, a chunk there. But I thought it was longer. I thought it was 6 to 10.
All right.
I don't know.
Okay, that's fair. But then Kouri ended the relationship, correct?
Right.
And what was your feeling about ending the relationship? I mean, were you sad?
Yeah.
Did Kouri, though, appear to have made up her mind? It was just done?
I don't know. I think she liked me. So it appeared as though it's done, but who knows?
It was done, right?
Yeah, it was ultimately.
I mean, after that, you stopped seeing each other, correct? And did you?
This is the first time I've seen her since that day. So,
which was either late 2022 or early 23. You don't remember for sure.
I don't know. It was.
Well, it sounds like probably in 2022.
It was cold outside, so it was late. The same year that Eric passed.
Okay.
It was the end of that year. That's when it was. Or the very beginning of the next.
Did you exchange more text messages after that, or was that it?
Not that I can recall. I don't know.
I just have one moment. Thank you, Mr. Grossman. I don't have anything further.
Sir, when you and Kouri Richins were in the Uintas 10 to 14 days after Eric's died, we were talking about a lot of things, right?
Yes, primarily that, because I hadn't even spoken to her hardly, so I was trying to see how she felt, you know what I mean?
And when you were talking about Eric and bow hunting and the boys, part of what you were talking about was what a phenomenal father he was, right?
Yes.
Thank you.
Anything further, Ms. Lewis?
Phenomenal father, yeah.
Please listen to me.
Sorry.
It's okay. Did Kouri give you an impression about how she felt that the boys had lost their phenomenal father?
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
Sustained. Anything further, Ms. Lewis?
Could we approach?
Sure.
All right, I think they're winding down here. They got to get this one last recross question in, and then they should be done for the day. So he's saying Eric was a phenomenal father. Did Kouri say how the boys felt about losing a phenomenal father? Objection, hearsay. Sidebar.
Was anything else for Mr. Grossman?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Counsel, may we release this witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Sir, you are free to go.
Thanks. Sorry.
Thank you for your patience.
All right.
Please watch your step. Mr. Bloodworth, appropriate time to recess for the day.
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Lewis, actually, would one lawyer from each side please approach regarding scheduling?
And now they're going to talk about scheduling because they're off on Friday. So we're going to find out when they're coming in. But yeah, that I agree. That man is hurting.
Folks, we're going to start at 9:30 a.m. tomorrow morning. Between now and then, please maintain some discipline. Do not speak about the case. Don't allow anybody to speak to you about it. Affirmatively avoid reading, watching, or listening to anything about the case. And please do not do any online research about the case at all. Please travel safely. We'll see you tomorrow morning. Please rise for the jury. Please have a seat. Mr. Bloodworth, Ms. Shervanack, anything on the record before we recess for the day?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Lewis, Ms. Nestor, Mr. Ramos?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. We'll be in recess until 9:30 tomorrow morning. Thank you. Please travel safe.
All right. And that is that. Let me just give a quick thank you over here. All right, so day 8 is in the books, and wow, we heard a lot. We heard from Robert Josh Grossman, the paramour. And boy, he had a lot to say, but he was also didn't want to talk, right? He had a lot to say, and he did not want to talk. All right, so let's see. Let's go through his testimony briefly. I was reading his texts, or their text, I should say. Okay. All right. Let me get. All right. So text from. Let me go back here. So they had text from February 14th, the 15th, and the 19th of 2022. This is when they said, "Do you need a break?" Jury was sent out. He got so emotional. Judge Mrazek says, "You can walk around or use the restroom. Don't talk to anyone." The gallery, he told the gallery to sit tight, don't move. Josh says, "I've got something to say. And I need to say it, and it ain't legs I need to stretch." So what is it that he has to say, I wonder? What is it that he has to say? Well, I guess what he had to say was I don't know, was it the supernatural stuff? Is that what got him? He said something that when they went up and they talked, and they talked to each other after Eric passed, he said something about supernatural stuff. Is that what? I'm trying to think, what was it that he got so wound up about? He remembers the texts were off like a couple hours, right? He said he thought that he was being shown 11 and he thought it was 4, or yeah, I think that's what it was. Or was it the supernatural stuff? Is that what he was talking about? Probably tons of stuff he wants to get off his chest. Oh, here I can do this. Let me do the thumbnail. Actually, let me come over here. Yeah, I wonder what do you think he was so wound up about that he just needed to? He said he felt guilty. I guess that because he called Katie and he's like he felt guilty. Maybe that's what it was. He felt guilty. Yeah, he tried calling Katie, but he spoke to Clint instead. So, yeah, I'm curious to hear about that supernatural stuff too, right? All right, Fanny, have a good one. Thank you for joining us. You think he believes Kouri is guilty? Yeah, the PI told him. The PI told him that she's guilty. I didn't know that Eric had an affair. That's a new one on me. They're saying that Eric had an affair. So does that, I mean, so what? Who cares, right? Who cares about that? Kouri ended the relationship. He didn't even have a clue. I guess. Oh, he was overwhelmed with guilt and sorry and about his wrongdoings. He was overwhelmed with guilt and was sorry about his wrongdoings. I guess maybe that's what it was. Sparkling Princess, yeah, the supernatural that was pretty random. Hellrider probably wanted to say something to Kouri. Widespread, I think he knows about Kouri being guilty. JMS, he's guilty about the cheating. That's what it seems like. All right, Hellrider, have a good one. Wizard of Ezzy, have a good one. Good night, good night. C. Gilmore probably worried, or maybe worried about karma coming back on her. Good night, Alice. Much love to you as well. He felt guilty about cheating and wanted to come clean on it with the family. I guess now he can, right? Right? Can he? I mean, now that he's testified, he can talk to anybody he wants, I would think, right? How does that work? After you testify, can't you say whatever you want to now? Sparkling Princess, yeah, that just sounds like another reason to delete him. If he was cheating, she found out and made her mad. Bad choice saying that. Wizard says they have said he had an affair, but no evidence of it. Yeah. They kept saying that Eric had, but I've seen nothing to prove it. They better show the receipts if they've got them. Right? Angel says he definitely knows she's guilty. I've never seen anything in all these years either. Oh yeah, I've never seen a witness like that before. We've seen some uncomfortable witnesses. We've seen like some crazy witnesses, but somebody that is like in total pain, right? All right, Kathy, have a good one. See you tomorrow. Yep. So they start at 9:30. We'll be back at 11:30. We're going to start at 11:30 again. Well, 11:15. We'll come on at 11:15. Itty bitty. I haven't heard about any affair. First time I heard about it, but no. Miss Bree, maybe he felt her cheating with him caused her to unalive Eric. He said he was overcome by guilt. You know. Sparkling Princess, I thought he was going to lose it. Yeah. Hey, Margaret, he was definitely having a hard time up there. For sure. For sure. Yeah, felt sorry for him. I did feel sorry for him. He came across as very believable. So let's see what else. I'll hang out with you guys for a little bit. Oh, we're going to have Selena Kay in the, she's going to the court trial on Monday, and she's going to call in. So that's exciting stuff. So Selena, if you're watching, we're looking forward to hearing from you on Monday. Sharon, thank you. Thank you. Good night, Sharon. Have a good one. Be safe. Yeah, so we'll have, after Monday stream, we'll have Selena. She calls in first to Scott, to RA, but we get her afterwards. So I'm excited about that. All right, Green-Eyed Cat, have a good one. Red Snap, good night, good night. Yes, Sparkling Princess. Yes, it's going to be fun. We're going to have our second trial in a row with a courtroom insider. So very, very cool. Aussie Gardner, night everyone. Please do something fun. You as well. JMS, yes, he was very credible. I agree. I think so too. Iowa Backyard Cam, thank you. Thank you. Have a good one. I'm going to go listen to your channel probably after that. And Colleen. Itty bitty, good night all. Have a great evening or morning. Sparkling Princess, good night, good night. Lily Wayne, the judge helped him get through his testimony for sure. For sure. All right, you guys. Everybody's kind of, you guys are saying good night, so that's sounds good to me. Oh, I'll leave you with Super Ball. I have Super Ball here with me. Dwayne, if you're watching, hopefully you're watching, buddy. Let's see. Oh, it's actually our fourth. Yeah, we had, two in a row, Aaron. Yes, but yeah, we had Joe at Lori. Kimbers, of course, was at Bianca. And we had Kuda at Colin Gray. And then we have Selena Kay now. So yeah, this will be our fourth. Second, though, back to back. There's Super Ball over there. Dwayne always likes to see Super Bowl. What time tomorrow? Arrivederci. All right, C. Gilmore, have a good one. Hey, Margaret, good night. 11:15, because they're going on at 11:30 their time. I'm sorry, 9:30 their time, 11:30 our time. So we'll be on at 11:15. All right, Amby, have a good night. Lucy in the sky with glitter, kitties. Barry, has Eric been biologically proven his father? Don't know. Do not know. That question Kouri asked him if he ever eliminated anyone and how it felt was really bad for Kouri. Why ask that if you're saying Eric overdosed on his own? I know. All right, Lily Wayne, have a good one. Horse Welfare, saying hello to you. Sparkling Princess, have a good one. Anthony, all right, guys. JMS. All right, thank you, guys. Really appreciate you spending your day with us. Tomorrow, another somewhat full day. We'll be on at 11:15 Eastern, and we'll be going until 6:30, 7 o'clock or so. And then Friday, we're going to have a recap with Claire. Don't forget our recap with Claire on the Colin Gray trial that just ended yesterday. So she's going to come on. We're going to recap. Hopefully, Kuda, you'll be in our chat, and we'll talk to you then as well. And I have some videos to play. I've got some interviews I found. School board met and talked. The sheriff spoke. Yeah, survivors spoke. So it'll be good. I'm going to show all those videos, and Claire and I will talk about those. So thank you, guys. Really appreciate you spending your day with us. We will see you tomorrow at 11:15. Be sure to thank our mods on your way out. Hit the like button if you haven't. Hey guys, we're at, and thank you to Aaron too. Thank you so much. We're at 17,922. So we are 78 subscribers away from 18,000. So if you could go tell your friends, your family, your neighbors, go let them know about us and help us get to 18,000 subscribers. So with that, JMS, thank you. Thank you for thanking our mods, and Aaron, really appreciate that. And Widespread Panic, thank you for being a fantastic mod, along with all our other mods. You guys are great. We have a great squad here. Have a good night, guys. I will see you tomorrow at 11:15. Take care and be safe. Bye.